A very good morning and a very warm welcome to all of you. Thank you for joining us virtually today. My name is Khyati Kawa and I'll be your host for this event. Once again, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome all of you. I am honored to kickstart the second edition of the Digital Frontiers, a virtual Digital India Conclave, the flagship event from the latest community of BW Businessworld, BW Smart Cities. BW Smart Cities as a community has witnessed a tremendous shift towards the adoption of digital technologies across sectors over the last 5 years, especially during the past two pandemic years, which has now forced technology adoption at a faster rate by cutting down severely on physical accessibility across domains. BW Business World brings a virtual Digital India Conclave, which aims to showcase exemplary progress across domains of public service delivery, healthcare, smart cities, academia, cybersecurity, and others. The platform will, in a way, identify how magnanimously information technology has overcast India in diaspora, which have a transforming face-off through rapid adoption of digital technology. This day-long virtual conclave will bring together eminent thought leaders and policymakers and stakeholders to transform the country into a digitally empowered society and knowledge economy. Launched 4 decades ago, BW Business World today is a fortnightly magazine that has come to be renowned among India's largest and most respected business magazines. BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, is the fastest growing business media house in India. With a thought leadership bent in the domain and network spanning across 18 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. We also curate and conduct close to 100 of our own IP events throughout the year in a focused attempt to keep our communities meaningfully engaged with each other and our rapidly growing consumer base across industries. The day's event will be enlivened by a series of fireside chats and panel discussions that will identify and discuss about the best practices, innovative ideas, and future-ready solutions for transforming the India into a digitally empowered society through interactive participation of key stakeholders here. We are live today on bwsmartcities.com and our social media handles. When talking on social media, please use the hashtag BW Digital India Conclave. We'd love to hear from all of you. And now to kickstart the event, may I please request the BW Legacy AV to be played to give our audience a glimpse of BW Business World. Can we have the AV, please?
In the world of business, when you think BW Business World, spanning across platforms from print to the fast-growing digital space, from custom events to insightful industry books, BW Business World continues to capture a critical market space. Enjoying over 1.2 million engaged reader base, we have replicated this success in digital, with a six-fold growth in the past 1 year. So who is the BW audience? Our magazine readers are the cream of the crop business professionals spread across industries and niche communities. BW Digital engages with a much larger audience, hailing majorly from India and US. We also reach diverse markets including UK and Saudi Arabia. The BW print universe comprises of BW Business World, BW Smart Cities, BW Hotelier, BW Applause, BW Education, and BW People, each profiling industry leaders and niche sectoral stories. BW Digital communities target niche segments like startups, CIOs, smart cities, defense, amongst a range of other fields, with a following of millions of unique digital users. BW Business World is an industry leader in curating a plethora of IPRs. With multiple industry stakeholders under one roof, BW IPR events generate superlative content. BW Engage offers bespoke brand solutions across functions with inputs from the award-winning BW editorial team. We design and execute a 360-degree marketing model, resulting in top-of-mind recall and a large BW-engaged client patronage. Why engage with us? We have an award-winning editorial team. We forecast new scoops and future trends before any of our competitors. We provide 360-degree brand solutions, and our clients are always happy with the ROI. This is just a glimpse of our client endorsements. To subscribe to our print patronage, visit subscribe.businessworld.in. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. You can also connect with us on WhatsApp on businessworld.in/WhatsApp.
Ladies and gentlemen, to begin the day's proceedings, I'd like to invite on screen, amidst your virtual applause, Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Businessworld and Exchange for Media Group, to say a few words and kickstart this wonderful event. A very warm welcome to you, Dr. Batra.
Thank you so much, Kathy. A very happy Navratri to all the listeners, viewers tuned in. Today's a very auspicious day to do anything. Our annual Digital India Conclave is happening now. So, first of all, my congratulations to our editorial lead, Ms. Palomi, who's put together this fantastic content that is relevant and mirrors what's happening in digital India. Now, we know that the central vista is being built. That is physical infrastructure. And with physical infrastructure, we also need to have digital infrastructure. That sense of it, we would have become digital India. And this progressive government really takes digital India seriously. As we've outlined that the areas of governance, the areas of health, the areas of education, the areas of public utilities, public services through digital delivery, and the whole value chain being digital in a truly digital economy. The last 18 months were a mixed bag. There was loss of lives and livelihoods, and that's very sad. But the only positive of that is that we've truly become a digital economy. The millennials are not only consumers or participants in the digital economy. People who were silvers, above 60, are also becoming very, very important part of the digital economy. We're truly growing. The digital economy's exuberance and the future is in some way captured by the valuations of the digital tech companies that have listed in the past few months, whether it's a gaming company or whether it's a e-commerce/food delivery company. And a lot of people say that the valuations are out of whack. A lot of people said the same about Amazon 20 years back. Oh, Amazon's valuation is very high. It does not have a path to profitability. But look at where is Amazon. And I want to make a prediction on our Digital India event that these companies in the next 5 to 10 years will surprise a lot of us because they're truly representative of what is happening in digital India, both urban India and rural India. We at BW Business World are a digital platform, businessworld.in, and we make sure all the stakeholders come together, debate, discuss what's happening in digital India. We're truly becoming a digital economy, and we all are becoming digital natives. We are no longer teenagers, but all of us have become screenagers. So I welcome all of you to this Digital India Conclave by BW Business World, and I look forward to listening to the leaders of the various initiatives, but both in the private and public sector that have been taken up. Thank you so much, and back to you, Kathy.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, for setting the context and kickstarting this wonderful event, the Digital India Conclave. Before we call in our keynote speaker, as you see him here, he'll be speaking to all of us. I'm going to show you the audiovisual of today's event, which is Digital India Conclave. Can we quickly have the AV, please? as you've already seen through this audiovisual, that we have luminous speakers speaking throughout today's event, talking about some of the pertinent topics. Digital India, enhancing information technology through innovation for smarter, connected, and digitally empowered India. And who better to have as our keynote speaker as we have here today, ladies and gentlemen. Please join me in welcoming our keynote speaker, Dr. Rajendra Kumar, Additional Secretary of Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. A very warm welcome to you, Dr. Kumar.
Thank you, and very good morning to everyone. In this session, our MOS also would be addressing. Sri Rajiv Chandrasekharji, Dr. Batra, Chairman Editor-in-Chief of Businessworld, all the distinguished participants in this event. I'm really privileged to be present here in this event and addressing you all on the Digital India program. As the theme of this session is on enhancing information technology through innovation for a smarter, connected, and digitally empowered India. Let me talk about the transformative impact that Digital India has had over the last 7 years now on the entire digitalization in the country in various domains, including in the government sector and the private sector as well. So as many of you would be aware, the Digital India program was conceptualized in 2014 and launched in 2015. It is now in its 7th year of implementation. And the original vision of this entire Digital India program was to digitally empower citizens and ensure that India could achieve the vision of digital transformation in its governance and economy. There were 3 key pillars of the vision that was originally conceptualized in 2014 and 15. First was to create a world-class IT infrastructure across the entire country. Second vision was to ensure that digital services could be provided through a seamless online interface to citizens and businesses. And the third key pillar of the vision was to digitally empower citizens through capacity building, through digital literacy, etc. I'm to state here that in all these 3 pillars of the original vision of Digital India, we have achieved tremendous successes today in terms of when we talk about the IT infrastructure. We have broadband access to almost the entire population. We have accessibility to government services to almost everyone. Even rural areas, we have currently more than 400,000 common service centers, which are providing services through online interface to all the citizens in rural areas. And in terms of ensuring that the citizens can really understand this digital transformation and avail the services through online or mobile platforms, the digital literacy program has also achieved great successes in ensuring that people are aware of the digital intervention that the government is undertaking for the benefit of everyone. So moving on from there, over the last 2-3 years, we have worked on enhancing this entire framework and laying out a new vision for the Digital India program. And this new vision is focused on ensuring that we can use information technology in the most meaningful way through supporting innovation, through encouraging innovation, and ensuring that India can become a really smart economy. And we can, in the government, move from the traditional models of governance to a smart governance. And this has been really laid out in the vision that in 2019, METI unveiled for the government and for the country. This vision was the $1 trillion digital economy vision that has been set for the country to be achieved by 2025. And this vision talks about the wholesale transformation of governance and economy through digital infusion in every sector that we can think of, including all domains of governance and all sectors of the private economy. So what does this $1 trillion vision entail, and how METI plans to really enable the achievement of this great vision for the country in the next 5 years? So let me just lay out a couple of basic ideas about this entire $1 trillion digital economy vision, and say how METI has planned to achieve that vision. This entire new vision for 2025, there are 5 main components of this vision, which I will explain briefly now, so that we can ensure greater participation of the stakeholders, and we can invite everyone to collaborate with the efforts that METI is undertaking to really enable the achievement of this vision. The first component of this $1 trillion vision for the digital economy is to move from the current model of application-based interfaces to a platform-based approach. So this platformization of the interfaces that government departments have with the citizens, they all are now being brought onto a larger platform, where the idea is to be able to offer the services from various government domains to the citizens and businesses through a common seamless interface. So let me briefly explain how this entire concept is working and how it is going to transform the entire interface that government departments have with citizens. The one main example of this approach is the new health platform that is now being built. The National Digital Health Mission has been launched by the Honorable Prime Minister recently, which aims at unifying the entire healthcare interface through a digital transformation into a seamless interface for everyone in the country to be able to obtain access healthcare services from both the private sector and the public healthcare providers. So this interface is now being developed by the National Health Authority, and the ministry is working actively to ensure that everyone can access this interface. And as a part of this, a unique digital health ID is now being created for all the citizens, which will enable them to seamlessly access their online health records, seamlessly access the healthcare services from both public and private healthcare providers, and ensure that they can access the insurance or other services online through a transparent mechanism. Similar efforts are now underway in domains like education, agriculture, in transport, etc., where the idea is same, to ensure that the current approach of offering services through multiple applications in the same domain can be brought onto one platform through which citizens and businesses can access services through mechanisms like single sign-on and other common interfaces, which will reduce the efforts and the time required for discovering the right services for them. So this is one of the key approaches that METI is working on in different domains to ensure that this vision of $1 trillion digital economy can be achieved through this approach. Already we have great examples of this platform approach to ensuring quick development of applications and departments being enabled to offer services quickly. So we have platforms like Aadhaar, then UPI, then the GST network, mobile platform, Mobile Seva, Umang, which are really world-class in terms of their scale and sophistication. And they also serve as the basic building blocks for different departments to be able to quickly develop applications using these basic building blocks and quickly go live. So that's the main advantage. Another example is our world-class platform for vaccination, CoWIN, which really has no parallels in the world. I'm happy to say that this is perhaps the best example in the world of using a digital platform for addressing the most pressing needs for ensuring that all our citizens can get vaccinated without any difficulty in accessing the platform and being able to find out the right center, for example, for getting vaccine, etc., downloading certificates for vaccination. So these are examples of how this entire platform approach is going to work in the time to come. The second element of this entire vision is to ensure that the government departments and the private sector, they are able to use emerging technologies, for example, artificial intelligence, 5G, then AR, VR, a whole host of them, in the most meaningful way to further enhance competitiveness and to be able to transform the services that they're providing to the stakeholders. I mentioned about the platform approach that will also enable the government departments to organize their data sets and offer them or use them for developing the algorithms using these emerging technologies. For example, AI can greatly help in really devising new approaches, new insights into the way the government departments offer services. So this is one huge case, I would say, for ensuring that we can use these emerging technologies to the benefit of the citizens and businesses. The third key element of this vision is to support and enable the startup ecosystem to grow in India. As we all know, startups are a key part of our growth journey, our innovation ecosystem. And currently, India is the world's third largest startup ecosystem. And we are rapidly closing the gap with the second place nation. And we hope that in the years to come, we would really be able to move up in our entire global standing. Today, we have 30 unicorns in India, which have been created during this year alone. And the total number stands close to 70 now. And if you go by some studies, then we already have 100 plus unicorns. So that's a great story that we can talk about, and that shows the strengths that we have in our innovation ecosystem, the strength that our entrepreneurs, our young educated population has in terms of really bringing out innovation, creating innovative products, and reaching out to not only the Indian market, but also the international market with these innovative products and solutions. So this is a key vision of key element of how we plan to achieve the vision of $1 trillion digital economy in the next 5 years. The fourth element of this vision, this framework, is to really promote electronics manufacturing. That's one area where we have made a lot of headway in the last 6 to 7 years, but still we have a long way to cover before we can really be counted as the global hub, as a global hub for electronics manufacturing ecosystem. We have done a great work in promoting mobile phone manufacturing, mobile device manufacturing, but we have to ensure that we can also become a global hub for semiconductor manufacturing and other electronic products and systems. So that's one area where MeitY is actively now making interventions to ensure that India becomes attractive for the global manufacturers and the domestic manufacturers as well for taking up this entire domain for further development. The fifth element of this vision is to support the growth of a data economy in India. By data economy, I mean that the data that currently the government departments are generating through their applications, which they already have for the last more than 10 to 15 years now, how that data can really be utilized to enable growth of new businesses, to support innovation, and to ensure that this can be used as a strength by the Indian businesses to really promote their international operations or international collaborations, and how they can get more businesses from the world's major companies so that the Indian economy can grow. This data economy, it has a couple of key components. One is that we need to put in place a legal framework for data handling and data processing. This is already being addressed through the Personal Data Protection Bill, which is now in the Parliament for consideration. With the PDP bill coming in, we believe that we would have the world's most advanced and most contemporary framework for personal data collection, processing, handling, sharing, etc., and which would put India at par with the world's best nations so insofar as the privacy protection and data handling is concerned. We would also be viewed as fulfilling the norms of data adequacy, which some countries in Europe are now seeking for, and which will enable the Indian businesses to really grow further and be able to forge more collaborations with the international companies. So this is one major area where I think with the PDP bill, this will enable growth of new businesses and emergence of a new data economy, which so far is not really able to reach its full potential. We also are working on making data available to the entire private sector ecosystem, including IT businesses, in a more effective way. Currently, we have the Open Government Data Platform, which makes available the data from government departments. But this platform needs to be extended or expanded to cover more sources of data, be able to offer curated data sets for the entrepreneurs, for startups, for students, for researchers, to be able to use to develop algorithms and test those algorithms in the emerging technologies. So this is another major area where we think the efforts by METI would help the country in achieving the vision of $1 trillion digital economy. So these 5 key pillars we think are key to really achieving the vision of $1 trillion digital economy of 2025. There are a couple of other things that we are now working upon, which I would like to briefly mention here. So as we all know, pandemic has caused severe adverse effects on lives and livelihood. But at the same time, what we have also noticed is that the adoption of digital has gone up manyfold. And this new normal that we believe is going to stay with us for forever now. So there is already a higher level of digital adoption. And with this new method of using digital, infusing digital in almost everything that we do, we think that the digital economy will get a push in the coming years, and it would help the country in really achieving the vision that we have laid out for the country. So in this post-pandemic new normal, the country should focus on digital first as the key strategy. And this is the key step that METI has been promoting. We are now asking all the stakeholders, including government departments, private sector, academic institutions, to think of digital first as a strategy whenever they conceptualize a new program or a scheme. So digital first would entail that they should think of digital as the core strategy for any new scheme or any new program that they want to launch. And digital should be used in the most meaningful way to ensure that the concerned program or scheme's objectives are met in the timelines envisaged. So this is one key change that we have tried to bring about in the entire approach of the government and the approach of the private stakeholders. So I believe that with these key efforts being taken by METI as a part of the vision that we have set for the country for the next 5 years, would help a long way in ensuring that all the stakeholders are aware of the potential of digital, how to ensure that digital infusion can be done in the most meaningful way, and how to derive the maximum advantage of such a digital transformation. So I think I would like to conclude at this point of time by wishing all the very best to all the participants in this event. I'm sure the deliberations in the event in the subsequent programs would be helpful to all the participants in understanding how digital transformation can really make life easier and make the businesses much more effective and competitive internationally. So thank you very much again for inviting me here, and I wish all the very best to all the participants. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Rajendra Kumar, for coming here, spending this time and sharing the vision of the new digital India. Thank you so very much. And as you've already heard from Dr. Kumar, we have a vision of $1 1 trillion economy for the digital India. And he said, something that takes us to our next discussion, which is that government as well as private bodies and businesses should adopt to the emerging technologies. Now we're going to talk about the emerging technologies ensuring seamless governance and public service delivery. I would like to welcome our panelist on screen for this particular panel discussion, Mr. Kumar Simli, Chief Technology Officer, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. A very warm welcome to you. I'd also like to welcome Mr. Amit Sharma, Administrative Secretary, IT and CEO, Jammu and Kashmir E-Governance Agency. A very warm welcome to you too, sir. I'd also like to welcome our panelist, Mr. Sandeep Kadam, Collector, Bhandara District, Government of Maharashtra. A very warm welcome to you. And I'd also like to welcome our last but not the least panelist, Mr. Satyajit Rajan, CEO, Kerala Infrastructure and Investment Fund Board. And to moderate this session, I'd like to welcome Mr. Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor, BW Businessworld and Executive Editor at BW Applause. A very warm welcome to all of you. And Ruhail, I'd leave the screen to you.
Thank you, Khyati. Thank you for the kind introduction, and really excited to talk about something which is so relevant in our lives. I want to straightway start with my first question. I want to come to you, Mr. Sharma, just to get a context of when we talk about ensuring seamless governance and public service delivery. How much has changed? We of course know a lot has changed, but how much has it impacted the efficiency of the system in your view? And what next for it? What next for the public in terms of getting more benefits out of it, quicker services out of it?
Good morning, everybody. It's always a pleasure to be with the business world and talk about different relevant topics. So you have picked up a very good thing, I would say, Ruhail. It is like seamless governance and public service delivery, as rightly pointed out by Dr. Rajendra also in his last talk. This is the basic, I would say, the content and the basic thing upon which everything hinges these days. Because you see, we started with e-governance reforms maybe some couple of decades ago, or maybe earlier than that. But now we have reached a point, I can't say saturation level, but then public wants things to be more, they want things at a ready platter. They can't wait actually, and they are very, I won't say they have become impatient, but then the technology has moved so thick and fast, like they want everything to be available at their doorstep. So providing a seamless governance is a very good idea. And I believe, I'm so happy to know that Government of India is very, very focused. And recently we had a visit of Honorable IT Minister and even Honorable MOS, IT MOS here as a part of the public outreach program in Jammu and Kashmir. In last 1 month span, less than 1 month only, I happened to spend quality time with both of them. And they also shared a clear-cut vision that they want this thing to happen within no time. Like, I can just share a couple of examples. Like during the visit of Honorable IT Minister, he was in Riyasi district, if you have heard about it, where Mata Vaishno Devi Shrine is.
I'm from the same duty, yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah. So you know much more than anybody else. So I mean to say, it's for everybody to know. So there we just zeroed in on few things. We were in Riyasi district and whole day we spent, and one particular thing we finalized there and then only to provide seamless connectivity to people. And we decided there and then only, like Mata Vaishno Devi Shrine, enroute the whole shrine, as well as Shiv Khodi Shrine. They're two popular things out there. So we thought that we will provide them hotspots and Wi-Fi connectivity, like the concept is going on. He is coincidentally Railways Minister of India as well. So he said, like in railways we are giving, why not? So we just had a brainstorming session, and I have already deputed teams and they are working upon it. Very soon we will have hotspots available. So that's part of the seamless, governance and connectivity to people. And then let's go further ahead. Like we are trying to reach to the doorstep of the citizens. And a part of that only, like we are going to enter into a tie-up with CSC SPV. I just had a word with CMD Shri Tyagi, and they'll be more than happy to partner with us, with the government of the UT of Jammu and Kashmir, and we will be providing services to the doorstep of the citizen. Like we'll see, earlier people used to traditionally people had to visit offices to get their works done. Then the paradigm shift took place, online services started coming up, and like through SSDG, service delivery gateways. And now the one step ahead of it, we are planning. I think in Delhi, some similar kind of model is already in place. Just on a phone call, people can approach the system and the government for different departments and services. And VLE will go, the person who will be providing the service will go at their doorstep, will be providing the requisite service, say a certificate or whatever they require. And this model will work like here, you belong to this area, it's a hilly terrain. Most of the districts are on hilly side. So what happens is like it's sometimes difficult, accessibility is difficult, approach is difficult. So we would be reaching out to people on the hills everywhere and provisioning them services at a very, very minimal cost, whatever CSE model says. So this shows like now this has become a reality, which was actually a kind of a distant dream. Now it has become a reality just because of the reason that you see public service delivery models are changing. That was basic content of your question. So public service delivery is most important. And another important thing I want to add about our JKUT, another initiative which we have taken is we have very active public grievance redressal cell, in which none other than Honorable LG of JK, he has a vision, and even our Chief Secretary, Dr. Arun Mehta. So they actually interact with the public. We call public there, and through connectivity, we are reaching out to them. We are listening to their grievances with all secretaries. We all sit alongside with Honorable LG sir, and there is a prompt disposal of whatever complaints and issues public have. So public delivery models are changing thick and fast, and we are actually very happy to accommodate people and help them out. Whichever suggestions the forums are open. We are ready to accommodate whatever they keep telling us. We keep incorporating and come up with solutions. On the same line, last thing I want to add on here, like we have a concept of Awam Ki Awaaz. Just like Honorable PM goes for Man Ki Baat, our LG Saab goes for Awam Ki Baat. So Awam Ki Awaaz. In that, he listens to the grievances of the public and he discusses, shares in that. He keeps the things keep. And it has become very popular. Things keep coming to him and he keeps redressing them this way. So this way, multiplicity of models are required. Not one model is required that only you have SSDG, that Public Service Guarantee Act in place. You have to actually deliver. You have to reach out to people. So that model really helps. And I believe JK is leading in that with multiplicity of models.
Right. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Sharma, for sharing those valuable insights. Mrs. Simli, to you, travel has, of course, taken a huge hit because of COVID. And we know, we have talked about that COVID as the chief digital officer to say, it has acted like that, it has had that kind of effect. When we talk about, the impact and the seamlessness that it ensured, the digital system, infrastructure. Give me a sense of how you used it. Was it easy? Was it tough to implement and take the digital first approach, even for the people you were serving too? Was it easier for them to adapt? What was the story like from your side?
Thank you, Mr. Royal. Very good morning. Let me at the outset also thanks Businessworld for having me here. I also greet all my co-panelists who are part of this particular panel discussion. But quickly coming back to the topic, Rohil, when I typically see towards public service delivery at large, public governance at large, And then how does this technology, especially since we are discussing about the emerging technology, advanced technology, and how they are playing a very big role, probably the last couple of years, or let's say last 3-4 years. And what I also foresee is another, I'll say, next 5-7 years, if you see, that will be, there will be a paradigm shift when we talk about government, no, a governance at large, public service delivery at large. And to my mind, no, if you ask me, to my mind, especially, no, there are 5-6 sectors, no, which will be, kind of a maximum using this emerging technology, advanced technology, to kind of create an environment where you as a citizen, I as a citizens, we feel collaborated, we feel converged, we feel synergized. These are the very important things you have to achieve in governance, public service delivery. Now, let me give, when I say these 5-6 sectors, the first and foremost sector is, no, definitely I feel the public tax administration at large, public provisioning of public services at large. Now, if I talk about the tax administration, provisioning of public services at large, again, 2-3 things comes to my mind, Rohil. When we talk about the tax administration, tell me how much of percentage are the taxpayers in India? Now, if you see the global ranking, vis-a-vis, if you see the global ranking, the other good thing which now we are progressing is, if I see on the world governance indicator of the World Bank ranking, the developing countries like India, Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, they rank somewhere in between 50 to 60 in the global ranking, in the World Bank ranking. However, if you see and look towards the advanced economic like Japan and let's say Singapore, their global ranking on the governance indicator, Japan ranking is 93. Yeah, Singapore ranking is somewhere near 100. So while it comes to leveraging technology, I really I am really happy to see that India is ranking somewhere in 50 vis-a-vis if we compare with the no advanced economics, right? And there that's why I personally feel that when we talk about India, the opportunity looks enormous. The future looks enormous in terms of leveraging this emerging technology. And what are these emerging technology we are talking about? When I'm talking about improving tax administration, provisioning of public services, education, health, let's say land management system, whatever I talk about, again, there are 5-6 emerging technology, Rohil. You will see that we will all realize that they will play a very important role. And to start with, the first emerging technology which will be impacting huge in all sense, in all spectrum of the society, is the artificial intelligence and machine learning. You will realize, and even today I am realizing that most of our public service delivery is applications are based on AI driven applications, right? Machine learning driven applications. They are able to kind of precisely predict what is going to come tomorrow. You just gave me an example of the pandemic, global pandemic, right? You know how much we have utilized AI as a tool, how much we have utilized another emerging technology like big data is a tool. No, while we are tracing, tracking, treating those kind of the people who were suffering through this pandemic, right? So AI, machine learning, big data. When I say big data, especially the unstructured data sets, we always talk about the structured data set which is within our own premises, within my own data center. But what about the unstructured data set which is floating across the internet, the big data part, right? So the big data will be the another kind of a huge area. You'll see that the governance at large, the government at large, the ministry at large, they utilize maximum. Even I am utilizing as part of my passport delivery system, whether it is AI, whether it is big data, right? Then the third technology, which again I feel is the blockchain. Now, blockchain is a technology when we are all fighting towards a cyber security issues, cyber security threats. You will see that blockchain is a technology that will be largely leveraged by our economy sector. When I say economy sector, that is the banking, fintech sectors, education sector, health services. No, the blockchain will be utilized maximum because the beauty of the blockchain is the service delivery can be near to the user. No, wherever you are, I can deliver that services without compromising the data, security, privacy, so and so forth.
Right.
Another two important points before I sum up, I just quickly want to touch upon saying that when we are talking about a digital economy of, let's say, US dollar 1 trillion kind of a digital economy, and overall economy size of, let's say, US dollar 5 trillion of digital economy, it's not about the IT or ITS sector alone. It's not at all about the IT and ITS sector alone. It's about how do you bring in your core sector into the mainstream. And when I say core sector, it is about agriculture sector, it is about education sector, it is about health sector. And the beauty of these emerging technology, beauty of these advanced technologies, they have the power to bring in an intelligent transformation to the core sector. And if we can do that, as I said, the opportunity is huge, enormous. So that's how I sum up, Rohit.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simli, and Mr. Rajan, who's been patiently listening to us and to the perspectives. Sir, to you, give me a sense of how the landscape of emerging technologies in the public sector has shaped up over the last couple of years, and also about your specific, the lookout that you have. How have things shaped up over the last 2 years? I mean, over the last maybe 1 year and 1.5 years. Sorry, your audio is on mute, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Amin. Good morning, everybody, all the other panelists. I would not give you last 2 years' effort. I will just tell you something which is different from other panelists have spoken. It's government in business, in the business of infrastructure financing. That is exactly what I'm doing after retiring in the month of March from the government. I have joined as additional Chief Executive Officer, not as CEO, as additional CEO of Kerala Infrastructure Investment Fund Board. The Chief Executive Officer is one officer of 1982 batch IAS, Dr. K.M. Abraham. He has moved additionally in additional charge as Principal Secretary to Chief Minister. So that has given us a big, what should I say, huge. I mean, as such, KIFBI has been creation of our present Chief Minister, Mr. Pinarayi Vijayan. When way back in 1999, he came out with the act, but it took almost 17 years for him to become the Chief Minister of Kerala and to look at this segment of funding outside the budget. And I would be sharing with you that we have today sanctioned projects worth 65,000 crores in road, in health, in IT infrastructure, and so on and so forth. I mean, a small organization with a limited number, 150, 130, 140 key people, how have we been managing such huge degree of, projects? Each department, PWD is a huge department. Each department of the government is a huge department. We are a small organization, a statutory body under the Act. And we have SPVs, special purpose vehicles, which are basically public sector undertakings. They could be in health, they could be in road, they could be in waterworks. we have been managing it through technologies. So the key thing is what I would like to share with all of you is that Dr. K.M. Abraham, personally, he is a civil engineer and he's also done his post-graduation in engineering and also done a doctoral degree, has taken a doctoral degree. He can write programs very well. So he's many of these things, he has personally contributed as far as the programming efforts are concerned. One most important thing which helps us manage is the project and finance management system. Now, our projects start right from the time the government approves and says this particular fund will not come from the budget, this particular fund will come from KIFBI. That is the short form for our organization. They have to upload into our project finance management system. So you see, we run a system, but we have to train the government departments who have interfaced with us into running of these systems. So right from then they select an SPV. So a special purpose vehicle is selected, and then the project is in principle approved by the KIFBI board, which is chaired by the chief minister. So once it is board, we give the financial sanction. So from the financial sanction to the tendering by the SPV to the payment to the contractor, this entire gamut is there on the project finance management system, which I personally consider a much higher upgrade of a office we have e-office system, and you must know that e-office also has been, Kerala's huge contribution. Kerala has been always leading in e-office as far as the country is concerned. But this project finance management system is a huge improvement on this, where from the project approval to the payment to the contractor, everything is there on the system. So this is one thing. We also have introduced something which is very simple, but you look at this, meeting information system. See, governments run through the meetings. Now the meetings, as soon as the meetings and minutes are approved, they get uploaded and automatically distributed to all the members of the meeting. This is again a system which has helped us, keep a close tab on the organizations, all the SPVs that we have. The most important, apart from these two things, the most important thing that we are running is an asset liability model. Because see, KIFBI 65,000 crores, the government has been giving us money. So far, government in the last 6 years has given us around 7,000 crores. But we have taken loans and other way that will be roughly around 15,000 crores. So how to ensure that when a particular project, the payment gets completed and the payment is to be done, how best do we have the funds at that point of time? For ensuring that we have the funds, we are able to have funds, we have this system called asset liability model. It has the ability to model any scenario based on input parameters and subject to certain management determined rules and conditions. It is, ensures accurate and timely data for analysis, comprehensive predictive model based upon artificial intelligence. Mr. Golak Kumar was talking about artificial intelligence is one of the major technologies there. We're using that technology in our asset liability model. So essentially, we are a funding organization to ensure that we have the funds, we have this asset liability management, to ensure that we have the right controls over the people, we have this. And now, since, even an organization like KIFBI has been attempted in Karnataka and in Telangana. Telangana is, of course, absolutely not working. Tamil Nadu has not been successful, but in Kerala so far, this outside the budget financing organization, because of our technological inputs, we have been able to do very well under the leadership of Honorable Chief Minister and our CEO. So this is a slightly different kind of a take, which I thought I would like to share with you. That's why I accepted.
Thanks, Mr. Rajan. Wonderfully put it across. And I want to move to my second question, starting with you, Mr. Sharma. We're in the last year of this last quarter of this year, and when it comes to e-governance, what are some of the learnings, if you and what is coming up? If we look at J&K, for example, just give me a sense of it. I want to request all the panelists to keep their answers to 3 minutes, so I can ask one more question post this.
Right. So, Rohil, as you already, the tone has been set and wonderful contributions from all our co-panelists. There's different kind of perspectives. Golakji, actually, we have been meeting earlier in those conferences when we used to be there, and now this is online virtual. Anyways, I am sure we'll be back soon on that platform. But like he shared wonderful perspectives, be it related to big data.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you to see you here. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a pleasure. Like we have been meeting often, so hope to catch up soon, either officially or otherwise in some conference soon. And you're welcome. You all are welcome to be here in Jammu and Kashmir. Even Rohel will do so. The place has a lot of things to attract you for. So anyways, let's get back to the important part we were discussing. So absolutely, in this last quarter, Rohel, you're talking about like, this is very, very important, critical. When you are coming to the closing of the financial year, and this quarter obviously means a lot to many. As far as JK is concerned, we have adapted and done so many good things here just to talk about and to build upon from here onwards. I've been talking in the past also, and again, I would share that implementing e-office was a historical step in Jammu and Kashmir, especially if we go by the thing like here, things were not at all how they should have been. Like civil secretariat, there's a peculiar thing here. Civil secretariat operates from two capitals. I am sure you all are aware, like winter capital and summer capital. So in those times, like we used to physically carry the record when secretariat used to move, the whole capital used to move. All records of departments in trucks and all, very traditional way to carry them. And we used to joke around that if one truck falls in the river running across on the national highway and the Chenab River, everything will, the whole department will vanish. So apart from the joke, there's on the serious note, one very important thing we need to understand, a lot of effort, lot of resources, and then probably impact on environment and whatnot is, and risk was involved in such things. So for us, implementing e-office was the need of the hour, because with it, we could have made both the civil secretariats live and operational simultaneously in both the capital cities. So that was a kind of thing which was not possible over last 2 decades, which we made possible in the beginning of this financial year. But for that, again, a strong will is required from the top to bottom, and primarily at the top, like everybody supported us, right? From LG office to everybody out there. It was a great support which had flown to us, and because of which we were able to implement it, and e-office is running so successfully now. Yesterday only, we had a big we basically analyzed that files are moving so fast here. Thousands of files are moving. There was a meeting headed by Chief Secretary. The government is so focused, like data analytics is going on, like where files are stopping, why stopping, which secretary, which level. So you can understand the contention and seriousness in implementing it. Similarly, we had some other major things which have happened over the past few months, and we're looking forward to build upon that, like implementation of SWAN all across in Jammu and Kashmir. Then we have taken it to the block level, and a very unique project came up here, which was DVC, Digital Village Centers. Again, we use the blockchain technology there. Through MPLS, we have connected far-flung areas, like we have gone up to the panchayat level. Connectivity has gone up to panchayat level, and we can have access, like people can have access from the panchayat of the top officers, and not only officers, they can even connect with honorable LG, everybody out there who are sitting at the helm of affairs to get their grievances and everything redressed, and we can reach out to them easily. We don't have to be physically there. So DVC has played a big role in JK. Similarly, we have been coming up with a lot of models in coming days. Like, we want to actually help people in a much more professional manner, like already told you. And the model I just talked about, CSC collaboration, and we'll be entering into MOU with centers of excellence soon, like Kashmir University, NILET, and other, for that matter, we have Shri Mata Vaishno Devi University. So they have a lot of centers of excellence from where we can put up things. We are into the process of revamping the whole of the LAN, the wireless connectivity. As I told you, hotspots are coming up, and under smart city, command and control centers are coming up. So we will be having a lot of things like which will be public centric, and where we will be reaching out with usage of artificial intelligence models.
Right.
So, because that is the future. Future lies with that only. So
Absolutely,
this is where
absolutely.
we have moved further and forward, and let's see what comes up next.
Absolutely. Mr. Simli, your thoughts on what is coming up? What are the big challenges that we still need to address when it comes to e-governance and emerging technologies?
No, absolutely, absolutely, Mr. Royal, and Mr. Amit has touched upon some of the point. In fact, I love this, my passion actually, when you talk about emerging technology. And as I was saying, no, the idea is how do we bring the core sectors part of the digital economy. And when we are looking towards bringing the core sectors, again, Rohil, two major thing comes to my mind is how do we create a data economy? And when I say data economy, I think I was listening to our AS from METI saying that, again, to my mind, there are two things comes very heavily. One is, you might have heard about earlier SEZ, Special Economic Zone, right? Those days are gone. Those days are gone. Today, we have to see for a data economic zone. Today, we have to see for a cloud economic zone. And these are the two very kind of a powerful strength potential for the country. If we can create those cloud economic zone, if we can create those data economic zone, and how do you get into there? There are again two factors plays a very key role. One is how do you bring in people participation, and how do you bring in industry participation? And believe me, the programs, the big programs, whether it is a passport seva, whether it is a Aadhaar, whatever you name it, unless you have these two participation in place, the industry participation and people participation, and then creating an innovative kind of a business model, which is a win-win scenario for everyone. When I say everyone, for the industry, for the government, for the people who are part of the service delivery ecosystems, right? So once you create this kind of a environment, then Rohil, you will also see that while we are going leap and bound towards this kind of emerging technology, we are talking about moving our workload into the cloud or the hybrid cloud away. Two very important things we have to keep in mind is how do we create a data strategy, and how do we create a data governance model where your and mine data is safe, where the people participating into a government ecosystem feel safe and secure when it comes to data, right? When it's use and reuse of data, when it comes to secondary use of data, I think that is the big thing we all have to look forward. And when I say how do you create a data strategy or a data governance model on a emerging technology kind of era, which is adding to our digital economy or the overall economy in a sense, I personally feel then when we are devising this kind of a data strategy, we have to look for 5 Ws, how you secure your 5 Ws. And these 5 Ws, I always say that nothing but your workload, your workforce, your workspace, your workflow, and your web. If you can secure these 5 Ws through a good data strategy, through a good data governance model, and when I talk about a data governance model, I'll take half a minute more saying that there again, there are 4 quadrants we have to see: the people quadrant, the execution model, the rules of engagement, and the tools and technologies you deploy. If you are in control of this, if you can create that kind of a visible environment, if you can create that kind of a transparent environment, I personally feel that creating that kind of a governance, public service delivery model, provisioning of service delivery to the poorest man in the village, to the remotest part of the country becomes easy. And probably that is what I am doing as part of Passport Seva program. So that's how I put it, Rohit. That's how I put it. Thank you. Your mic is mute.
I'm so sorry. And I can't afford to do that right now because I'm sitting with digital stalwarts here. So, Mr. Rajan, coming to you, you earlier spoke about the way Kerala has, pushed the newer boundaries when it comes to adoption of digital in the public space. Give me a sense of, are there any areas of improvement that, or the challenges that still need to be addressed? And what are those challenges?
See, the major challenge, I mean, the Additional Secretary said that broadband is there all over India. But we all know the quality of that broadband. In the village areas, in certain remote areas, it's pathetic. And Kerala again has been putting up optical fiber, connecting all the public offices, panchayat offices. So we'll have presence all over the state, which that connectivity will be used. That's a KIFBI supported project for 1,200 crores. Bharat Electronics Limited is doing it. And inspired by what Kerala is doing, now Karnataka is doing. So I will, Amit has been doing great job in Jammu and Kashmir. So, and he needs connectivity more than anybody else. So I would suggest to Amit as well, that, he should, in JNK also, the optical fiber network should be put in place. Once you put that in place, then only we will be able to say that people are connected. Connectivity today is not there for, I would not hazard a percentage guess, but for many people, mostly from the poor people. And after we realize online education has come to stay, if we do not provide connectivity, we will be doing injustice to people. That's one. Second challenge, Mr. Simli has told very beautifully. The government has more. We must have data security for government. It's so important because so much of data is now, personal data is residing on the government platforms, and that has to be secured. So that, to my mind, is the second biggest challenge.
Right. Great. I have 6 more minutes and I want to take my final question, starting with you, Mr. Sharma, is that we are closer to 2022. What are the focus areas for you for this year, for the coming year?
Yeah, for the coming year, as already pointed out, and our co-panelist Satyajit sir was saying, so let me share, key area is to take, first of all, connectivity to every nook and corner. We have a challenging place. Rohel knows better than anybody else sitting here. You see some places like Gurez or Dudu Basantgarh in Jammu region or Mahor, they are little bit cut off, Kupwada, some higher ranges. So you see, we need to take connectivity, and let me share to everybody here that we are taking BharatNet connectivity in a big way. BBNL is doing the project here, that we are taking fiber to actually every household. The idea is to take it to every household. And yes, in the recent visit of Honorable Minister also, we did the same thing. we actually geared up regarding both the ministers. MOS also came. Our focus is to take connectivity to the last mile user. And I'm totally focused. As a part of the policy, as a part of our chief secretaries, our LG subs vision, and even my efforts, we are totally focused to take it to the last mile user. And in yesterday's cost meeting only, we have finalized that 1100 nodes of BharatNet, which are already spread out in phase 1 in different villages, they should be operational. I took a meeting yesterday only on the same. So I know that the actual success lies in that only, when it reaches the last mile user. Otherwise, whatever efforts, whatever portals we are creating, like Dr. Rajendra was saying, they were wonderful visionary ideas which Government of India is looking at, like platform-based services, shifting from app-based services. I was just jotting down a few things. Already, CoWIN has shown a tremendous success all across the nation, and it has become a model, global model actually, to be replicated. So I endorse this idea, basic connectivity, either through MPLS we have reached to people, and now BharatNet cable we are taking. But I want to add on here that my challenge is of multiplicity of things, because in JK what actually happens is, like, we have areas which are cut off, like we talk about a district Kishtwad, higher ranges, we have Dachan, Madhwa, where still connectivity is a challenge. So what we do, we take things like VSAT connectivity is the only option. And you all know VSAT, yeah. And VSAT has limited options, like it can't spread like fiber. BharatNet, we can give 5 nodes to major government institutions. But through VSAT, there is a limitation. It can't have that much spread. It will have only 1 node or something like that, VSAT connectivity. So challenges are there due to the tough terrains out here, hilly terrains, and then most of the areas remain snowbound 5-6 months. Thankfully, infrastructure is coming a big way. Let me share that our road connectivity towards Leh Kargil will be open this year onwards. That's an infrastructural breakthrough again. A tunnel is coming up and it would make it through this year. This time, 12 months Leh Kargil will be open even in winters. So this is again an achievement in J&K. For the first time, we are connecting up towards the next UT, which was earlier part of JK State. So that this way we are coming up big way. Our ideas are going thick and fast. And I am sure with the cooperation and with the players, like I would even say you people sitting at Businessworld, if you can connect the best of the best technology people with us, I'll be more than happy to welcome them with the red carpet here in JK. So I am ready to accept everybody with good ideas, and I as CEO e-governance agency also, I am open to execute those ideas in the field. The only thing is we require total support from everywhere across the globe.
Definitely. Thank you so much. Quickly, Mr. Simni, your thoughts on the 2022 vision that you have and the top priorities, and then Mr. Rajan, final word.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think some of the issues, some of the challenges, they are going to exist, but we have to also find a way. For an example, the connectivity issue at the remote areas or a difficult terrain. I personally feel, and that's why the beauty of emerging technology is all about. We are now coming up with 5G technology. You know, the speed of 5G technology is almost 100 times faster than the 4G technology. There is almost the latency 0. So we'll have to look those kind of a technology, emerging technology, which you have to go to the remotest part and see that the services are delivered there and there. And that's why I said it's a combination of technology, whether it is a 5G, whether it is a cloud, whether it is a blockchain. These will bring beauty to address those sections of the society who are actually left out masses of our country, or bringing them into the mainstream. The second very important thing I also like to quickly say, saying that it is no more government alone, Rahil. I always say that it is no more government alone. You have to innovate business model where industry is playing a very big role to address these issues, right? And once you have that kind of a innovative model, service delivery model, I especially find that realigning or kind of a rethinking, or sometimes even you're rebooting your entire strategy. I typically tell them 3L: realign, rethink, and reboot if it is needed. right? If you
Absolutely.
take that strategy, take industry participatory route, opportunities are enough. We have to just leverage those opportunities. Thank you.
Sorry, I have to wrap up. Just 2 minutes, Mr. Rajan, quickly. Yes.
I am very happy. I'm particularly happy to see that for 10 years, J&K couldn't implement e-office, and then Amit could do it in the last 1 year. So congratulations to him. And I mean, MEA also has done great work. So I feel very happy that things are happening all over the country, and they will keep happening. So only good future. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Sharma, Mr. Rajan, and Mr. Sindhi for joining us on this discussion. And we hope to have many more such conversations. Thanks for taking out.
Thank you. Always a pleasure to be.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Over to you, Kathy.
Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that wonderful conversation. I'm sure our viewers have taken a lot of takeaways from it. And thank you, Rohel, for moderating it. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, as we are moving towards the implementation of IT in states growth, Bihar ahead of time. And here for this special address, we have with us Shri Jibesh Kumar, Minister, Labor Resources and Information Technology, Government of Bihar. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you, sir. A very warm welcome, and over to you. You may go ahead, sir.
Namaskar, good morning all. Under the best guidance of Honorable Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi ji, and the great leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, Bihar has shown tremendous growth across all areas of developments. In fact, Bihar is ranked among the top performing state in terms of GDP growth rates. Bihar has witnessed multidimensional growth across all fronts of the area. However, if we talk about technology, which is the most dynamic and ever evolving sector in the world arena, Bihar has shown great resilience against COVID-19 by adopting modern day technology and state-of-the-art infrastructure to enhance its ability to combat the deadly virus and sustain the social economic growth rates of the state in these difficult times. The COVID-19 pandemic has been worst time in many decades, but undoubtedly one silver lining is that the COVID crisis pushed companies and government over the technology tipping point and transform business forever. It has brought about 5 years change in digitalization in a little more than 1 year time. During the pandemic, digital adoption has taken a quantum leap at the all level, be it personal, organizational, or at the industry level. Since the COVID-19 pandemic broke out earlier this year, much of the world moved online, a digital transformation that has been underway for decades. Children as at home, internet access began attending class remotely. Many employees started working from home and numbers of firms adopted digital business models to maintain operations and preserve some revenue flows. We are facing a future where jobs, education, health, government service, and even social interaction may be more dependent on digital technology than ever before. Now, more than ever, we need to ensure trustworthy digital access and reduce risk associated with it. We also need to focus on IEC and digital literacy so that the vast population of our state may not be left behind. Also, we need to work on cybersecurity related risks. In this in these circumstances, the state of Bihar used a variety of techniques to combat this towards coronavirus, which has spreadingly at rapid pace. The Bihar government is committed to its goal, creating more job opportunity for youth, empowering Bihar socioeconomic rates. Bihar government has utilized technology to the fullest to mitigate the pandemic challenge, the support all sections of the society in most difficult time. Initiatives of the state are follows. Number one, GOR app. Bihar government launched GOR app for tracking the surveillance of the migrants and those who have come to the state through rail, roads and flights from across the country and abroad. The app has helped in tracking more than 2 lakh international and domestic travelers in Bihar and also helped to mapping their skills. The app has been developed by Bihar Disaster Management Departments. Second, Bihar Corona Sahayata app. Bihar state government has launched the Bihar Corona Sahayata app to combat COVID-19. The Bihar government provided Corona Sahayata of Rs 1,000 to each worker who entered Bihar from other states or was stranded outside Bihar under the Bihar Apada Prabandhan. The application was chosen as a winner in the pandemic category Digital India Award 2020 instituted by the central government. Home isolation tracking. HIT COVID app has helped the health workers in regular monitoring of the home isolation patients. The health worker visits the patient's home every day and feeds the temperature and oxygen data in the app through mobile/tablets. These data sets are monitored at the district level, and if the oxygen level goes below a certain point, then the patient gets shifted to a nearby healthcare center. This has helped to government in outreaching to a large number of home isolated patients and saved precious lives. The app was developed by BSEDC under the guidance of the Health Department and IT Department. E-Lavarthi. The E-Lavarthi system has been received a major transformation in electric service delivery and financial inclusion, which bypass the pain points of the existing service delivery mechanism. Funds can be transferred by the bank directly to the bank accounts of identified beneficiary, DBT of all scheme of the education departments, including the Chief Minister's bicycles, dress, scholarship, meritocracy, incentive amount, Chief Minister's Kishori Swasthya Yojana will go directly to the students. More than 60 lakhs beneficiaries under various schemes have benefited from the scheme in a year. EPDS electronic public distribution system. In the COVID-19 pandemic, the state government has provided free ration to around the state governments contributed monitoring other assistance, including free ration to 1.64 crore ration card holders and cash Rs 1,000 in the accounts. Skilling in IT sector, the Department of Information Technology, Government of Bihar is providing technical skill training to the youth of Bihar for 9 different courses and through 117 skill development centers under the IT's domain across the states. The technology skilled workforce of Bihar will be an asset of the investors and entrepreneurs. Healthcare initiatives. Healthcare sector's initiatives taken during COVID to make it robust during the pandemic times. E-Sanjeevani. Through the E-Sanjeevani, patients living in the remote village would be provided medical advice through video conference like to primary health center and district level Sadar Hospital. Wonder app. It would help in providing better Medicare to pregnant women. Referral transport tracking system. People would be get a better and timely ambulance system. Ashwin portal. This portal ensures that ASA workers who are the backbone of village healthcare get their incentives on time. VC application online meeting. Online meeting have become the norms of the day, and the same has been ensured through obtaining Microsoft Teams meeting licenses. BSEDC has provided Microsoft Teams licenses for online meetings to various departments. This has helped to department in functioning during the lockdown. College Wi-Fi. Bihar government has been providing Wi-Fi and college campus so that students can download books and study materials from external sources. IT department is planning for innovative use of technology such as artificial intelligence, IoT, blockchain, big data, etc. in service delivery. Some IT department initiatives that are being taken a plan to transform the way government functions in the new norms induced by the pandemic area, blockchain-based land ledger, GIS, use of AI, and IoT in agriculture, use of AI, and big data in security and surveillances, CFMS, e-office, e-vidhan, security operation center, Bihar State Data Center 2, Smart Village, etc. Some of the key initiatives that have already been taken to keep afloat the government system, even a pandemic, are as follows. E-office. The e-office has gained traction with the many departments migrating to the e-office system in Bihar. Department of the Information Technology, Government of Bihar, and its PSU, Bihar State Electronic Development Corporation, have made a remarkable progress in the field of future ready and fast-paced e-governments by implementing e-office and switching over its office working fully to digital platform. The faceless and contactless digital platform has resulted in increased efficiency, transparency, and reduced turnaround time by replacing the old manual process with an electronic file system that allows the modern outlook. It evident that e-office has helped in checking the adverse impact of the current pandemic on government's functioning. The state government is proactively maximizing the reach of e-office to all the government offices across the Bihar. The vision of e-office is to achieve a simplified, responsive, effective, and transparent working of all government offices. E-Vidhan application, a live demonstration of the national E-Vidhan application, which will enable paperless proceedings at Vidhan Parishad was held in Patna on 3rd June 2021. Key highlights of the application are NEVA is a digital legislator infrastructure aimed at digitizing all the legislator in the country under the One Nation, One application. The application will strengthen the management of legislators' data on the single platform, empowering society and knowledge economy. CFMS. The CFMS Bihar portal has been developed by employees to help them track their salaries. The CFMS Bihar portal is an online platform used for the management and disbursement of salary disbursed by the government of Bihar. Bihar State Data Center, BSDC2, the Disaster Recovery Center, infrastructure of augmentation is the key focus area of the Department of Information Technology, Government of Bihar. Bihar State Data Center, BSDC2, is equipped with high efficiency data storage with multiple layers of data security and with the proof to the milestone of Bihar e-governance initiatives. Bihar Aadhaar Authentication Framework, BAF. BAF is an umbrella framework that enables all Aadhaar-based transactions in the state and help in authentication and identification of beneficiary electronically in a safe and quick manner, making service delivery more efficient. It also helps in the removal of host beneficiary and help to reduce leakage. Bihar State Wide Area Network, BISWAN. BISWAN provides connectivity to all departments and government offices situated at district and block level for inter-department secured communications and help to accelerate and growth of IT in government offices. E-procurement. E-procurement to delivering service to the state machinery by the providing seamless procurement related service virtually. It was pilot tested in June 2020 and went live in August last year, which was in the middle of the pandemic. Now CDAC. CDAC Patna has initiated work, research and development in field of artificial intelligence, data services, cyber security, cyber forensics, and Internet of Things as a part of initial planning IoT. It has since been expanded to include blockchain development, quantum computing, and cyber physical system. The center intends to focus on the trust area of ITC for agriculture, health, education, language computing, e-governance, heritage, and a smart city technology. CDAC Patna intends to develop core competencies in the aforementioned domains and trust area through knowledge sharing from 11 independent CDAC lab with over 3 decades of experience. It will continue to strengthen the work in emerging region by the carrying out projects, cultivating collaborations, providing mentoring, and cutting-edge training. It will also add in the development of capacity in emerging technology, innovation, incubation, and entrepreneurship. The high-performance computing, artificial intelligence supercomputer has been set up at the CDAC Patna Center to lead in artificial intelligence domain and harvest the capabilities and opportunities that AI can provide. along with a resource, a collaborative and integrated platform with the goal of establishing a unified AI framework is processed. This is the first AI center infrastructure of its kind in the eastern region, which includes Bihar, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Odisha, and West Bengal. It will meet the need of premier R&D institutions, startups, entrepreneurs, and academia for AI infrastructure. This infrastructure will be critical in encouraging research organizations, entrepreneurs, and startups, and multinational corporations to invest in the IT industry and establish the Eastern region as a new IT hub. This infrastructure will also aid in the development of a skilled labor for current and future technology needs. It is a moment of pride for Bihar that CDEC has not only established the Advanced Computing Training School in Patna, that Patna is now correct. The Patna is now the country's sixth placement zone for CDAC, catering to the placement of the candidates from northern region. This will create lots of job opportunity for the youth in the region, which is main goal right now. Plan which can propel the overall growth and empower us with technological weapon against COVID-19. Elevate the impact of COVID-19 on the economy now, the boost growth later. The first through digital platform, authorities can provide official, trustworthy, and timely information and advise COVID-19. Of the 193 United Nations member states, 167 countries provided information on their national portals, mobile app, or through social media platform that cover outbreak statistics, travel restrictions, practical guidance on the protection and governmental responses. Reliable information from the government helps people make informed decisions about their daily routines and build public trust. In the United Kingdom, the government launched a automated chatbot service on WhatsApp that allowed the public to get answer to the most common questions about COVID-19 directly from the government. We are planning to launch dedicated and automated chatbot for Bihar on similar lines. This will help our citizens get necessary info directly from the government without any misleading information and data discrepancy. Second, online platform connect millions of students and workers to their schools and offices from home during the closures to contain the spread of the COVID-19 in China, Colombia, Italy, Jordan, South Korea, Spain, and the United States educators embraced online learning and help lives streaming classes through digital platforms such as Alibaba's DingTalk, Google Hangout, Colibri, and Microsoft Teams. Around the globe, businesses are bringing their teams together face to face with video conferencing and screen sharing on electronic devices through digital platform. Augmentation of the existing technology infrastructure like Bihar Cloud, Seklan, Vishwan, public Wi-Fi, fiber optics connectivity, BSDC2, etc. will lead us to prosperous future and possessions to efficient combat technology against the pandemic. Third, digital data and artificial intelligence can help diagnose the monitor infections virus in South Korea, and artificial intelligence firm released free COVID analysis software for the early diagnosis and assessment of the virus symptoms. The software can detect, segment, and produce 3D models of lungs damage caused by COVID-19 based on analysis of CT images. The country also used contact tracking in the combating the coronavirus outbreak through mobile technologies such as GPS, cell phone, masks, and AI-powered big data analyst to help the government understand manage the spread of COVID-19 within their communities. On similar lines, integration of AI in the Hit COVID app can help us recognize the war against COVID. Also, we will be able to cope up with the initiable third wave, which is knocking at the door. Now that Bihar as a state is ready with adequate infrastructure and technological advancement, the Department of Information Technology, Government of Bihar, is fostering a startup culture by the providing allotment of the rent-free space for startups operational in the field of IT's software technology park, ESDM, along with firms involved in the research and development, IT's products and services to attract investment in the state. Bihar Invest IT Bihar campaign aim to encourage investors and entrepreneurs to invest in the Bihar IT sector and to make this state preferred investment destination in eastern region. Bihar is on the way to becoming next IT hub in the country with infrastructure development going at the fast pace and offering ITs and electronic companies a great platform. I would like to thank the organizing body for having me on the show and would like to extend my warm welcome to all the esteemed keynote speakers and viewers. With the technology and human efforts, we can also achieve the unachievable. Vande Mataram, Jai Hind, Bharat Mata Ki Jai.
Thank you so much, Shri Jibesh Kumarji, for that wonderful address and paving the way through Bihar being ahead of time in the technology department. Thank you so very much once again for being here. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving forward to our next panel discussion, which will discuss about the use of artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain, analytics for citizen-centric services. Moderating this session is once again Mr. Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor, BW Businessworld and Executive Editor, BW Applause. On the panel, we have with us Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, Principal Secretary, Industries and Commerce and Information Technology, Government of Telangana. On the panel, we also have with us Mr. Shri Sundar, Secretary, IT, Government of Andhra Pradesh. On the panel, we also have with us Mr. Saroj Tripathi, Joint General Manager of Odisha Computer Application Center. I welcome all of you to this wonderful event, and Ruhail, I'll leave the discussion over to you.
Hi, Khyati. There's a slight change. Instead of Mr. Ruhail Amin, I'll be moderating the session. I'm Urvi Srivastav. I head the CFO World editorially. So today I will be your moderator. Mr. Amin is not able to join us for some personal reasons. Thank you.
Welcome, Urvi.
Thank you. Hi, hello everybody. I would request you to please switch on your cameras and mics, and so that we can have a more inclusive discussion here. So right now we have Mr. Jayesh Ranjan and Mr. Saroj Kumar Tripathi who have joined us. So not taking too much time waiting for everybody else, let's just start the discussion with how would you define something as diverse as citizen-centric services? Earlier it was on paper, then came the era of RTI, today it is digital. So Mr. Tripathi, starting with you, how would you say the idea of citizen-centric services has changed across, say, the last week?
I couldn't hear you properly. Can you please say it again?
I was asking you, sir, that given that the idea of citizen-centric services has evolved across the last decade, how would you define it now in this ever-changing digital era?
Yeah, citizen-centric services, government is for the citizen. So citizen-centric services, its definition has changed rather. We are approaching, earlier what we used to do, we used to provide the services through digital platform. Now then we enhanced the digital platform, automated how to provide the services in the doorsteps of the citizens. Now what we are planning, that instead of citizen to come to the office or to get the service, we should approach or we should go to the citizen and provide them the services. Like say, someone is right now entitled to get a residence certificate. So he should know from our side that he is entitled to get the residence certificate and he will get the residence certificate. That's how right now we perceive the citizen-centric services.
Okay, Mr. Ranjan, I would like to ask you that how has it helped the citizen? Of course, the obvious answer is that they have reduced the travel time and it is a lot more feasible for people who do have access to technology. But in addition to these obvious things, what are the other nuances that the citizens can benefit from when it comes to digitization of services?
See, the ideal scenario for any government to claim that it is the most citizen friendly or it is the most citizen centric can be captured in 5 points. First of all, is the interaction with citizens presence-less? I mean, do you require the citizen to come to you, or can the citizen avoid coming to you and handle his transactions with the government in a contactless manner, presence-less manner? Then, is there certain defined jurisdictions? So, for example, let us say in Hyderabad, I live in Begumpet. So, do I have to interact only with the officer concerned in Begumpet area, or can I interact with anyone? So, is there some jurisdiction constraints? That is one point. Then, is there any discretion of the bureaucrat or the officer or the government representative? Is it completely contactless? There is no discretion involved. And we also see that in the past, citizens are asked to submit lots of papers, lots of documents. So ideally, can it be made completely paperless? And finally, in the government, as we all know, there are office hours. The government offices typically function from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. So is citizen interaction only limited to those 6 hours or 7 hours or 8 hours? So ideally, the government would like to have a facility which has no jurisdiction. A citizen can access services regardless of where he is. I may have some work in a Hyderabad office, but I may be sitting in the US and I may still be able to transact my work. I need not submit any form. The person who is receiving my case, he need not exercise any discretion. And of course, I don't have to be physically present, and it can happen anytime. It's not constrained by 10 to 5 or 10 to 6 kind of office timing. So if these ideals are achieved, we can truly say that this is an absolutely citizen-centric or citizen-friendly government. So there, it's not to say that this is all utopian. I mean, when I say all these things, it looks very kind of ambitious, that no contact, no paper, no presence, anytime, no jurisdiction. But many of us would know this, that in Estonia, this is how the scenario is. I mean, Estonia is the role model for all of us in India, for rest of the world, where all these principles are there in every aspect of governmental transaction. And the more we are able to achieve all these features in our own interface with the citizen, the more citizen friendly we will become.
Okay, so I have a question along those lines for you again, Mr. Ranjan. Given that the central government is, of course, taking steps to make Digital India and Atmanirbhar Bharat and the like a success, can you tell us about some specific steps that the government of Telangana is doing to promote Digital India and blockchain and artificial intelligence?
Yes. So what we have done is that we have identified, this is a continuous process, but we have identified certain services where it is possible to achieve all those 5 things that I spoke about. Like the citizen does not need to come anywhere. The person who is handling his case need not exercise any discretion, and he did not submit any form. He need not meet anyone. It can happen at any time. So one by one, we are rolling out technology-enabled citizen services, which have some of these ideal features of Estonia. So I'll give you 3 examples in which we have done that. And the technologies that we use, they employ some of these that you spoke about: artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep tech, big data analytics. And the initial results have been very, very encouraging. So I would like to give 3 examples to you. We started about 4 years ago with an application which relates to payment of pensions. See, you may know that if you are a pensioner and if you have to receive pension from the government, once a year at least, you have to physically go somewhere to a bank or a treasury office or a government office to physically show that you are alive, and therefore your pension should be continued. So obviously for elderly people, for senior citizens, this is a hassle, like traveling somewhere. And obviously because of old age, you may have lots of mobility issues and you may not have that kind of freedom to travel anywhere. You may have to rely on attendants and so on and so forth. So it's a very discomfortable kind of scenario. So in Telangana, this was the first area which we chose to attack, that how can we ensure that senior citizens, people who take pensions from the government, they can do so by sitting at their homes. They don't have to visit any office. There's no jurisdiction. There's no paper submission. And once we were able to master that technology, we have applied it in multiple other contexts. There are 2 other very successful examples. One is about transport department services, particularly renewal of driving licenses. That is again a fee service which we have made completely, we have brought it to Estonia standards. The third one is application for admissions in government degree colleges. That process in Telangana is called DOST. So all the DOST applications have been made Estonia-like. So these are some of the examples. I can share with you later how the technology works. How do we do artificial intelligence? How do we do machine learning? But these are the examples where we have been able to completely transform the way citizen services were delivered earlier. Earlier, you were required to go to the office in whose jurisdiction your work belongs. You can go only in the office hours. You have to carry paper forms. You have to be personally present. And the person on the other side, he had lots of discretion, whether to agree with you, disagree with you, call you another day. So all that has changed now. So this, in my opinion, is the way all citizen services eventually will have to be delivered. And as I said, Estonia has very successfully done so. So no reason why we in Indian states should not be able to emulate that.
Okay, so it's very good to learn that digitization and all the latest technologies are used across the spectrum and not just with topics that we come across day to day, like digital payments and the like. So I have a similar question for you, Mr. Tripathi. What is the Odisha government doing with respect to using technology like machine learning and artificial intelligence, and how is it benefiting the citizens of the state?
During this pandemic period, actually, we have started developing a dashboard which will disseminate the information to the citizens. Now, the first approach was to use a predictive analysis so that the different kinds of information regarding the COVID-19 situation, how many beds are available, all those things we have started that. Now, prior to that, we have started a campaign on the blockchain technology adoption in paddy procurement. So we have developed the system, paddy procurement automation system, what we call PPAS, using blockchain technology that ensures the security of the data and other things. Next, as visitors are coming into the secretariat for various government jobs, we cannot stop them coming into the secretariat. So we have implemented a face recognition system in the secretariat automation system. So anybody who comes gradually, as you know, the artificial intelligence is a process of learning the things. So it has matured to a certain extent right now. So we are able to identify the people through this particular system, those who are genuine, or those who are really adopted this system and coming into the secretariat with their pass. Then next thing is that the state dashboard, what we have prepared. And the state dashboard, many things are available. The first one, what we launched is COVID-19 dashboard. So there also we have used, we have just introduced AI concept by using a WhatsApp botnet. So bot chart, when we developed, the bot chart actually ensured that the fake information which are being propagated by others stopped actually. So bot chart is an artificial intelligence-based system what we have developed. There, anyone who gives you a question, the artificial intelligence system incorporated into the bot chart, understands the question and gives them the right answer. The question set comes and right answer the citizen will get. So this is widely accepted by the citizen during this COVID pandemic. So like this, we are developing many other systems as Telangana Secretary said, issuance of life certificate also we are adopting in our system right now. So citizen need not go to the pensioner, need not go to the treasury or post office or any office where he has to give presence, his physical presence once in a year, especially in this month of November. So need not go there. Through video KYC as well as through photo KYC, we recognize that person and ensure that the liveness of that person is correct, and then pension is issued to them. That's how we are progressing. And not many areas are there where we are trying to adopt, like one area what we are trying to venture in, that the irrigation sector. In irrigation sector, the water, whether it reaches the destination or not. If it is not reaching, a sensor-based data we collect. Then the sensor-based, those data we analyze. So in next year, depending on the feedback of the previous year, we used to plan for irrigating those particular areas. So this system is under process. And we'll be able to know that whether any issue comes while water is flowing to that particular destination or not. So at various points, we'll put the sensors. What should be the water level in that canal in a particular area? All those things we'll try to capture and analyze. Then we'll provide the services.
So it's great that it is being used in ways that me and I'm sure a lot of people might not have thought, who do not interact with, say, the farmers or the local population on a day-to-day basis. While all of these initiatives sound very egalitarian and very thought-provoking and very futuristic in its implementation, it is always not a bed of roses. So when it comes to ground level implementation, we know that people in India everywhere do not have access to the internet, leave alone come across concepts like Internet of Things or blockchain or analytics. So Mr. Tripathi, starting with you, I would like to ask, how is the government of Odisha bridging this gap between the have and the have-nots, and how do they intend to keep the people who are digitally unprivileged at par with those who do have access to the internet?
So you first said that people do not have the internet connectivity in most part of the country.
In quite a few parts.
Right.
Yes.
So what we have done here, actually in our state, up to the block level, we don't have any issues so far internet connectivity is concerned. Now we are expanding almost half of our districts. We have send the internet connectivity up to the panchayat level. Right now, we are trying to take it to the village level through the project, what we call BharatNet project. So that will ensure. Now, whatever application we develop it in two modes. One is offline mode as well as in online. This is because of the reason what you have cited. Suppose internet is available, but it is frequently giving issues. It is not consistent. So in such scenarios, if you go to any village right now also, these private service providers, they are providing the internet, but it is not consistent. So in order to address that, we have made our applications offline as well as online. So that what will happen, even if internet is not there, user can use the application, take the service. So they can feed their information, and automatically when internet will come, our network connectivity is restored, it will be uploaded. So that's the way through which we are trying to address this network issues. But I don't think after 3-4 years, all the villages will be equipped with internet.
Okay, Mr. Ranjan, I have a similar question for you. Like Mr. Tripathi said that there are various initiatives going on to make internet accessible for all, right down to the village level. Having said that, how do you plan to have advanced technologies like blockchain or analytics or artificial intelligence right down to the village level, to the point that everybody is using it in their own homes?
This is a very valid point. In programs like Digital India and also state programs. So for example, our version of Digital India is called Digital Telangana. In all these programs, we give lots of emphasis to digital infrastructure. So for example, in Digital India, the most ambitious program is called BharatNet, under which internet has to be taken to village levels or panchayat levels. In Digital Telangana, our goal is even more ambitious. We want to take internet to every household. To every home, we want to provide high-speed internet connectivity. And looking at the disruptions which were caused by the pandemic over the last 1.5 years, we have decided to fast-track this project. In our original Digital Telangana plans, we had plans to connect every household only by the end of 2023 or 2024. Possibly, but we have speeded up that project, and now most likely by the middle of next year, that is middle of 2022, every household in Telangana, there are more than 9 million households, every household in Telangana will have a high-speed broadband, reliable internet. So this is a very big achievement. I don't think any country today, even let us say a country like the United States, can claim that every citizen is connected with internet. So this will be a very big claim for us to, very big milestone for us to achieve. And we feel very proud about it. But I've also realized one thing, this project is rolling on, some number of villages have also got connected. But the experience is that, let us say I'm a common villager, I live in a village, and suppose I went to sleep tonight And next morning when I woke up, someone told me that, hey, there is internet at your doorstep. So I'm not going to start jumping with joy, with excitement, rush to the shops, buy a laptop, buy an iPad and start getting on this internet. So for hundreds and thousands of people, this is not how it is going to pan out. A large number of people are expected to remain very indifferent to it. I mean, even if you tell them that, hey, there is internet at your doorstep, they will have no understanding of what this internet is, how will it help them. And of course, there are some number of people who are in whose priorities buying a device or a phone or a smart tab, that is not really figuring. They have other priorities for the present. So that is unfortunately how the reality is. People are either not able to prioritize investing in devices to benefit from the internet, or they don't have any understanding of the value of internet. So our belief has been that while we continue to invest in infrastructure, because digital infrastructure eventually is the backbone of any digitalization process that you want to do. And that has to be the government's main responsibility. But at the same time, with equal effort or maybe even more effort, you have to create the buy-in of the people, even the most common person in the village, that internet, that digital matters to him. It will make a difference in his lives. And that can only happen if you show to him before his eyes how digital solutions can help him improve his life. So this is what our effort has been, that we should roll out one solution after the other, which are easy to understand, easy to use, and they address a very strong pain point which the person faces in the village, or in any kind of a disadvantaged neighborhood, any working class neighborhood, etc. So if you are able to solve his pain points in a very user-friendly, simple and affordable fashion, then slowly the belief that, okay, technology is good, it will work for me. So tomorrow when internet comes to my village, I would also like to participate. Even if I'm not able to buy a device, I may be not able to afford it right away. There are assisted facilities available in every panchayat. We are setting up a digital kiosk in which there'll be an entrepreneur who will guide people, those who don't have devices or those who don't know how to access technology. So we are creating all this facility, but eventually the buy-in of the community is very important. And the more solutions you roll out for them and help them see the values of technology, the better their participation in Digital India, Digital Telangana will be. So just to make a concluding point, in our country and also in the state of Telangana, the largest provider of rural livelihoods is agriculture. We all know that either people are farmers or they work on fields. So that is the biggest source of livelihood. And agriculture activities have multiple challenges which can be solved using technology. So for the last 3 years, we are doing a large number of agriculture-focused technology programs where we use all these things that you spoke about, artificial intelligence, machine learning, but that is all at the back end. The customer-facing or the user-facing applications are simple, and they answer, for example, his pesticide problems. For example, cotton is a very common crop in Telangana. Pests on cotton are also very common. So how do you tackle pest attacks instantly using the best possible scientific advice? And so many other issues of the agriculture community, we are able to find technology-oriented solutions and showing to them that before you use this technology, pests would eat away half your crop and you would lose so much of income. And now that I have a artificial intelligence-based pest detection tool, you're able to instantly in time respond to the pest attack, double your income, save your crops. So these things are making an impact in the grassroots. And I'm very sure that by the middle of next year, when we are able to provide internet to everyone, there'll be many more users than there would have been if we had not done this kind of a technology-based extension activities.
Mr. Ranjan, you make a very interesting point here that a large part of getting people to accept technology is a psychological barrier they have to overcome with respect to the indifference they might have to it. So with that thought, Mr. Tripathi, I wanted to ask you, just like Mr. Ranjan said that he's doing ABC number of projects on the ground level, what is the government of Odisha doing when it comes to, say, the farmers or the population in general with respect to digital adoption?
Yeah, So from ground level, we strongly believe that the capacity building within the government offices is first thing, because unless and in government offices they are adopting the technology, services cannot be provided. So we are massively going for the capacity building in the government sector first. As Mr. Jay sir said, it is very important that whether a citizen in the village area is having digital adoption as a priority or not. That is also very crucial. As you know, most of the places in Odisha are hilly areas, and reserved peoples are there. They won't be able to come, or they won't be able to know whether what is digital technology, what is a computer, all those things. As other states have done, we have also done more Seva Kendras in Panchayat level. So even if it is not necessary that in a village network connectivity should be there, if they have the nearest Panchayat where internet connectivity is there, they can come and take the services which government is providing. So we are enabling the village level entrepreneurs, those who are going to provide the services to others. That is also our second priority, where village level entrepreneurs are being selected, they are being trained, and they are providing the services at the panchayat level. In some cases also at village level also, we are providing things.
Okay, so yes, I've come across some point of sale application and the like, which a lot of people execute at the ground level when it comes to digital India and all the associated concepts. It's usually a person working at the ground level that the people in the village trust or can have faith on, and would take their word for it when it comes to digitization. So since we're on the topic of people, blockchain, and gaining their trust, one very important issue that comes up is cyber security. So when we talk about blockchain and analytics, we have all seen in the last 1.5 years, especially since the lockdown, that cyber attacks at an individual and government level have gone. So given this kind of climate that we are in, how do you plan to convince the people to move towards more unsure things like Internet of Things, blockchain, analytics, and the like? Mr. Tripathi, we'll start with you.
Yeah, so far cybersecurity is concerned, I'm just stopping my video because the connectivity is a little bit problem right now. Okay. So far the security is concerned, we have taken a lot of steps to secure the government data, the citizen data. All those things are secured right now. Everything we are keeping in the state data center. Then right now we are on the process of developing, setting up a cyber security operation center, where actually we are using blockchain and artificial intelligence, ML, machine learning, all those things we are using there to gather the security information, whether which one is or which IP, which resource is trying to attack us. That's what we are trying to set up in our shop. So far, citizens are concerned. Now people are gradually getting aware that this is what the security is all about. When I am using a mobile phone and doing the transaction, what precautions should I take? Actually, this is, in my opinion, this is an issue with awareness. People are not aware. Once they lose money, they get aware. Isn't it? This is what the current scenario is. But anyhow, our responsibility is to provide them the security, assist them in ensuring their property, their data, their money, everything is secured. So we have cyber security centers or cyber security police centers at most of the districts, from where we are collecting the frauds or whatever cyber security incidents happen in that locality. We collect and we try to give them the assurance that yes, your money, if you have lost the money, you will get the money. In fact, we are succeeding, but even the success rate is 30%, but we hope that in future we'll succeed for the entire security gamut.
All right. So, but when it comes to the psychological barrier that people have, for instance, if we use terms like blockchain and machine learning, people tend to associate it with things like cryptocurrency, something people are very skeptical about. What about that part of, citizen service where you tell them that we are using blockchain and the like, and they just completely back out and they just refuse to be a part of it? How do you intend to communicate and build a harmonious relationship with the common man in that regard? Mr. Tripathi? Okay, there seems to be some issue with the audio of Mr. Tripathi right now. So, Mr. Ranjan, I'll direct this question towards you, similar to what I had for Mr. Tripathi earlier. How do you plan on winning the consumer, or should I say citizen confidence when it comes to an era of cyber hacking, especially in the last 1.5 years, where people are feeling very unsafe when it comes to executing their actions, be it payment or otherwise online?
Completely agree with you. We ourselves face this difficulty, and as you rightly pointed out, particularly in the last 1.5 years. So roughly about 1.5 years ago, as you know, when the first spell of lockdown was announced, that spell of lockdown was really very harsh. I mean, no one was allowed to come out of their homes, and there's no question of going to a bank or an ATM, etc., etc. So we also wanted to promote more and more digital payments in the state, particularly in the rural areas. And we found this concern getting through across the state, wherever we would go. This will be one of the very common concerns raised, because at that time, if you recall, particularly in the months of April, May, etc., literally every day the newspapers will carry reports of online frauds. Particularly a very popular fraud at that time was called the KYC fraud. Like someone will call you pretending to be representing some either a payment gateway or a digital wallet, and then they will ask you all kinds of questions. And in that process, they will also somehow manage to get your password. And once your password is exposed, then obviously lots of money is taken out of your account. So multiple such cases would erode confidence of people, and particularly many of the people whom we were trying to get on this digital bandwagon were actually first generation users. They don't have too much of familiarity with digital. They are kind of quite gullible. So we realized that the only way to tackle it, there are two ways rather. One is, of course, to create more awareness, teach them about financial etiquette, digital etiquette, etc. Do it in multiple ways using multimedia. And we were able to create lots of material, lots of content in Telugu. And fortunately, we have a very good network of citizen service delivery centers, which in Telangana are called Me Seva. And because people, regardless of who they are, whether they are rich people or poor people, they all come to the Me Seva centers for some digital transaction or the other. So we use the Me Seva person, the operator of the Me Seva center, to be the digital disseminator of all that information. In his center, we also displayed big posters in Telugu, which explained about these frauds, etc. So awareness is one. And of course, exemplary action. If some fraud is happening, obviously some criminal is behind it, someone who is breaking the law is behind it. So how quickly you are able to catch that person, take exemplary action so that such incidences are minimized. But definitely this is a challenge which we need to, and this cannot be overcome with just one kind of a one-off kind of intervention. You have to be at it repeatedly, regularly, persistently, and then only people's confidence in adopting digital will increase.
Okay, so we have Mr. Balakrishna here. He's from the ITC Department of Government of Andhra Pradesh. Good afternoon and welcome to BW Business World.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Business World. Thank you for
joining us. And given that you have joined a little late, I'll pose some of the earlier questions to you now. I wanted to know what are some of the initiatives that the government of Andhra Pradesh is taking to ensure blockchain, machine learning, and the like is making a head start in the state.
Good afternoon to Businessworld again. Good afternoon to my seniors, Rajendra sir and Saroj Kumar sir, and other dignitaries. It's indeed a pleasure to join this conversation and share the vision of our state and achievements so far. With reference to your question on emerging technologies, especially when you bracket them as AI, ML, IoT, AR, VR, and stuff, we have a two-pronged approach. One, a few years back, we hit the ground running with the real-time governance society, where we adopted a series of technologies. For example, the Internet of Things, IoT technologies, for real-time sensing of traffic, real-time information of people and vehicular movements, and using several analytics from licensed service providers like SAS, MATLAB for our analytics part. And there were discernible cases, there were good cases. In fact, we were able to help the police investigation units in several of their crime detection work. We were able to monitor the traffic. We were able to monitor the street lights switching on and switching off, right from the engineer right up to the Honorable Chief Minister's dashboard. We were able to do all this. But then somewhere down the line, we realized that this is not, the expenditure on this is not in sync with the core of the IT department's work, that is delivery of citizen services. And when we parsed our citizen services architecture, we did find a few gaps. For example, Rajendra sir was mentioning about MiSeva and how they were used during the pandemic season. Even during the non-pandemic season, our finding was that many of the MiSeva centers were conglomerated in urban centers. In the sense, though the vision was to serve the rural citizen who stayed in villages and gram panchayats not connected with even pakka roads. Many of our MiSeva centers were operating as a kind of a group in major mandal centers. Obviously, because it was a commercial model, the franchisees saw scale economies in setting up shop in places where there is a bustling traffic, say a local RTC bus stand and things like that. So one can well imagine how this spread across the state, and as a result of which, the Tier 1 and Tier 2 towns were very well served by the MiSeva centers. But the problem was, it did not reach much of our rural masses in the countryside. Just to give a sense of the metrics here, 42% of the population in our state are yet to be digitally included through a smartphone or through a functional phone. So it is as bad as that. And so the thinking now was to how to include them digitally. And then we hatched or launched the Grama Sachivalayam, Ward Sachivalayam concept, where we had this MiSeva technical architecture, but along with that, the government took a strong stand that they should be situated as government offices in all the Grama Panchayats. That means scaling up from the present 6,000. Scaling up from the present 6,000 to something like 12,800, almost doubling it. So we went about in this journey. That means we had to recruit, we had to ditch the commercial model partially. We recruited volunteers, we recruited officers for manning the Gram Sachivalayam, while earlier there was only one commercial operator and one terminal. Now we had 8 officers representing 8 important aspects of rural administration, like land records, health, environment, sewage, water supply, and so on and so forth. We had 3 to 4 terminals in this Gram Sachivalayam, and the vision is to convert this all into digital libraries so that all our brethren who are working abroad or who are working anywhere else in India and who are now here for pandemic-induced stay at home or work from home, we also plan to give them good VPN connectivity so that they can work from here. So that is the IT infrastructure part. But how about AI and ML? Especially these two technologies are much talked about. And these have been around for the last 50, 55 years. In fact, artificial intelligence, the term was coined by computer scientists way back in 1956. But the huge compute power, which I am now describing, like terminals in every Gram Panchayat, internet bandwidth of 20 megabytes, and so on and so forth, they made several algorithms of AI and machine learning workable. I mean, it did not take hours and hours to run these algorithms. It was much faster. And where were these applications? That is much interesting. In fact, we found a huge set of use cases for IoT, that is sensing signals and passing on through simple internet connections in fisheries, right, where it was difficult for farmers to monitor the water levels, alkalinity, acidity. It was much difficult. So we had a simple IoT solution for that. I was already telling you how we were leveraged some machine learning, supervised and unsupervised learning algorithms for our traffic and crime signal detection with our real-time governance society. In fact, we stretched it a bit further. We also instituted a mechanism of calling all the citizens and asking them using a Likert scale, a scale which spans from 1 to 10 and asking how good is this service? Give me a number 10 if the service is good or bad or something like that. And we collected all these metrics and using another prediction algorithm and a regression technique, we used these indicators to indicate the performance of the department. And the department was given 1, 2, 3, 4 stars. And this resulted in a lot of, as you can well imagine, certain kind of a rivalry between the departments, bad blood, so on and so forth. So it did not come out as a good solution, though the intention was to use good predictive analytics for bettering the administration. Another use case of machine learning was in the AP Cybersecurity Operations Center. Cybersecurity itself is a emerging technology where we are running to stay in the same place. That is how good the hackers are. But here we used the tool from IBM firm, which is called IBM Watson. It is a AI powered machine, which gives us enabling ecosystem to detect cyber frauds, to detect hacks, to detect gaps, to detect which are the departmentals are yet to move into the HTTPS domain. That means secure domain. So these are 4 to 5 broad areas which they can think about when I talk about emerging technologies. We also plan to use blockchain. I was listening to your question. Blockchain is usually associated with cryptocurrencies, but the mathematics, because it essentially follows a Poisson distribution. So the application and use cases for blockchain is wide and varied. Wherever we want records to be kept secure, wherever we want nobody to hack in, wherever we want nobody to tamper with, and where we want everybody to see all records. These are some of the characteristic features of blockchain. We see potential applications in the revenue department for land records, in the health department for health records. But we are yet to come across a robust algorithm because the developers are very few in blockchain development, though we get a lot of developers, full stack developers in other areas of computer and software development. Blockchain developers are few to come across. So we are waiting till the industry matures and see how best we can leverage this in our administration. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Balakrishna, I have another question for you in line with the cybersecurity only, which I had posed earlier as well. Given that, as per some estimates, the amount and the number of hacking incidents have risen by about 300% in the last 1.5 years, how do you plan to win the citizen confidence in such a time when hacking is so prevalent, especially when it comes to making them overcome the psychological barrier of using technology and parting with their money more so, and using digital infrastructure? What are the steps the Andhra Pradesh government is taking?
Frankly, we have left this to the private domain because in the government sector, where we see touch points, Jayesh sir already said, the touch points are Niseva centers, where the number of transactions, though voluminous, they are all small tickets. How much are we collecting for a caste certificate? How much are we collecting for the issuance of a marriage certificate? How much are we charging the citizen for a vehicle slot in the motor vehicles department? It's all 35 rupees, 45 rupees. Max it goes to 200 or 300 rupees. Then there is other huge payments coming in through the payment of royalty for the mines department. So since the payment systems are matured, the citizen himself has, because they are transacting worth crores, so they too are fairly well adept with what tools to use and what tools to adopt for transferring such huge payments. So with reference to the government sector, cybersecurity comes into play only when we want to store and protect the citizens' data. That we are ensuring it through our Tier 4 category data center, which is the highest level. It has a power usage efficiency of 1.25, and that's quite a good standard in the industry. When you think that the Google's data center in the United States has a power usage efficiency of 1.21, so that is where we stand. So all I'm trying to say is, with reference to the citizens' data centers, with reference to citizens' transactions, our security systems, which we adopt for financial transactions, are quite robust. We have been doing this for the past 2 decades, and I have not come across too many incidents, except for citizens when they're asking for refund of money for some of their failed transactions. That too, we are issuing it with a time lag of 3 days, 4 days. But otherwise, our payment systems are fairly robust. With reference to the citizens' awareness and with reference to the citizens' knowledge about cybersecurity related issues when transacting with private entities, say private sector banks and things like that, we are relying on the private sector for this. Can be done only through a continuous capacity building. And we have taken a leaf or a page from the Karnataka government. I don't know how many of us, since my father stays in Bangalore, I pay the water bills online through the BWSSB portal. And there, at every page when you travel, they are given a set of easily comprehensible instructions, very simple ones, but which makes much sense. They say the web does not refresh itself for a long time, you don't transact. If you don't get a password, don't enter any, use only the virtual keyboard. So these kind of...
Mr. Balakrishna, you are not audible right now.
Should I?
Yes, now it's okay. You
Okay.
Sorry, what were you saying? We can start from the last sentence.
Yeah. So the IT cell of BWSSB. I'm just taking a random example where I go in for paying some of my water bills. They have at every page, at every stage, there are a set of instructions easily comprehensible by the citizens. Like they say, if the password, one-time password doesn't reach you within a, say, 10 seconds or 20 seconds, please don't transact now. That means there is some issue with the server. They say don't hit the refresh page because you will lose the money. So these kind of small tips, which the citizen has to be engaged, the citizen has to be taught, it has to be a continuous process. So in a nutshell, for the government transactions, we have a fairly matured, well-protected system. Sometimes we falter on refund of payments, but that also we are taking care of. As far as the payment systems to the private sector are concerned, we have requested all our friends who are in this ecosystem to constantly engage with citizens with capacity building programs for cybersecurity. But as I began the topic, when it comes to cybersecurity, we all have to keep running rigorously just to stay in the same place. That is my take on this subject.
Okay, Mr. Tripathi, we have about the last 9 or 10 minutes before we can wind up for the day. So my next question is for you. A lot of work is already being done in Odisha, but henceforth, what are the new projects that we can look forward to, and what is the research and development the state government is doing to keep itself, as Mr. Balakrishna says, at the same place with respect to cyber attackers?
We are intensively going into the security aspect. So far, we have developed our SOC, Security Operations Center, and now we are trying to set up a center of excellence where all the research activities on the security aspect will be carried out. It will focus especially on investigation part of the cyber crimes. That will focus on investigation part of cyber crimes, and it will also help the policing authority to start or to do the exact process through which they can catch hold of the criminals. So recently, in fact, there is a data leak from DRDO. We have a launching pad station here in Odisha. From there, it was leaked, but so far we have studied, we have found out there are instances, there are the locations from where the particular social media activity, honey trapping has been done. But this is not the way what we think we should progress. We should have a very structured process in place so that any activity, any cyber security breaches that can be addressed. Now, as everybody said, that everybody also agree that it is up to the citizen in some cases. We can ensure the data of government, data of citizen which are stored with the government, but not the personal data of the citizens, or like say bank account information, password, all those things. So for that reason, we are planning for extensive campaign, social media campaign, as well as IEC activity, what we call in government parlance, IEC activity we are planning to carry out so that people will be ensured or people will do their transaction properly.
Okay, Mr. Ranjan, I have a similar question for you. What is the government of Andhra Pradesh doing with respect to R&D in technology, particularly machine learning, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things? And how is it planning to implement the same when it comes to citizen-centric activities?
See, I mentioned this a while ago. We are very focused on new generation technologies. We are perhaps again one of the very few governments, or maybe the only government which has set up a separate wing in our IT department to focus on emerging technologies. And we have taken good resources from the open market who have a background in these technologies like artificial intelligence, etc. So thereafter, we have done 4 things. One is that for each of these emerging technology domains, we have announced a policy or a framework or an approach on what the government will do to deepen that particular domain. So, for example, there is an AI framework, there is a blockchain framework, there's an IoT policy, there's a drone framework, and so on and so forth. Then our approach is to work with all the other stakeholders also. So whichever are the best private companies in that domain, whichever are the most promising startups in that domain, the academic institutions. Hyderabad, as you would know, has some of the best academic institutions in the country. Similarly, we also collaborate with Government of India. Government of India has institutions like CDAC, etc., which with whom we are collaborating. And I forgot to mention it when I was giving you examples. I'm happy to share with you that on 15th or maybe on 18th of this month, the first ever trial for electronic voting, that is remote voting, like a person casts his vote sitting at home, that will be tried out on the very first occasion in the country in a town called Khammam in Telangana, in which we have collaborated with a Government of India institution called CDAC. So CDAC and Telangana government have jointly designed this application under the guidance of our State Election Commission, and it is getting tried out on 18th of this month, the first of its kind, where some people will be allowed to vote without coming to the polling station. And of course, the technologies which are involves artificial intelligence for voter identification, machine learning, and most importantly, blockchain for securing the vote which has been cast. So we do all kinds of innovative things in these emerging areas. And as I said, we are very close to bringing Estonia-like experiences for the citizens in various citizen delivery services.
Okay, Mr. Balakrishna, quickly, I would like to know from your end, given that you are collaborating heavily with the private sector, when it comes to coming up with new technologies in machine learning and artificial intelligence, is Andhra Pradesh going to take the public-private partnership route, or is it solely dependent on the private sector? Mr. Balakrishna, you're on mute. Okay, so I suppose he's okay. He's
yeah. So sorry, I just there was a phone call. Just can you rephrase the question again?
Yes, I was saying that Andhra Pradesh seems to be heavily collaborating with the private sector when it comes to new products in machine learning and artificial intelligence. So in this regard, are you going to go for public-private partnership route, or is it solely a private sector venture?
It has to be through the public-private partnership, because private sector will utilize their expertise, their resources, if there is a business proposal involved. Unless it is profitable to them, they won't do it. From the government's perspective, we will give them an enabling atmosphere for them to work and ensure that there is some good return for the private sector's participation. This is a challenge while we are designing PPP projects. You have to take care of the viability of not only the private sector's capability to do it, it has to be remunerative for the private party to be a part of this program. At the same time, it also has to render value to the citizens. So in a nutshell, yes, we have to go for the PPP route because we do not have expertise within the government sector for taking on emerging technologies.
All right, so with that thought about future plans, let's just wind up for the day. This discussion has been very insightful. I would like to thank all our esteemed and senior panelists for joining us, and I hope you have a good day henceforth.
Thank you. Thank you.
Over to you, Khyati. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you once again to all our panelist dignitaries. Thank you for being here and sharing your insights with our audience. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving towards another fireside chat here, which is going to be moderated once again by Urvi Srivastav, editorial lead, BWCIO World. And I'd like to welcome our esteemed panelist for this fireside chat, Jyoti Arora, Special Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Government of India. A very warm welcome.
Thank you once again, Khyati. Hello, ma'am. Welcome to BW Business World. A very good afternoon to you.
Very good afternoon to you as well, Urvi. And I'm very happy to be part of your digital enclave. Thanks for inviting.
Glad to have you on board, ma'am. So let's just start off with our discussion. As you know that we are going through the times of COVID, so digital technology has been acknowledged and leveraged widely across domains. How do you observe the transformation of IT sector across all domains of operations?
We all know that pandemic has been a big disruptor, and it has affected almost a large part of humanity and large businesses across the value chain. I think digital by its very nature has the capability to deliver services anytime, anywhere. So I think digital services ensured business continuity, and those businesses which were digital or went digital, they were actually able to do well operationally as well as financially. The prime example I would like to give is of IT services and digital payments. For example, 90% of the IT and ITS services in India, for example, which employs around 45 lakhs people, they were able to work from home and were able to, the workforce was able to deliver the services both in the private sector to the domestic clients as well as international clients. And I would just like to give you one example of the kind of digital payments, how they have increased during this period. In the financial year 2019, it was 1.04 billion transactions. And in the financial year 21, and March 21, they had risen 3 times, 3.07 billion. And in terms of volume, again, it was from 1.86 trillion rupees to 3.4 trillion rupees. So I think there was, as far as the digital services were concerned, pandemic actually helped in adoption of these technologies, and those services and businesses were able to do well. As far as the delivery of services from the government platform is concerned, we are at least proud to say that we were able to deliver most of these services digitally. For example, I think the people watching this show would know that through the PM Kisan scheme, which was brought during the pandemic itself, we were able to distribute the Aadhaar-based subsidy to the farmers, to 10 crore farmers. It's not a small thing. So by and by, and also all our platforms were working very well, UPI, Aadhaar-based DBT transfer, and through our Umang app and DigiLocker, we were able to roll out all the services many of the services digitally to the citizens. In the private sector also, I think for the private sector also, I think a pandemic created an inflection point, and many of the e-commerce players, they were able to increase their business. You would have seen that even small Kriana shops, they also went digital. And at least to some, I think it became a kind of a driver. Pandemic came as a driver for increasing the digital services. Of course, there were a lot of problems. There was human misery in terms of the health hazard. But otherwise, I think in terms of government services and even in the private services in the digital domain, this pandemic actually came as a big mover.
Since we're in an era of digital India, and that's what our conversation is primarily around. a lot of people tend to club the initiatives of Digital India along with Make in India or Atmanirbhar Bharat. So in that light, can you tell us about some of the, what should I say, schemes or the push the Ministry of IT and Electronics is doing to enhance the domestic IT and electronics manufacturing?
See, METI by its name is Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. So we divide our work into two parts. One is the electronics hardware and other is the IT services, right? So as far as IT services is concerned, this actually IT and IT services is contributing around 8% to the government, the national GDP. And it is employing, as I said earlier, 45 lakhs the workforce is 45 lakhs. Now, in terms of promotion of IT services, we did two things. We have done 2-3 things during these pandemic times. One is that we provided a policy framework where people were able to work from home. The Department of Telecommunication provided the kind of bandwidth where you also have seen that all these people were able to work from home, from anywhere. So the bandwidth was, which was provided, and the regulatory framework which allowed people to work from home, that is one thing. And the second is that we started a program of future skill. That is the workforce, because it's an emerging technology area. So the workforce needs to be continuously skilled. So along with the NASSCOM, we have developed a program of future skills where for the existing workforce and for the upcoming workforce, we are training them in all kinds of emerging technologies, whether it is artificial intelligence, blockchain, machine learning, robotics, etc. So that there is a movement from the lower level services to the higher end services as well. And the workforce, and we are giving incentive to the people who are already employed, so that when they are taking time away from their job, so they are compensated for that. It's a very, very innovative scheme, which we are doing it with the help of NASSCOM, and there has been a tremendous response for that. Now, as far as the electronics, domestic production of electronics items is concerned, you talked about what we are doing about in the electronics manufacturing for the Atmanirbhar. Look, we have been doing this for the last 2-3 years. We understand everything cannot be manufactured in India. But the electronics, we still have today only around 1.3% of growth. We were having only 1.3% share of global electronics manufacturing in 2012, which has only moved to 3 times, that is 3.6% in 2019. But in the global sphere, you would appreciate that it is not, looking at our population, looking at our size, it is not very substantial. So we want to move the needle from 3.6 to a higher percentage. So we have identified where we have the strengths. So electronics is going to be a big disruptor. With the new coming up of the IoT and with the coming up of the 5G, electronics industry is going to take a very different shape. So for that, we have brought out 3 major schemes. I think country is very well aware now. There are other departments also coming up with production linked incentive scheme, but our ministry was the first ministry which created the template for providing this kind of an incentive for the industry to move their supply chain from other countries to India. And I'm very happy to point out that with the twin initiative, one from the fiscal incentives in terms of tariff, etc., and also in terms of direct benefit in terms of the production linked incentive scheme, which for the manufacturing, which was around 40,995 crores for 5 years for which was called the PLI for large-scale electronic manufacturing, essentially catering to the mobile phones and its components. The second scheme which we came up was the production-linked incentive scheme for hardware, IT hardware, where we wanted that the laptops, tablets, PCs, and servers, these should be manufactured in India. This scheme is also around 8,000 crores for 4 years. We are going to give incentive for people who will be setting up industry here. Now, these schemes together are likely to create more than 8 lakh jobs in the indirect and indirect manner. And with this kind of a phased manner scheme, we have already increased our mobile production from 6 crore in 2015 to 33 crores in 2019-20. So now going forward with this PLI scheme, I think there would be a major fillip to manufacturing of mobile phone and all the IT hardware which I have just stated. The other scheme which we have brought is the scheme for promotion of manufacturing of electronic components and semiconductors, which is around more than 3,000 crore scheme, popularly known as SPECS. So there has been a tremendous response into all these 3 schemes which were launched during the pandemic time in the last 2 years. So I think with this kind of a focus, and we are also trying to have the buy-in of the states by creating electronics manufacturing clusters there. And we are giving up to 300 crores to each state, which is partnering with us. I think we are going to able to create an ecosystem where a lot of electronics manufacturing will start coming here. It has already started moving, and we in the components and in the IT hardware also will soon see that a lot of production starts happening. And you talked about the Startup India. There are n number of schemes which the METI is supporting to create an ecosystem regarding the deep startup. There is a Startup India program. I think many ministries are doing it, but our focus is to have a deep tech, which has all the new technologies embedded in it. So today also our minister was actually looking at this program and trying to give us guidance. We have a lot of presence in the tier 1 cities. Now our focus is going to be to go to tier 2 and tier 3 cities where there is much more hunger. So we will be supporting them not only with mentorship, etc., but also with direct investment in their ventures, and also give them market both from the state sector, become catalyst in providing support, demand support from the government system as well as from the private industry.
Okay, given the multitude of efforts and projects METI has lined up for itself, it is clear that its applications are there across domains and not just electronics. So given that fact, we have all seen how the use of information technology has changed the face of healthcare. In light of this, what has been your observation with respect to the COVID-19 pandemic and the transformation impact IT has had in the healthcare domain in the last 1 year? And what predictions do you hold about the roadmap for IT in healthcare in the coming days?
Well, Ludwig, that's a very good question you have asked. In fact, healthcare and health industry has actually seen a lot of change. I think we are all kind of seeing what is possible. All of us probably were kind of using this Arogya Setu app, just the kind of technology which we can sit with our private people. It was a public-private, this app was developed in the public-private model, and there were around 20 crore plus people who downloaded this app, which was not only that it was helpful in contact tracing, but also it was able to tell us about more than 3,000 hotspots where this virus could, there could be people affecting through this virus. So we were able to proactively take all the state governments that the data was shared, and the state governments were actually warned, and they were able to take proactive action so that those hotspots are not developed. Similarly, the CoWIN app, I think the kind of large population we have, CoWIN is one app which has been kind of appreciated all over, even in the international domains. The UN has appreciated, everybody has appreciated, because just the volume of it, the kind of ease of doing business which it has brought, onboarding. I think by now we have been able to have more than 73 crore registration, and over 92 crore people getting vaccinated through this digital app. So the kind of convenience it has brought to people who are the users and the providers. So I think the third kind of thing which we have seen in this pandemic is the telemedicine. Even our own eSanjeevani, which was developed with the help of CDAC, I think till now 1.3 crore consultations have happened through this telemedicine. And we have now started the Ayushman Bharat digital mission, where through the digital mode, everybody will get a card and will have all the history. And then whenever somebody goes to a hospital, then there could be not an anecdotal evidence, but a digital evidence for the doctors to take a decision about the health status, and also in diagnosis. You have Urvi asked, what do we see in future? I think this has become a big disruptor. In this pandemic, we saw that doctors could not actually, they had to wear that PPP kit, and only then they were able to. So it was very cumbersome. But I think with the emerging technologies like IoT, 5G, and AI, the combination of this is going to increase this journey of telemedicine. Doctors don't necessarily have to be present to see the patient. They can remotely kind of give consultation through all the sensors and everything. I mean, that is the future. The medicine is good. This is the future. The medicine is going to go that way. So one is that there will be a lot of technology for the diagnosis, the AI tools, etc. For the diagnosis, even for intervention. And also, I feel there would be a lot of disruption as far as India is concerned in making of the medical devices. If we are seeing that as one of the very important areas where I would urge the people who are kind of looking at this program, that medical devices, as of now, we are importing most of the medical devices, but the kind of fillip which we are giving through the SPECT scheme, where again we are promoting the electronics components. So the medical device has an electronic component built into it. So I would urge people to get into this domain. This is going to be a very, very huge industry. And with the kind of schemes that METI has brought in, this is something which we feel that in India there will be a lot of increase in making of the medical devices with new technologies.
Okay, so Digital India and IT, as we saw, has applications across verticals. It is just not just limited to the electronics industry hardcore as such. So given this fact, how is METI able to fix its budget? What is the key focus while deciding how to allocate resources?
METI has a budget envelope of around 10,000 crores. So let me tell you what are the pillars on which we work. One pillar is that we want that digital infrastructure is available to every Indian citizen. Then we also want that there should be digital governance and services on demand. to be given to the citizens digitally. That is the second mandate we have. And third, the most important is the digital empowerment of citizens. We want to have very, very great digital inclusion. We want that the last person sitting in a maybe Naxal area or a remote tribal area also has a similar access to the services as a person sitting in Delhi or Bombay has. So that is our vision. So at the same time, since METI is also in our in our work allocation, we are also the METI also governs the internet. So one of our tasks is that we should have safe, secure, and accountable internet. So therefore, there is a lot of safety, a lot of budget which also is going for providing this kind of a security. And third is that we naturally want to have Atmanirbhar Bharat, and we want to have one of focus area is to create an ecosystem for where we have electronics manufacturing both by the large businesses as well as by the startup ecosystem. So this is how our budget is, the pillars on which the budget is divided. But I think, let me tell you, I think many of your listeners might not be knowing that METI has one of the, some of the very, very agile and old institutions which are serving the nation as such, not only the METI as such, but all the government departments of the central government as well as of the state governments. I would like to name one, which is the NIC, National Informatics Center. I think every citizen has come in contact with NIC or NIC services in one way or the other. So any digital initiatives which are taken by any of the ministries, central government ministries or the state governments, they are, NIC is either providing the solution or helping in providing the solution. So a large budget of METI also goes in supporting the NIC. Similarly, we have an institution called CDAC. I was just listening to the chat which you were having just before that. The officers of Telangana were saying that they have sat with CDAC to have an application for their election process. So CDAC is another organization which we support and which helps in the state governments and the central government in curating and making their programs and portals and platforms. And then we have the UAIDI, one of the major, basically the Aadhaar system, which is built on the UAIDI, which is being used as the identity of the digital identity of all the residents of, not only digital, physical identity of all the citizens of the country, and which is being used as a layer for providing many services. So that also a major part of our budget goes, some part of our budget goes for supporting the UAIDI also. Apart from that, we are leading a Digital India program. You can see on my screen, the Digital India, Power to Empower. So Digital India program essentially means that we are responsible for development. The last corner sitting, a person sitting in a remote village, our mandate is to give digital literacy to that person and to support a PhD program through the Vishvesvaraya scheme, which is enabling people to go for PhD in the deep tech areas of electronics. So, one is the manpower development. We spend a huge amount on that. Second is the supporting of the electronics manufacturing, these PLI schemes, those kind of schemes. And third component goes to providing electronic services and platforms. Now, going forward, earlier this was the era of apps. Now it is the era of platforms. We are building platforms with many of the ministries, whether it is health department, education department, agriculture department, where we are bringing all the services together at one platform. and providing the anonymized data to those platforms so that there is a private sector persons can also not only for accessing of those services, but providing products which can bring more value to whatever services we are already providing. So that is, and fourth major important part is, as I said, safe and secure internet. We, the certain, I don't know many of you whether you know it or not, digital world is a different world now. This is another highway on which there are many kind of robberies taking place. There are many kind of, harms being caused. So how do we prevent our citizens from that? For that also, for cybersecurity, there is a major some spend which goes from the budget. And also some part, because we are an applied science ministry also, on emerging technologies. We want to productize the emerging technologies, also provide an ecosystem where the research also happens and also the applications come from there.
Okay, so when we talk about Digital India initiatives taken by the government, MeitY was coming out with some data center policies. Can you elaborate that concept to us and where we are in its implementation now?
We all know data is going to be the next fuel. We in the government only feel that the kind of services the government is rolling out, there is going to be a growth of 10 to 15 times of storage and compute, which we will probably be needing in the next 3-4 years. Similarly, in the private sector also, there is going to be a huge demand for data storage and data compute. Now, looking at that, and also from the fact that our data protection bill is is with the parliament, where we envisage that there would be some content, some policy framework for the localization of data. So we feel that there would be a lot of great need for many data centers. Now, we are coming up with a scheme where we want India to be created as a large data hub, a data center hub, and we are also coming up with a policy for making data center parks. That policy is almost getting finalized. When we had consultation with the industry, they had 2 pain points. One was that the ease of setting up of the data center, there are some issues. So sitting with the state and sitting with the central government, we have kind of tried to simplify that. That is also going to come in as one part of the data center policy. The other is giving the financial incentives. That since it is still under discussion, but it is still under finalization. It has already been discussed, it's under finalization. So I would not like to give the contours of it, but going forward, we can see India as a major data center.
Right. So I guess this will also help us with the ambition of data localization instead of data globalization, which is another buzzword that's been going around in common parlance of late. So thank you so much, ma'am, for giving us insight into what the government is doing and how MeitY is completely in line with the Digital India venture. With that, I'll take your leave for the day. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you. Thank you, Urvi. I enjoyed talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Jyoti Arora, for being here, for sharing these wonderful insights with all our audiences. I'm sure a lot of business owners will also benefit from it. Thank you so much for being here and taking the time out. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving towards our next panel discussion, a power-packed one, where we'll be talking about leveraging technology for healthcare for faster and smarter delivery, a need of the hour. Moderating this session is Mr. Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor, BW Businessworld, and Executive Editor, BW Applause. I'd like to welcome all our panelists on screen. Dr. T. Arun, District Collector cum Revenue Secretary, Puducherry Secretary, Health, Government of Tamil Nadu. I'd also like to welcome our panelist, Mr. Supten Sarbadichari, Fellow, International Academy of Health Sciences Academics, Mr. Shafqat Khan, OSD to ACS, Health Education Department, Government of Jammu and Kashmir, Mr. Sunil Kumar, DDG and Head, Healthcare Sector, NIC. Also, last but not the least, our panelist, Dr. Durai Sami, State Program Officer for Non-Communicable Diseases, Puducherry Government. He's also been the Nodal Officer for COVID War Room. A very warm welcome to all of you. And Ruhail, I'd leave the discussion to you. Waiting for Ruhail to come in. Firstly, a very warm welcome to all our dignitaries on screen. Thank you for taking out the time.
Thank you.
Just give me one moment. I'm just going to quickly check on our moderator. So I believe we have Paulami, our editor of BW Smart Cities. Paulami, if you can, we have Ruhail here. Welcome, Ruhail.
A little late, yeah. Apologies, yes. Thank you so much for joining us today on this panel, which is all about, looking at the healthcare sector and how it has, changed the entire premise and how emerging technologies are being adopted. I'm so sorry. Am I audible to everybody? All right. So I want to come to you first, Mr. Kumar, with my very first question that in your view, if we look at especially last 1.5 years or 18 months, more than that, there has been a lot of push towards people using online healthcare and now with things opening up, people are still hooked onto it. Give me a sense of the transformation that has happened from pre-pandemic to now when it comes to people adopting for online healthcare.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. So first of all, I'm thankful to Businessworld for inviting me to Digital India Virtual Conclave. And let me express my views on the question asked by you. So let me go back in the initial days of COVID-19, that is February 2020, and then second wave, that is April to June 2021, and thereafter. If we look at it, I remember that all of us faced problem like conducting the RT-PCR tests, contact tracing of COVID positive patients, monitoring of outcome of every positive COVID-19 patient, and management of dedicated COVID-19 hospitals, monitoring and supply of vaccines, monitoring the application of vaccine to the individuals, supply of COVID essential drugs, and oxygen equipment monitoring and maintenance of oxygen equipment. If you look at it, these are the major challenges which we faced during last 18 months or so. So we at government has developed a lot of application at NIC as well as at Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. So let me share few of the major technological interventions which have helped us in faster and smarter delivery during this COVID times. So first application which we have developed is RT-PCR sample collection software. So if you look at it, crores of tests have taken place. So if this system would have been there, so we could not manage the sample collection of the COVID RT-PCR test was not possible. So now we have a record of every sample which was taken for RT-PCR tests. So, and the second application all of us know, that is Arogya Setu contact tracing app, and I think it has been downloaded by 20 crore or more Indians, and they are using it. Still, they are using it. And the third one is very important application, which was developed by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and NIC was technical collaborator with that. That is the COVID-19 special surveillance system. So it basically take care of almost all the aspects of COVID-19, and this application is primarily worked up to the hospital level. And the fourth application is COVID, and I think all of us know about COVID. And the fifth application is e-hospital for dedicated COVID-19 hospitals. So HMI solution was developed for that particular purpose, and so that dedicated COVID-19 hospitals which don't have any IT solution, they can use it. And another interesting case was a known communicable disease tracking system. A lot of data about the known communicable diseases was there. So this data was used for giving the priority to the for the purpose of vaccination, because it contains a database of diabetes, hypertension, cancer. So all those beneficiaries were identified from this database and was used for prioritizing the vaccination process. And the seventh one is basically oxygen equipment tracking, that is OxyCare. This is the latest addition. And I think Honorable Prime Minister today dedicated lots of PSA plants, about more than 1,200 PSA plants have been dedicated to the nation, and all the major hospitals, they have been provided with the PSA oxygen plant, and the monitoring of these plants are being is being done using IoT devices which have been fit into these oxygen plants, and the data from each of the plant is coming to the portal so that we can remotely monitor these plants. So these are the major applications which were developed during the last 18 months by NIC and by Ministry of Health and Family.
Thanks. At this stage, I want to go to Dr. Arun. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So give me a sense of specifically, there has been an example set the way you set up a COVID response team. Tell me how digital was enabled to address a crisis, and from here on, when it comes to new technology, emerging technology in healthcare, what is your what is your department doing in your region for the year 2022?
First of all, thank you for the Businessworld for nominating us. See, basically what happens is before the pandemic has started, we were just collecting, the health department was working on some basic digital initiatives. But once the pandemic has arrived, that then we came to know that the only solution for handling this pandemic will be the digital technology. So we tried, like as sir earlier said, without the utilization of Arake Setu or RT-PCR app or RAT app, we would have not been able to go for any kind of purchases or whatever it is. So those areas, the RT-PCR app really helped out well. Plus also, once after that, we earlier we find some challenges like sensitizing our healthcare staffs to utilize the app, to just make them use the app. And once after, only through this app, earlier there was some high resistance among our healthcare workers because they were not adapting to that. Am I audible?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Earlier there were some issues, but now like what happened is, like, people were started using to our technology and they could easily extract the reports. So that one point has been giving a large breathing for our healthcare workers. So say for example, our COVID-19 dashboard has really helped out very well for all the general public and also for the healthcare workers. During the time of pandemic, the only issue which we had is catering the needs of the people. everybody were finding some difficulty in finding some oxygen beds, or finding some where the bed availability is there. So all these issues could be done only through the digital technology, where we develop a dashboard in a very short time, where NIC has helped us very well. So that time what happened was like all the stakeholders used to just mention the number of beds available, whenever there is a discharge or whatever it is. Once there will be like a notification that 1 bed is available, 2 bed is available. So during at the war room, what we will do is like we will just escalate the issue, and whoever are asking for the needs, we could able to monitor and then send it to the respective hospitals. So that actually helped us very well. Actually, to be very honest, during the time of pandemic, this system has emerged as a clear winner. So we could handle, because during the second wave, we would encounter around like 700, minimum of 1,000 cases per day, where like we without this technology, I don't know like how would we have been handle this pandemic. So this is one thing. Apart from this, we have, yes sir.
No, please go on. Please go on.
Yeah. Apart from this, see, sir has already said about the contact tracing and all those things. So as from the administrative point of view, when we have to just make some cluster management, or we have to know we should have a proper data set. So from which area that emerges, from where the cluster develops, from where so for those stuffs, this digital technology has helped us. At the field level, the health workers might be knowing, okay, this person is contacted, this person is working here and there. But for making a containment plan, or making a containment strategy, or doing any kind of testing and all other activities, only through digital technology we could sort it out. So we had a separate Google Forms for where we used to get reported. In fact, we have adopted one technology like given by a volunteer called Step One. Step One volunteer team, they just contributed as a part where we used to just take the line list, and we will call every patient and assure that our healthcare workers are following them. So that gives a very positive note to all the patients, and every patient were followed up. Every patient were given some advice saying that, okay, today you have to go to this hospital. Today you have such a symptom. Don't worry, we are there with you. Here is your nearby hospital. Whatever issues are there, there is a helpline which is functioning 24/7. So all these things actually really helped out. Apart from that, it's a contact tracing. During the time of contact tracing, usually earlier what happened was most of the people won't be revealing how much patient they have met.
Right.
So this bridges, this actually bridged away, and also many workers won't be going to the workplace and just ask for the
I'll
contact.
come to it. Sorry to interrupt you here.
Yes.
I'll come to that part. I want to go to Mr. Sarbadekari, sir, at this moment, and understand from you, how do you see the landscape of health sector evolving, or how has it shaped up over the last 2 years when it comes to emerging technologies?
Thank you for inviting me here. I think that's a very pertinent question, because what happened when the COVID-19 pandemic just came in out of the blue, almost no one was prepared for it. Then suddenly there was a spurt in the activities. So from the government, we got the telemedicine practice guidelines 2020, and immediately telemedicine practice sort of boomed. In fact, within the first 3 or 4 months, I think there was more than 500% of telemedicine consultations compared to that before the pre-COVID times.
Right.
But if we get back to the statistics right now, I think globally it's now come back to less than 40% more than before. But then it's more than before. So that's a good thing. It's not gone back to the pre-COVID times anywhere. So that's definitely a very good sign. The other good sign is, as I said, in the policy regulations also, government has been very encouraging. And we have come up now with the different programs also. We have the National Digital Health Mission. Now it's the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, where the health ID, the unique health ID, and the unified health interface, these are all being put up on the basis of the National Health Stack. In fact, in telemedicine, probably another government agency, CDAC Mohali, they have the e-Sanjeevani platform, and that has crossed more than 1 crore consultations. So I think that is a great achievement. In fact, a lot of interest has come in. People are using it. In fact, those who have been chronically at home, chronically ill, for the chronic disorders, they were seeing that it's really useful. I mean, you don't have to go to the hospitals or clinics and spend unnecessary time and efforts. Now you can actually do that sitting at home. So this tele-home care, remote patient monitoring, all these things which were already there, the technology was very much available there, but I think adoption is definitely going up. So what we now really need is to give the value addition. I mean, because whether it's to the patient or to the clinician, unless they get value from it, they would always say, oh, we'll get back into the old face-to-face mode. But I think the world has changed permanently. In fact, COVID-19 is called as the chief transformation officer globally. The sort of digital disruption it has done, and especially 2 domains have been impacted the most, health and education. And I think it's a silver lining that digital adoption is going on.
Right. Mr. Khan, if you can hear me, am I audible, sir? Okay, let me go to Mr. Kumar in the meanwhile. So if I can request you to switch on your camera, yes. So am I audible right now? Am I audible to you?
Yes.
Mr. Kumar? Yeah. Okay. 1 second. Sorry. So my question to you is, give me a sense of how do you see the last 1.5 years in terms of transformation of the healthcare system when it comes to emerging technologies, and also what kind of IT applications did you develop for COVID-19 especially? A lot has been happening online. So give me a sense of that.
I have already explained the application which NIC and the Ministry of Health and Family.
Right.
And let me tell you, see, implementation of these, development and implementation of these applications was one thing.
Right.
Another thing is, the important thing is what kind of learning came out of these applications.
Right.
So the applications were developed in an iterative mode. It means we developed at a small scale, then we keep on increasing. There was an infrastructure problem. There was a functionality problem was there. So if we look at it, it's from implementation point of view. So we have 5 or 6 key learnings have come out of it.
Yes.
So
right.
if
so I want to come to that question later on. I want to at this moment maybe I want to bring in again if I can get Mr. Das here. Am I audible, sir? Okay, let me go to Mr. Badikari, sir, once again. If you see, Mr. Kumar referred to learning. That was my question. I want to first come to you with this. It has been a lot of learning for all of us. I think we were overwhelmed by the kind of situation we were in. Every sector was overwhelmed, and especially healthcare sector had a different kind of stress. What are the key learnings and the bigger challenges that we need to address from here on to make healthcare a truly digital-first solution to everyone in this country?
I think technology is advancing very fast, and when it comes to adoption, most of the people actually adopt quite fast. If you look at the way the mobile phone versions are coming up, people always go for the newer ones. You'd hardly see anyone using a phone which is more than a year old or so. So as far as technology part is there, we are into it. And you see just a few days back when Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp went off for 6 hours, people were really at a loss. So it's not that technology is not touching our lives. It's touching in multiple ways, and definitely both negative and positive, no doubt about that. The other thing which I would look at, I mean, now it's not just online or offline, it's more of a blended thing. So both have to be there and optimally they have to be used. In the policy front, I think another very interesting development has happened, and I think this has not been really highlighted. On 28th of March, the Parliament passed an act, the National Commission for Allied and Healthcare Professions, the NCHP Act 2021. And under this, there would be 10 national councils, of which the 10th national council is for health information management and health informatics professionals. So this, I think, is a very, very welcome move, where health information management and health informatics is now going to get a national council and the respective state councils. So government policy-wise, definitely there's a lot of encouragement. Probably the academic institutes have to now go in faster gear, because I think most of the academic institutes are not even aware of such developments. And in fact, as such, formally also, we don't really have courses running on these things. So I think there's a lot to be done. So health professional education needs to be revamped. In fact, all the health professional education, whether it's medical, dental, nursing, or even those who are into information technology, need to really look at health data literacy. Right. Digital literacy and health data literacy together will give this digital health literacy. This is now sadly missing. People are using wearables, Fitbits and Apple Watch and whatnot, and they want their doctors to use that data to manage them better. But there's so much of information. I mean, everyone is at loss. Which one is to be taken and which one can be harnessed for better management? So I think education, capacity building of human resources for health takes us center stage, and I think the focus is not that much yet.
Right. So we have Dr. Durai Swami also here. I'm sorry, I wanted to come to you earlier, but yeah. Yes, sorry, your camera, yes, I was waiting for this. Let me come back to you with the same question about key learnings from the pandemic in terms of the use of technology and the bigger challenges that are there which still need to get addressed.
It is a very right question. The key learnings which we came to notice was any technology which we develop should be an user-friendly technology. That is one of the basic learnings which we learned, because we tried out some technologies for just adapting we just tried with developing two application called contact tracing application and the quarantine watch, which it was a big failure for us. Then we came to know, like, however, how smart we develop an application, how user friendly it is, then only the application will be easily adapted by the health worker. Because when it comes to technology, the end users are not the technical person who can handle the application very smartly. So then we came with the simplest solution. So simplest solution, so we scaled down our level of expectation, and we just that is one of the basic learnings which we came through the digital thing, because our grassroots level workers are ASHA workers, ANM workers, and they are not very much familiar with the system. But once after this pandemic came, then we came to know that everyone started using this WhatsApp and all the social medias. And as days progress, what happened was everyone started generating reports through WhatsApp, and they used to share all the reports to WhatsApp. So it has made their time consuming very simplified. And we developed some basic Google forms rather than asking them to take in a paper pen and just report it on everyday basis. We developed a simple Google form, and we made them like ensure that this is enough for submitting the report. Apart from that, as sir said, like all the other applications whichever adopted by NIC was really a wonderful move, which helped us a lot in micro planning at our level. So we could micro plan because of these applications. So that has actually helped us in many ways to scale out, to work on the furthermore micro planning. Like rather than development of a new application, the government of India has given a very better application where we could go ahead with that.
Right. I'll come to you again, but I want to go to Mr. Khan. We haven't got a chance to hear his perspective. Mr. Khan, if you could hear us, maybe we can have your thoughts on the broad changes that that have taken place, that have shaped up
I can see you. Thank you so much. Yes.
Yeah, hi, Royal. How are you? Yeah, sorry for not being able to join a bit earlier. We had a workshop going on public health finance management systems. We had a WHO team here for 2 days. Anyway, I think you know very well how the COVID response has been in J&K. We have our health and medical education sector has done some very sternest and very excellent work, which today, in fact, Honorable LG sir was appreciating, and he was felicitating those COVID warriors and the people who had worked, tirelessly through these turbulent times. And we were even discussing, LG Sahab sir was asking us as to how we would be able to, deal with so much of oxygen. We have already more than sufficient oxygen plants installed. Some on the PM Cares Fund, some from World Bank assistance, and some to state sector. We have, 18,000 isolation beds right now in place as well. So now, as far as the digital part of our, crusade comes in, I think we had in the beginning, the best way to communicate was WhatsApp. We were all on WhatsApp groups. There was this SOS groups from general public NGOs who were, seeking an interface with the government. And we would, somebody would need an oxygen cylinder, because you know how it was. It was just like a fire, in the beginning. Then later on, when the vaccination part came, I think the strategy of having a COVID app, in place played a tremendous role, by which today we are anticipating that we'll have the entire state vaccinated by end of November, end of next month. So those are the targets. And then the digital platform of Ayushman Bharat is getting strengthened now. And with the help of that digital platform, we are integrating our entire e-hospital, networking we are trying to do for hospitals across the state, for which the IT department is already taking some steps. As you know, J&K is already on the e-office platform. Our secretariat will not move now from Jammu to Srinagar and Srinagar to Jammu anymore. We will work from both places. And that is because we have been able to create an e-platform, e-office platform for all the offices. So wherever you are in Jammu or Srinagar, our files move at a very brisk pace. It has created a lot of accountability, clarity in decision making, and those old complaints of nepotism, favoritism have reduced considerably. Another way, digital initiative is the Honorable LG's, grievance mechanism, which is on a platform. We have iGram platform and the CPGram platform, which is from the Government of India, which, directly routes these complaints. Is the first state to integrate CPGrams with the iGrams, the state grievance mechanism. And all the grievances which public has with regards to anything which pertains their daily life comes through this platform and is disposed very efficiently. In healthcare, what we also anticipate to do is that the National Digital Health Mission is just taking off now. We are first integrating it with the Ayushman Bharat scheme. And we are trying parallelly that Ayushman Bharat, not only the Ayushman Bharat scheme, but the Universal Healthcare Scheme, which Government of India was very kind to allocate and allow us to do, wherein all the citizens of J&K are covered by a 5 lakh insurance for the entire family, irrespective of the age and the number of the family members. So I think that universal health scheme, integrating it with the hospitals so that the seamless, delivery of healthcare at the hospital setup is going to be a challenge, and we are at it. I think we are doing quite considerably well in it. But I think we are going to take steps to get this into a mode of fast tracking it, so that seamless healthcare delivery is offered to all the people across the UT of J&K.
Wonderful, wonderful. Great initiatives, and thank you for sharing your thoughts. I want to go to Mr. Kumar here. Sir, so earlier I started with you, but here is my question exactly. What are the key learnings for the country, I would say, from these technological interventions that we have seen that have happened regularly, especially over the last close to 2 years?
Thank you. I think these 5-7 key applications which have been mentioned by me earlier. Now, while implementation, we have learned certain technological say lessons which will help the health sector in a big way in coming days. So let me list out the learnings like this. Number one, now India can develop and implement scalable applications, meaning thereby we have seen COVID 2 crore transactions per day. We have seen Arogya Setu. Arogya Setu is 20 crore Indians are using on daily basis. So we have developed RCH. We have reproductive and child health. We have developed NCD, non-communicable disease. So these are all central platforms, and high volume transactions are taking place on daily basis. So India has developed a capacity to develop to a scalable application. It means if the transaction increases, the infrastructure is also scaled accordingly. If transaction reduces, so the infrastructure requirement also reduces with that. So scalable application, that is the first learning. And the second learning is we are not developing no more in government or in private sector, I think. We are not developing silos application. Now we are developing applications which are interoperable and which are integrated in nature. It means, let me give you one simple example. I have mentioned one application which has been developed by us is special surveillance system for COVID-19. So if you look at it, so this is integrated. RT-PCR application is integrated with ICMR lab information system. So there is an integration. And the ICMR lab information is a single source of truth for positive COVID-19 positive patients. And the data from ICMR lab information system flows to special surveillance system, special surveillance system. So from this, S3 system is further integrated with Arogya Setu, which takes the input for the contact tracing. Now, whatever data, and the data is updated on S3, and this data is given to various dashboards. So 5 systems, and each system has a clear functionality, but they are integrated. It means we are moving toward a clear direction that there should be a single source of truth to any data. So you need not to capture the same data time and again in different systems, but you capture the data at one place and share it with the other system so that data consistency can be maintained. That is the second learning. And the third learning is India can integrate medical devices with the information portals. The recent example I was mentioning, that PSA oxygen plants, they have been fitted with IoT devices. So it means the information in terms of pressure, flow, and purity, it is coming from that IoT device to the information portal, and now the technicians can go wherever they want. And that information on these 3 key parameters it is available on their mobile in their pocket. So it means they can monitor their plants wherever they want to go. So plant monitoring. So you need not to sit in front of the plant to monitor it. That is what I want to say. This we have done very practically. We have demonstrated it, and this has been implemented in 100 say PSA plants, and it will be scaled up to 2000 PSA plants. And the another thing is we have already demonstrated that lab analyzers, radiological pack solutions, they are also integrated with e-hospital and with the e-Shushrut hospital of e-Shushrut solution of CDEC. So it means we are now in the process of integrating ICU devices and the personal wearable devices. They are also being integrated with the information or HMIS portals. So this is the third learning. And the fourth learning is our software are not normal software now. We are making them intelligent by way of applications of artificial intelligence and machine learning. So let me give you few examples. We are basically implementing. Earlier, we used to find FAQs, frequently asked question, on every website. Now, instead of FAQs, now we have chatbots. So in health sector, we also, because people are not aware about like, if you want to know about TB, if you want to know about COVID. So there should be, instead of having a normal questions, you may have, we are in the process of developing the chatbots. We are in the process of developing the voice bots. And we are in the process of developing the disease detection using artificial intelligence, where the TB and COVID-19 X-rays can be, digital X-rays can be submitted, and the result is coming from the AI solutions. So apart from this, I would like to say that it's not a capturing, we are not capturing the data only. We are authenticating the data, like we are authenticating mobile number. We are authenticating the Aadhaar number. We are authenticating driving license number. We are authenticating PMJ ID number. So whatever information is captured in our software, it is not just only captured, it is being authenticated. So your data quality is improving, and you can use data for the purpose of integration. And the fifth learning is basically Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission has come. They have implemented 4 building blocks. One is Health ID, another is Health Facility Registry, and third one is Healthcare Professional Registry, and the Personal Health Record application. So these building blocks have already been implemented, and we are not even government, but private sector is also integrating their application with these 4 building blocks of the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, so that we can bring electronic health record in the pocket of the citizen. So wo jo jhola, we are maintaining that jhola that will go, and we will be putting the health record in electronic form in our pocket. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar, for this detailed insights. Great takeaways from here for all the people who are watching us. Mr. Sarbatikari, sir, I want to come to you here. There's another challenge. Am I audible to you?
Yeah.
On one hand, we are talking about digital first solutions to healthcare. On the other side, there are many infrastructural challenges to overcome, especially for people who are non-urban areas. Give me a sense of what 2022 looks like in terms of improvement. Although we have the solutions, but then being able to utilize them timely and making them easier for people who are beyond metros. What does 2022 look like?
Yeah, I think this is a very, very important question. In fact, Mr. Sunil Kumar talked a lot about this, how they're integrating. So He didn't talk about the backbone part, the interoperability, standing on standards. So, I mean, he has been working on it for a pretty long time. So, we are old friends. And similarly, what you asked for this accessibility part also, in fact, in the Bureau of Indian Standards, where we are the counterpart of ISO or IEC, in fact, we do a lot of standards activities, whether it's health informatics related, or in fact, currently I'm chairing a panel on active assisted living. So the question that you asked actually comes under that area. Active assisted living for people who are maybe elderly, or people who are disabled, or people who may be of the younger age, but due to some disability, they cannot do all the activities normally. So a lot of this assisted living devices are now available. Like Mr. Sunil talked about the IoTs, or if you specifically say IOMT, Internet of Medical Things. Now we have got lots of sensors, whether for diagnostic purpose or for helping in mobility or for helping in access. Like, in fact, even for the web accessibility, there are web content accessibility guidelines, WCAG. The version 2 is there now. In fact, the Government of India guidelines for websites also tries to follow that. And so if someone is colorblind, if someone is visually challenged, if someone is having hearing problems, there are different ways to come in. In fact, literacy again is a very big problem. Then in a country like India, language is a problem. So in fact, most of the things actually we are having in multi-language. So like in the National Health Portal, we have started with 5 languages, and ultimately it will go to all the 23 languages, which we are supposed to have. So all these things are being taken care of, but what you probably are aiming at, it's in isolated bits. I mean, probably we need to have a more holistic view. In fact, sometimes it happens that something is happening in some place, but it's not percolating to the others. So I think a lot more the stakeholder consultations are required, and I think Mr. Sunil Kumar would be a better person to say actually how do you really make people realize, because I think he has also had that problem. I mean, you do a lot of things, but people are not even aware of it, and unless someone is aware, how can one use it? So I think because ultimately it's going to benefit the common person. So it's definitely something for everyone, for the population, but then we need to know people, we need to let people know that there is something.
Absolutely. I want to bring in Dr. Swami at this point and ask him the same question that, though we make solutions available to people, but a lot of people face other issues like low internet speed, not being able to understand the interface. How do we solve that bit? Because on our end, we are providing the solution. But are you taking proactive steps to even address the other side of the, the coin, which is about how the user sees it? Are they aware of it? So how are you trying to bridge that gap?
Yes, it is a very right question. Actually, whichever solution Government of India comes, there is a small delay or sensitization issue is there. So what we do here is like whichever program comes to us, we just understand the technology completely. And we used to have a periodic review meeting and sensitization at the grassroots level. We maintain the proper hierarchy. What we do is like at first, we administrator level, we understand the complete technology. We take the guidance of NIC. We just get convinced for the complete technology. And then we will just inform to the respective down to the line, the medical superintendents and everyone. And from there, we take the lessons. And again, we just take the concurrence of the technical people. And once after then, when we go to the grassroots level, we will ensure that all the queries are being addressed, and we will ensure that periodic training will be conducted. During the time of installation of RK Sedu, we were like one set of training was completed. Then we were keep on asking the NIC like what is this, how it has been to be done, how it's stuff to be installed, what all the things are there. So we used to keep on asking with NIC and clear all our doubts. And then once after we are cleared, then we go to the grassroots level. And we force the people to just, okay, this is safer and these are the things which you have to use. So any kind of application, even for RT-PCR application which has been installed, like we understood it completely. And then after that, we went to the grassroots level. So as you have said, there are some challenges. It's all up to how we take it and just deliver it at the field level. In fact, NDHM, it has been announced before itself in all the UTs. Pondicherry stands around like a third place in respect to creation of health ID. So before creating of health ID as a pilot project, UTs were selected, where we come to know, okay, digital health ID is one of the options. Then we explored what all the issues are there, what all the pros and cons. We discussed among ourselves. First set of discussion with NIG and others, and then only we will just go to the ground level. So
Right.
that is how.
Right. I want to bring in Mr. Khan here. Sir, if you can come for 2 minutes quickly, because can you hear me, sir? Okay. Okay, let me go to Mr. Kumar here and before Mr. Khan joins us. So your thoughts on this? So there are two sides to this coin. One is that we offer solutions. We enable ease of access to healthcare, but on the other side, there are other challenges, especially on the larger scale of speed and being able to understand it, making it more user-friendly. What are the ways to address this? What is being done to address it?
See, it has two aspects which I can understand very clearly. One is infrastructure,
right,
and another is application. So you have to make the application. You have to enable the applications. See, it is you cannot operate with the normal application. If you want to have a scalable application, then you have to change your application from monolithic to microservice-based architecture. So architecture has to be changed. So that is the application part of it. So and new kind of platform, new kind of technologies, new kind of programming language has to be used. New kinds of tools have to be used in the application development. That is the one part. And the second part is infrastructure. So infrastructure we have been using. Initially, we were having data centers. Then we moved to cloud. Now we are moving from even within the cloud, we are moving toward containers. So it means if you want to have an application on the one side and they need to be deployed and infrastructure is to be enabled for scalable applications. So government is working on both sides. We are, whatever application we have developed in monolithic architecture, we are moving from monolithic architecture to microservice architecture. And scaling our infrastructure, we are moving from normal virtualization to container-based technology, so that we can make, we can operate, we can put it on ground the scalable applications. So, and the third part is basically functionality. I think I really appreciate Durai Swami because. He is very particular. He is raising a very pertinent point that until unless the technology solution is simplified and adopted by the last person in the value chain, so it is of no use. So you have to, if you want to develop such application where interface is very simple, where there is no complexity, so easy to understand, then people will adopt it automatically. Like, let me give you one example. We have a say portal called ORS, online registration system, where people can take appointments and download the basically lab reports. So if so, lot of time is wasted, energy is wasted in taking the, especially if you get the test done in any test done in the government hospital, then taking a report from the respective lab department, microbiology department or any other department is a challenging task. So if digitization has been done, so it is available on ors.gov.in. You just go there, give your mobile number, OTP, and download all the reports which you have been conducted by this mobile number. They are available there, and then you can download, and then you can directly go to the doctor and they can see the reports. So it's small functionality, but it is impacting in many ways. It is saving a lot of money, lot of time is being saved, and apart from this, a lot of efforts. Say you wander from one place to another, that and suppose say lab technician is not there, or the person who want to give you is not there. So we have to develop solutions, and you should keep on. We should, all of us should keep on basically reinventing the wheel and improving the processes so that public is benefited out of it. Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I'm sorry, Mr. Kumar, Mr. Sarvadhikari, Mr. Khan, Dr. Doraiswamy, thank you so much for taking time and joining us on this panel. It's been a wonderful discussion. Of course, a lot needs to be addressed, and we are hopeful that we'll have more such conversations. But at this stage, I want to thank you, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all our speakers and dignitaries for being here and sharing your insights. Thank you, Ruhail, for moderating that wonderful session. We're going to take a lunch break right now and be back on this very platform at 2:15 p.m. to join us back with more number of special address sessions, panel discussions, and some insightful conversations. Request you to please join us back at 2:15 p.m. And if you want to share your key takeaways with a wider audience, don't forget to use the hashtag Digital India Conclave. BW Digital India Conclave is the hashtag that you can use so that we can be part of the conversation as well. We'll be right back after the lunch break. Thank you very much.
हाँ जी
एक मिनट ही लूंगा मैं।
আমি কিন্তু পিটাবো বিনি আমি আনছি 91টা দাঁড়া
Please mute yourself.
Hello, are we audible? Okay, testing the video now. Is the video visible on your screens?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sir will be joining in a while.
Yeah.
એમનું કેટલા વાગે છે નાગરાજન સાહેબનું 2:40 to 3:45 આપણું 4 to 5 હતું એની બિલેટરી અચ્છા તો 4 to 5 પ્રીપોન જ છે ઓલરેડી
Yes, we can start.
So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the BW Digital Conclave 2021. We're going to start back with a very special address by Shri Manish Sisodia, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Government of Delhi. We are really delighted to have you, sir, amidst us at this BW Digital India Conclave. Very warm welcome to you, and over to you.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you very much, and warm welcome to this conclave. Thank you very much. मुझे आप सबने invite किया डिजिटल इंडिया कॉन्क्लेव पे अपनी बात रखने के लिए. मुझे स्पेशली जो मैंडेट दिया गया है आप सबकी तरफ से कि मैं डिजिटल स्कूलिंग पे, डिजिटल एजुकेशन पे अपनी बात रखूं. डिजिटल स्कूलिंग कोई एक नई कॉन्सेप्ट नहीं है, कोई नई टर्म नहीं है हम सब लोगों के बीच में. लोग टेक्नोलॉजी को एजुकेशन में धीरे धीरे इंट्रोड्यूस करते आ रहे हैं, बट मैं ये देख रहा था कोविड से पहले मैंने ये देखा कि टेक्नोलॉजी को हम उस रूप में इस्तेमाल नहीं कर पा रहे हैं जिस रूप में टेक्नोलॉजी इवॉल्व हो चुकी है. टेक्नोलॉजी जितनी आगे आ गई है और हमारे पास जितनी हैंडी उपलब्ध है, उतना हम उसको नॉर्मल कोर्स में भी उपलब्ध नहीं, यूज नहीं कर पा रहे थे एजुकेशन में. जैसे मैं अक्सर अपने टीचर्स से, अपने करिकुलम डिजाइनर्स से, अपने स्कूलों में जो प्लानर्स हैं हमारे एजुकेशन के, उनसे ये सवाल करता था कि भाई अब जबकि गूगल हर बच्चे को उपलब्ध है, तो इतने सारे फैक्ट्स, इतने सारी नॉलेज जो रोट लर्निंग की हम कराते हैं क्लासरूम्स में, उसको कराने की क्या जरूरत है? अगर टेक्नोलॉजी हर बच्चे के पास उपलब्ध है, अगर हर बच्चे के पास में गूगल उपलब्ध है, तो फिर हमें इतना रटाने की क्या जरूरत है, इतना सारा फैक्ट से ओवरलोड करने की क्या जरूरत है बच्चे को? ये मेरा हमेशा सवाल रहा. जाहिर सी बात है कि भाई रोट लर्निंग की किताबें या बहुत सारा फैक्ट्स रट के प्रोसेसिंग करने की किताबें इसलिए लिखी गई या टेक्स्ट इसलिए बनाए गए, टेक्स्ट बुक इसलिए बनाई गई कि उस वक्त गूगल नहीं था. आज आपके पास गूगल है, आज आपके पास में जो भी डेटा आपको चाहिए, जो भी इंफॉर्मेशन चाहिए, वो आपके पास में गूगल में उपलब्ध है. तो आप उस इंफॉर्मेशन को यूज करना सिखाइए. पहले आप थोड़ी सी इंफॉर्मेशन किताबों में देते थे और उसको रटना सिखाते थे और उसके बेस पे उसको प्रोसेस करना सिखाते थे. आज समय आ गया है कि आपके पास सारी इंफॉर्मेशन जितनी आप रट सकते थे, जितनी किताबों में लिख सकते थे, उससे कहीं ज्यादा इंफॉर्मेशन, कई हजार गुना, लाखों गुना इंफॉर्मेशन गूगल पे क्लिक से उपलब्ध है उसी बारे में, किसी भी एक टॉपिक के बारे में. अब आपको बच्चे को इंफॉर्मेशन रटाना नहीं है एजुकेशन में, आपको बच्चे को उस इंफॉर्मेशन को यूज करना सिखाना है. आपको गूगल जैसी चीजों को अपने पाठ्यक्रम का हिस्सा बनाना पड़ेगा. तो एजुकेशन सिस्टम कहीं ना कहीं उसके लिए तैयार नहीं हो रहा था और अपनी ही स्पीड से चल रहा था. कुछ कन्वेंशनल मेथड्स हैं, कुछ लेथार्जी है, कुछ बहुत सारे वजह है उसकी. इन द मीन टाइम हमारे बीच कोविड आ गया, एंड कोविड फोर्स्ड अस टू अडॉप्ट टेक्नोलॉजी लाइक एनीथिंग. हमें सब कुछ बंद करके कोविड ने फोर्स किया कि अब आप जो जैसे भी पढ़ा रहे थे हायर एजुकेशन में, स्कूल एजुकेशन में, जो भी आप कर रहे थे, आप सब कुछ गिव अप करिए, छोड़िए सब कुछ और टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करिए। वो कोई हैप्पी सिचुएशन नहीं है, लेकिन हमने मजबूरी में से ही टेक्नोलॉजी का ऑप्टिमम यूटिलाइजेशन करना शुरू किया। अब पहला वाला जो मैंने बात कही, और अब क्योंकि कोविड नीचे आ गया है, ऑलमोस्ट हम कह सकते हैं वैक्सीनेशन के इतने बड़े प्रेशर के बीच काफी हद तक चीजें कंट्रोल में हैं, तो वैसे में अब ये सवाल उठने लगा है कि क्या हम टेक्नोलॉजी को किस हद तक एजुकेशन में यूज कर सकते हैं। यहां मैं आके कहना चाहूंगा कि पहले हमें फ्यूचर कोर्स ऑफ एक्शन, हमारा कोविड के समय जो एक्सपीरियंस रहा कि टू मच ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी और एवरीथिंग डिपेंडेड ऑन टेक्नोलॉजी, और कोविड से पहले जो था कि भाई टेक्नोलॉजी को हम काउंट ही नहीं कर रहे हैं एजुकेशन में, हम उसको जहां जहां बहुत एडवांस, जहां प्रोग्रेसिव है वहां कुछ स्कूलों में कर ले रहे हैं, बाकी हमारी एजुकेशन कन्वेंशनल मेथड से चल रही है। इन दोनों मॉडल्स का एक हाइब्रिड मॉडल, एक ब्लेंडेड मॉडल हमें डेवलप करना पड़ेगा। हमें यह स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा कि टेक्नोलॉजी एक टूल है, स्कूल का, क्लासरूम टीचिंग का रिप्लेसमेंट नहीं है, पहली बात। दूसरी बात, हमें दुनिया के उन देशों को भी देखना पड़ेगा जो टेक्नोलॉजी में हमसे 100 गुना एडवांस हैं। अगर टेक्नोलॉजी हाथ में आने भर से एजुकेशन स्कूल से बाहर निकल के टेक्नोलॉजी और कंप्यूटर और मोबाइल तक आ गई होती कि बस वहीं डिपेंड हो जाओगे, तो 100 साल पहले, 50 साल पहले, या शायद 10-20 साल पहले अमेरिका और यूरोप जैसे बहुत सारे देशों ने तो अपने स्कूल बंद कर दिए होते, यूनिवर्सिटीज बंद कर दी होती, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं हुआ। तो ये हमें मानना पड़ेगा कि टेक्नोलॉजी हमारे लिए एजुकेशन में वैल्यू एडिशन करेगी। हम जिस स्पीड से या जिस विस्तार के साथ हम एजुकेशन नहीं दे पा रहे थे, उससे टेक्नोलॉजी में दे सकते हैं, लेकिन स्कूल का रिप्लेसमेंट नहीं है। स्कूल का रिप्लेसमेंट अगर हमको टेक्नोलॉजी को बनाना है तो हमें एजुकेशन को बहुत नए सिरे से सोचना पड़ेगा, पूरे स्कूल के कॉन्सेप्ट को नए सिरे से सोचना पड़ेगा। ये नहीं हो सकता है कि किसी टेक्स्ट बुक को कोई डिजिटल वर्जन तैयार कर दे, किसी लैब का कोई डिजिटल वर्जन तैयार कर दे और हमारे सामने ओपन करके रख दे, बोले ये प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करिए, ये प्रैक्टिकल करके देखिए और ये आप लेक्चर सुन लीजिए और हो गया आपका स्कूल। ये नहीं होने वाला है। हमें पूरे के पूरे करिकुलम को उस रूप में डिजाइन करना पड़ेगा। जैसे अभी हम लोग टेक्नोलॉजी का एक अलग प्रयोग दिल्ली में कर रहे हैं स्कूलों में, खासतौर से हायर एजुकेशन यूनिवर्सिटीज वगैरह में भी चल रहा है अलग अलग तौर पर, लेकिन स्कूल में एक यूनिक प्रयोग हम कर रहे हैं, हम एक वर्चुअल स्कूल बना रहे हैं। अब एक तरफ मैं कह रहा हूं कि टेक्नोलॉजी स्कूल का रिप्लेसमेंट नहीं है, और दूसरी तरफ मैं बोल रहा हूं कि दिल्ली सरकार एक वर्चुअल स्कूल बना रही है, तो ये दोनों कंट्राडिक्टरी लग सकते हैं। इसीलिए मैंने कहा कि प्रयोग कर रहा है। प्रयोग हम टेक्नोलॉजी पे नहीं कर रहे हैं, टेक्नोलॉजी तो अवेलेबल है, हम स्कूल सिस्टम पे कर रहे हैं कि क्या स्कूल सिस्टम को हम टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से स्कूल की बाउंड्री से बाहर निकाल सकते हैं। आज बहुत सारी चीजें ऐसी होती हैं जो स्कूल में हैं और टेक्नोलॉजी हमको उसका कोई सॉल्यूशन नहीं देती है। पेयर लर्निंग, वन टू वन लर्निंग, सामने आई टू आई बैठते हुए फेस टू फेस समझ के, आंखों में झांक के जब टीचर समझता है कि बच्चे को मेरा बात कम्युनिकेट हो रही है नहीं हो रही है, या पेयर लर्निंग है, सोशल लर्निंग है, बहुत सारे ऐसी चीजें हैं जो कहीं ना कहीं हमारे बीच में मिसिंग है अभी टेक्नोलॉजी को जब हम यूज करते हैं। हमने वर्चुअल स्कूल का कॉन्सेप्ट बनाना शुरू किया, तो हमने उसमें अपने डिजाइनर्स जो हमारे काम कर रहे हैं, खासतौर से पेडागोजी डिजाइनर्स, उनसे हमने रिक्वेस्ट किया है कि हमें ऐसा स्कूल चाहिए जो बच्चा लैपटॉप पे तो यूज करे या कंप्यूटर पे बैठ के समझे कि ये मेरा वर्चुअल स्कूल मुझे घर में अवेलेबल है, जहां मैं हूं वहां अवेलेबल है, लेकिन उसमें पेयर लर्निंग का मॉडल, एजुकेशन को नए सिरे से सोचना पड़ेगा। सोशल लर्निंग, इमोशनल लर्निंग का मॉडल, एजुकेशन को अलग तरीके से सोचना पड़ेगा। जो बच्चा अभी बहुत कुछ स्कूल में सीखता है अदर देन क्लासरूम एंड टेक्स्ट बुक, वो बहुत कुछ हमें कोर्स रिडिजाइन करने पड़ेंगे कि बच्चा अपने परिवार को और अपने आसपास के समाज को लैब के रूप में यूज कर सके। वर्चुअल स्कूल, वर्चुअल एजुकेशन यूजिंग टेक्नोलॉजी एट हाई एंड अगर कभी ठीक से संभव हो पाएगी तो तब जब हम एजुकेशन में पूरा पैराडाइम शिफ्ट करेंगे। हम कहेंगे स्कूल में जो आप कुछ सीखते थे टेक्स्ट बुक के अलावा, वो सारा अब आपको घर से सीखना है, वो सारा अब आपको अपने आसपास के वातावरण से सीखना है। उसके लिए अभी हमें उस तरह के टीचर्स तैयार करने पड़ेंगे। अभी जो टीचर खड़ा होकर क्लासरूम में पढ़ाता है उसकी ये अंडरस्टैंडिंग नहीं है कि एक बच्चा जो मेरे सामने मोबाइल पे बैठता है या लैपटॉप पे बैठता है, मैं उसको कैसे समझाऊं कि अपने परिवार में से ये चीज समझ लो, अपने आसपास की सोसाइटी से ये चीज समझ लो, अपने परिवार और सोसाइटी को लैब के रूप में यूज करो, अपने आसपास के वातावरण को लैब के रूप में यूज करो। वो अभी हमारी अंडरस्टैंडिंग नहीं है उसकी, अभी हमारी टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग उस तरह से नहीं हो रही है, अभी हमारी टेक्स्ट बुक उस तरह से डिजाइन नहीं है। अभी हमारे जो भी प्रोग्राम्स हैं वो इस पे हैं कि सीबीएसई ने एक एनसीईआरटी ने एक बुक तैयार की, उसको हमने डिजिटल वर्जन तैयार कर दिया और वो लोग मेरे पास आ जाते हैं, लो जी एक डिजिटल वर्जन तैयार है, इसको आप क्लासरूम में पढ़ा दीजिए। वो ठीक है, वो एक एड के रूप में हो सकता है, टूल के रूप में हो सकता है, लेकिन जब हम टेक्नोलॉजी को अडॉप्ट करके और इतने बड़े एजुकेशन में इंटरवेंशन की बात करेंगे तो हमें एजुकेशन के पूरे स्ट्रक्चर को नए सिरे से सोचना पड़ेगा। मैं समझता हूं कि यहाँ बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग हैं इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में और इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के इतर जो इसको सुन रहे हैं, जिनके पास दोनों चीजों की अंडरस्टैंडिंग है, टेक्नोलॉजी की भी है और एजुकेशन की भी है। What I bring to the table is not expertise. I bring to the table is political will. We are willing to do it. हमने वर्चुअल स्कूल ऑफ एजुकेशन की कॉन्सेप्ट को डिजाइन करना शुरू किया है। आप में से जिसके पास उसके लिए आइडियाज हो, मैं चाहूंगा कि उसमें आइडियाज भी दें और साथ साथ इस कॉन्सेप्ट को, इस बात को और इवॉल्व करने में मदद करें लोगों की, कि टेक्नोलॉजी एक बहुत बड़ा टूल साबित हो सकती है। पेंडेमिक ने हमें एक एक्सट्रीम दिखाया है, पेंडेमिक से पहले हम एक एक्सट्रीम लेके चलते थे टेक्नोलॉजी के प्रति अपने नजरिए में। इसका एक ब्लेंडेड मॉडल पूरे देश में 21वीं सेंचुरी में हम कैसे लागू कर सकते हैं, ये हमें सोचना है। मैं फिर से डिजिटल इंडिया कॉन्क्लेव के आयोजन के लिए आप सबको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ और बिजनेस वर्ल्ड के प्रति अपना धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि उन्होंने मुझे इसके लिए बुलाया। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you so much, Mr. Sisodia, firstly, for joining us on this Digital India Conclave and sharing such great inputs for all our viewers. I'm sure that all the stakeholders who would want to get into this domain will be very encouraged with your words. So thank you once again. Thank you for your time, sir. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you have heard Mr. Sisodia well and clear. Please get in touch with them, as virtual school, the hybrid model of it, is on the go with the help of the government as well. Moving forward with our next panel discussion, which will talk about digital education, enhancing IT-enabled education ecosystem. Moderating this session is Ms. Sapna Srivastav, editor, Reality Plus. We also have on this panel Mr. Naveen Mittal, Commissioner, Collegiate and Technical Education, Government of Telangana, Mr. Shahid Iqbal Chaudhary, Secretary, Skill Development, Government of Jammu and Kashmir, and Mr. M. Nagarajan, Director, Higher Education, Government of Gujarat. I welcome all our dignitaries on the screen and request Sapna to kindly take the discussion forward. Now, while we await this panel discussion, we have a little technical issue right here. So we're going to quickly show you the BW legacy video and then come right back for this very important discussion, which is on digital education. Till then, let's have a look at the AV, please.
Businessworld presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Businessworld events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Businessworld events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Businessworld is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience.
BW Businessworld's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism to a technology-first world. Hosting over 250 virtual summits and webinars across its 17 niche business communities, with millions engaging with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars, and hosting 20+ virtual summits. $33 million page views on an average, 21 special issues in 2020 hit the stands, and multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months. BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming forward with our very important panel discussion, which is going to discuss about digital education, enhancing IT-enabled education ecosystem. We have with us our panelist, Mr. Naveen Mittal, Commissioner, Collegiate and Technical Education, Government of Telangana. Moderating this very important discussion is Ms. Sapna Srivastava, Editor, Reality Plus. Sapna, I'd like you to start the discussion. Our other two panelists will join you shortly on screen.
Thanks, Kathy. Thanks so much. Can we have Mr. Mittal also on the screen?
Yes. Can I request Mr. Mittal to please switch on your video and mic, please? Once again, requesting Mr. Naveen Mittal to kindly switch on the camera and mic.
And while we are waiting for Mr. Mittal to join us, I think, Mr. Sisodia already set the tone for this discussion, where he's spoken about how education has to be in sync with the changing times. Now, we were reluctant to include those changes, but now we are, with COVID, we have been forced to incorporate or update and upskill ourselves. And Mr. Mittal, a very warm welcome to you. In fact, India is home to one of the largest higher education systems in the world, with over 1,000 universities and 50,000 colleges and institutions. And these together cater to more than 39 million students. So it's a huge segment. And we have seen, with pandemic, all segments, all industries, all sectors were impacted. They had to change their whole procedures, their way of working, their businesses, their engagement with their customers. My first question, therefore, just to set, the further questions on that, how has COVID impacted the education sector?
Thank you, Sapnaji. This is, I would say, a very important question, which we are all grappling with during these times of pandemic. And a very good afternoon to all the participants and the viewers. For me, COVID has been a kind of a game changer in the education sector. In fact, education sector was one sector which was kind of very slow to adopt technology and the changes, I would say, in nearly last 2 decades, when most other sectors were getting transformed or getting disrupted in a big way with the introduction of technology or complete process, I would say, change. But somehow education was kind of very slow to adopt. And the COVID pandemic has been that kind of a catalyst or no, as a kind of a game changer in this transformation of education system which we are currently seeing. I would say that the change which otherwise would have come in probably a period of next 5 to 10 years has actually come in the education sector in a matter of a few months. No, we nearly about 1.5 years now into the pandemic. And I think almost everybody is now sitting up and making notice of the need for change and the changes which have actually happened. Administrators, faculty, students, the stakeholders, everybody is now asking the same question as to what are the kind of changes which are now permanent in the education system. And I would say that the future of education is a sort of a hybrid mode of education or a blended mode of education. Because we were forced to go completely online. And of course, that is not a very sustainable system to move forward, because you also need a lot of a physical contact between the student and the teachers, and also student to student. It's not just a teacher to student learning which takes place, but also there's a lot of peer-to-peer learning which takes place in a classroom. And also when the students ask question, it's also a feedback for the teacher also. So there is a need for a physical connect also, and it's not just that the online education will completely meet our needs. So I think future of education is hybrid or blended mode of education, and that is the biggest disruption which has happened due to COVID pandemic.
Okay, so biggest disruption is that we, going forward, we are going to, like for working now with work from home and everything. So, most of the people say now we are going to see hybrid model of someday working from home, someday working from, offices. And I think with the education also, as Mr. Mittal is saying, a hybrid model is emerging and probably is the future for education also. But as you said, what change had to happen in 5 to 6 years has suddenly, we had to deal with it within few months. So how ready or preparedness was there in the education system? What were the challenges? Because there are a lot of stakeholders, the education, partners, the teachers, the students, the entire ecosystem. So what were the challenges that, the department like yours had to face?
Yeah, so it's been a big learning experience for everybody involved, for the management side, for the teachers, as well as for the students. I would say the system has adapted itself very well considering the constraints which we had. I'll give you an example of it. So we went into a complete lockdown sometime around 24th or 25th of March of last year. And the students got, schools and colleges got shut sometime around the middle of the March. Now, when we were 1 month into that closure of the colleges, sometime around the middle of April, we said that, because the situation was continuing in a very uncertain way. And we thought that this is not how we can move forward. We need to do something. And then we thought that let's start this online mode of education so that the faculty members can reach out to the students through online methods. And we were very pleasantly surprised that when we actually issued orders in that regard that let's go on for online education. Within about 2 days, 93% of our faculty members were up and running through some mode of online education, whether it was Zoom platform or Google Meet or Microsoft Teams or bunch of other local available systems. So they were I would say quite prepared in that regard. That readily they started. Of course, it required a lot of hand-holding and training for them to move forward. But I can say today, most of our faculty members are conversant in online delivery of education. So that has been kind of a learning process which happened. But the biggest constraint is on the student side. And that is in terms of access to a device or access to even internet in some remote areas, or also a cost of internet though India is globally considered to be one of the cheapest destinations for internet bandwidth, but still for students who come from very marginal backgrounds or poorer backgrounds, affording a connection was and is difficult. So though last year we found that nearly about 60 to 65% of the students were attending online classes, but that number slowly came down to about 30 to 35% a couple of months back before we reopened our educational institutions last month.
Okay. So anything, what are your suggestions? As you mentioned, rightly mentioned that, the first, the access to internet, second is the cost of the internet. Although everyone nowadays have, smartphones, but then again, for the economically weaker sections, the cost of smartphone. What are your suggestions? How we can address that?
So I think what is paramount is that the governments, both I would say central governments and the state governments, have to combine together to bring out a program or a scheme to ensure that every student has a device. Every student who is in either a school or a college has to have a device. Going forward, I think that is almost becoming like a mandatory requirement now as we move forward with the kind of uncertainties we are seeing. And I don't think just the state governments have enough resources to provide a device for every student. And I think that's the reason why both state governments and the central government have to combine together to bring out a scheme wherein students can be provided with the devices going forward. And I think that is a kind of an achievable task if we have I would say a national level goal that yes, every student should get a device. That is something which maybe not in 1 year, maybe 2 to 3 years or 5 years down the line, we can achieve with the investments every year.
That's right. It's like textbooks now that, we say textbooks are mandatory for all students. I think, smartphones or access to a laptop or a computer will become as mandatory as that. And as you said, we are talking about Digital India, and this is a Digital India initiative. So probably, as you said, 5-6 years, maybe sooner, we will see this kind of an initiative happening from the government end as well. But how do you see the role of public and private partnership in this? Because like you spoke about the team, the Microsoft team and Zoom and, so softwares like these and even, systems. So how do you see, do you see the opportunity of private sector now coming and holding hands with the government agencies on that?
Yeah. So I see a lot of innovation happening on the ground, because now I keep getting these proposals from various quarters. Many of them are in writing or an online demo or a presentation, and I see that the whole educational ecosystem has suddenly got rejuvenated, because people felt that there is a huge need of systems, online systems which are required, whether it is learning management system, whether it is online content delivery system, whether it is evaluation system. I see a lot of people are now providing evaluation systems with either AI based online proctoring or a human proctoring. There are online training systems which are now coming up, and I think this is a very good sign, because once this sort of innovation is happening around, with time, we will find that the systems become mature enough, they will learn from each other, and we will come out with some I would say very mature products which can meet the comprehensive needs of the educational system. But if you ask me today, I think we are in the process of this transformation, wherein people are learning from each other, and the systems, some of the systems provide, I would say, one particular aspect nicely, but they are weak in some other aspect, but they're all learning from each other, and that mutual learning is bringing out the best, I would say, in the market today.
That's right. So huge potential for private, organizations or private solution providers, in the government segment, especially for education. I think you spoke about, how, there are various softwares now for assessment, etc. Another very important, which Mr. Sisodia also mentioned in his address, was the curriculum. Our curriculums had been designed for offline studying, in-person studying. So that has to upgrade now to online studying. So what are the initiatives in that direction?
So for that, I think what we also need to be clear about is what is going to be the overall delivery of the content in the future. If you ask me, I would, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, the future is kind of a blended mode. And according to me, I think the future is that the actual content, which is I would say the information part of it, would be something which can be delivered online or on an IT based system. It may not be like a kind of happening at the same time and being received at the same time. It could be kind of an IT based system where the student can go through that content at his or her own pace. In the sense, if I'm not able to understand a concept in a classroom, I can't obviously rewind it. Or if I am, let's say, finding the content too slow, I can't fast forward it. So content in a classroom is designed for an average student as an average or an average learner. So the slow students suffer because they can't keep pace with the class. The faster students suffer because they find it too boring and too slow. So the benefit of an IT based system is that you can actually personalize the pace and personalize the content according to the student. So that is one part of it. Now the physical part of it. So the nature of classrooms also have to change. Presently, the nature of our classroom is more of information provision. No, a teacher comes into the classroom, they write on the board, the students are taking notes. In fact, I can tell you, I was shocked to see that even in our technical education system in polytechnics, I was finding that no, teachers are dictating the notes, simply dictating notes to the students. And because till now what was happening in a classroom in some remote place. You can't visit each and every classroom, but since now it is happening online, you can actually look at what is actually happening in the classroom. Maybe the team can actually at random look at what is happening. So for us, it was a kind of a shocker that even students who are after 10th class, who are into a polytechnic, let's say first, second, third year of polytechnic, teachers were simply dictating notes to them. And I think that is something which has to be completely done away with. The nature of classroom has to change into more of a discussion and a discussion forum, and where real learning takes place. And it is not just one-way content. And I think once we have this overall architecture of what the educational system should be, we will be able to design both this IT-based content and the classroom-based content well. And that is, I would say, the key before we attempt to do this.
Yeah, you spoke about how education, the way of education, like you mentioned that they were simply giving notes. It has to be more discussion based, more deliberations, and talking about application rather than the facts and figures. Coming to the technical education, one area that we always hear from the industry is that the graduates or the technical students that come out, they are not industry ready. So they need to be skilled by the industry. How do you see that gap? Is this, we have taken that digital leap, as to say. Do you see that gap? We are filling that gap with this leap that we have taken. Is this an enabler? How do you see that gap now? We can address that.
I think this issue which you're talking about is now, I would say, well understood or well received in the educational system. If I look at the technical education side of it, it is now something which is considered to be a very important issue, because ultimately you are producing students for the needs of the industry. I mean, the bulk of students, some of them may go for higher education or into research, but bulk of the students are meant to fulfill the needs of the industry. And in order to ensure that the students are actually readily available with the requisite skills for the industry, few things which are happening presently, and I think few things need to happen. So one of the things which has happened is that AICT, which is the regulatory entity for the technical education in the country, has brought in new model curriculum sometime back in 2018. And it is now being implemented by most universities, with few modifications on their own. And I think the distinct change or the distinct difference with this new curriculum was that it is much more practical oriented. Whereas the curriculums before that were very, very theoretical oriented. This curriculum is very practical oriented, in order to ensure that the students are able to understand the practical aspects of it well, and then apply the concept which they learn into practice. So that is one. Two, what has happened is that now industrial internship has become mandatory. And so much so that what we have done in Telangana is that we have divided the institutions also into two parts. The reason was that the industry complains that you are sending all your students in one semester to us, and in the other semester there's nobody. So they are also not able to take care of this surge of student in suddenly in one semester, and the other semester is completely, there's nobody. No, industry is not able to operate like that. So they need some kind of a continuity throughout the year. So what we did is we divided our institutions into two parts. So and we kind of match them each other. So one institution will send in the even semester and one institution will send in the odd semester. And maybe next year they can reverse each other depending on the mutual needs of that. So that ensures that the industry gets a student for the whole year, and then they can plan how do you train that student or deploy that student on their side. So that is one which has worked very well, and especially in our diploma level institutions, it has given very, very good results, I must say. And the industry has been very supportive of it. Secondly, what we have done, another innovation in Telangana is something we apprenticeship model of Austria through a company called Alpla, which is headquartered in Austria, and with the help of local CII, the Confederation of Indian Industries. It's a relationship between CII, Alpla, and the Department of Technical Education, wherein what we said is the entire final year the student can actually do in the industrial premises, and that the industry will probably be teaching the subjects which the students are able to take in the final year with some sort of a tutoring. They can come to our institution and take the exams, but go back to the industry, and the full year is completely on the site training for the students. And we are calling it dual apprenticeship because they do also their coursework parallelly, and then they are completely doing the training. And this is a sort of an adaptation of the Austrian apprenticeship or the German apprenticeship concept. And we think that this has generated a lot of interest in our local industry. And no, I also spoke to the CII, also the South Zone, their council meet. And we are seeing now this model being appreciated by the industry, and they're coming forward to this. So that is another thing. Third thing which can also be done is, which we are also requesting the industry to do, is prepone their placements. For example, instead of doing placements, let's say in the final semester or a penultimate semester, do the placements towards the end of the third year. So once that is done, then the fourth year is completely available for the institution. Design a custom program for the industry so that the student can learn whatever he or she needs to do in the industry. Now, these are the bunch of things which are possible. But ultimately, I also want to say is that the future of work is also changing. I mean, having said whatever I've said, it's also now very well appreciated that the whole future of the work is changing, and it is becoming more and more uncertain and more flexible. So instead of kind of preparing students for one particular job, I think we also have to prepare students so that they can also reskill themselves and learn quickly whenever there is a shift in the nature of the job. And I think more and more emphasis also has to go into that side of it.
Some very valid points, Mr. Mittal, you made. One, the initiative of giving students industry experience, joining hands with the industry, and placing them with the industry for their training. I think that's a very good move, giving them the right experience that they would need in future in their professional career. And also what you mentioned that with this entire year has shown us how life is uncertain, and the way things are happening. So our students of the future need to be ready for uncertainties. They need to be able to quickly reskill themselves. So I think very valid points made by Mr. Mittal. Again, another area to address in terms of higher education is the number of institutes, the desirable higher education institutes. While we have number of, as we mentioned, that we have thousands of colleges and institutes, the number of desirable higher education institutes and the students seeking admission in these institutes, that gap is quite a lot. What can we do in that area?
So I think NEP gives a good roadmap for it, because NEP says that the institutions in future, let's say a decade down the line, will be of three types. One is the research-based universities, two is the teaching-based universities, and the third is the autonomous degree granting colleges. You know, right now our problem is this whole affiliation system of colleges to, you know, affiliating universities. And if you look at a global education system, this affiliation concept is native to only the Indian subcontinent. So India, Pakistan, Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, these are the countries which have this affiliation system. But you don't see this affiliation system in most countries of the world, and not at all in the developed world. The problem with this affiliation system is that whether you have the best quality college or whether you have the poorest quality college, ultimately the degree is given by the affiliating university. So now I can give you example of, let's say, Telangana engineering. Most of our engineering colleges are affiliated to JNTU, which is Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, and it ranks pretty high among the technological universities in the country. It is among the top 50 in the country in terms of universities. Now, whether you have the best college or you have the worst college, I would say number one or the number last in the list, both these colleges, they may focus on, you know, the best college may focus on quality, the worst may not, but ultimately the degree is coming from JNTU. So there is no real incentive for the poor or the bad colleges to improve. And the students also in some ways don't mind, because ultimately the degree is coming from the universities. And I think NEP recognizes this need and is now talking about this shift into autonomous degree granting colleges. And with that shift, this focus on quality will become even more, I would say, paramount. Because if an institution or a college has to stand on its own with its own degree, let's say XYZ college says, no, now I am giving degree and not the affiliating university, the students will look at whether that degree has any importance in the market or not. Right now, that is not at all there. And I think this is one very significant shift which is happening. Two, as you rightly said, there are some very low strength colleges and there are some good strength colleges. And I think it has been our experience, and especially in the state of Telangana, we have seen these low strength colleges and poor quality colleges kind of getting kind of closed at a very, very fast pace, because of availability of information now and availability of online students. Students are also kind of more aware of what their previous batches have chosen, or which college has good placement and which college has poor placement. So that is accelerating the shift of kind of exit of this poor quality colleges in a big way. But then our regulatory system is such that we also have cap our seats, seats in most colleges. For example, in medical college, there's a cap of, let's say, 100 or 150 or 200 seats. You can't really go beyond that. Similarly, for engineering, we have a cap over what is the number of seats they can have, and beyond that, they are not allowed to go. And I think with the second part of shift, which I spoke about, teaching universities, if some of these good quality colleges become universities of the future, I think that is where that kind of growth of some of these colleges will come as future universities, I would say. And this is the kind of change which is happening, but it is a slow change. And I think it will take us some time, maybe I would say close to a decade, for us to move into the education system which you are talking about.
Okay, so that entire transformation, I think it's a gradual process where we weed out the low quality colleges, we uplift the good quality colleges into, upgrade them to campuses and, universities. So it's a gradual process. In terms of technical education board, how are you, what are, with this entire digital shift that has happened, how has the board working, what are your strategies for the future? How are you looking at the future?
So one is we are very conscious. I mean, the kind of things which we have spoken about in last half an hour or so is that what kind of curriculum needs to be there for the future. So we are very conscious of that fact. And then the new curriculum which we have brought in this year, that is 2021, is the year in which we are bringing in new curriculum for our technical institutions. And that curriculum, basically imbibes a lot of things which we have spoken about. For example, we are also today talking of an open book exam, in the sense, students can bring the prescribed books for the exam, because we want them that exam should no more be rote learning exams, but it should be more of a test of your ability to apply the concepts which you have learned. So that is the change which we are bringing. We are also having a lot of infusion of technology into it. For example, our evaluation system has completely been transformed into on-screen digital evaluation. Of course, we have not gone in for completely online examination because of lack of device on the student side. But what we are trying to do is that the answer scripts are scanned and then evaluated by our teachers online. And that is giving us a very, very rich quality data, because now we have question-wise performance of every student in a database. And that helps us to analyze which concept students find difficult, which concept a teacher may find difficult to teach, what is the performance of a particular college, and which colleges are doing well, which colleges are not doing well, students from which background are doing well, which background are not doing well. So I feel that once you digitize things, you also have these secondary spin-offs which are very, very valuable, I would say.
Okay, right. So once you have the information on your fingertips, I think that would make things a lot more easy, and very good initiatives what you spoke about. So talking about Telangana, so how Telangana, let's talk about the education. You have already mentioned how, the changes that you are bringing in terms of Telangana education, in terms of Telangana colleges, in terms of the students, how they are, your overview of last 1.5 years, how things have happened, and what are the major shifts that your outlook for next few months or years?
So I would say this last 1.5 year has been a very difficult year, because we have not been able to reach out, in spite of our best efforts. We have not been able to reach out to every student, because of the physical constraints which I have mentioned about, lack of device or lack of access to internet. And we are trying to make it up now, since the campuses have opened. We are focusing on vaccination in a big way. We are trying to ensure that every student who's coming to our campus, or every faculty member who is already there on the campus, is vaccinated. And we are trying to ensure that this gap which has happened is sort of bridged during, let's say, next few months. So that is one of the focuses which we have as of now. We are also focusing on providing market-oriented skills in a big way, because on the job market side also there's been a huge shift which has happened. A lot of work has moved from on-site to work from home. So that requires a lot of focus on computer skills also, and we are trying to ensure that computer skills are at the core of our educational system. And we have brought in for almost every degree college student, we are ensuring now that they learn computers as part of their curriculum. So that is another shift. We've also tried to bring in a lot of flexibility in terms of, and that was actually planned pre-COVID, but COVID happened, but we still went ahead with that. Last year, we have been able to bring in huge amount of flexibility in terms of student choices. Prior to 2019, we had fixed choices of subjects for degree college students. But last year, we have been able to bring in a huge flexibility. Subjects are divided into buckets, and students can choose the subjects which they want from bucket, and that has been very successful. And we think that with time we can further strengthen that.
So that's some very good moves. One is flexibility, in choice of subjects that the student can take, for their higher education. Second, computer literacy, increasing computer literacy among students. And third is, trying to reach out to all the students, the last mile connectivity with most of the students in whatever parts of the state. So some very good initiatives, I must say, from the Telangana Education Board. Now, before we let you go, Mr. Mittal, what is your message to the students out there who might be listening to this entire conversation?
So I would like to tell the students that, especially from the Indian context, is that India is full of opportunities, and I can tell you that the COVID pandemic, though it may have brought in disruption in the education system, but it has also kind of accelerated India's growth in many ways. Work from home is something which I would say is to the benefit of India, because if work can happen from home, then work can happen in India from anywhere in the world. And also, due to the geopolitical situations which we're seeing around India, a lot of manufacturing focus is also happening in India. So I feel that the coming years are full of opportunities. So you should equip yourself to make the best out of the opportunities which are available. Don't get disheartened with the disruption which has happened, but use it to strengthen your resolve and to make the best use of these opportunities in the coming years.
That's right. Every crisis has an opportunity as well. And yes, for our students out there, a lot of opportunities, as Mr. Mittal mentioned. And, thanks so much for sharing that very wonderful pointers. What we can do, challenges are there, transformations are going to happen gradually. We cannot expect them to happen overnight. But as long as they are happening, they are in the pipeline, and, the policymakers are working on that. So I think the future is bright, and our education system, I think one of the best in the world, is going to prosper. Thank you so much, Mr. Mittal, for that wonderful conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Mittal, for being here, taking out the time and sharing such wonderful insights with all of us. And thank you, Sapna, like always, for moderating the session so very well. I'm sure that all our viewers have taken some key takeaways from the conversation. I'm going to let you sink in that information that you've just received, the wealth of information that Mr. Mittal has shared with us. And I'm going to take a little break here, make you go through some of our BW videos, which will give you wealth of information on what BW Business World is all about, all the IPs that are there, the number of businesses that we cater to. But remember, right after this little break, we are going to talk about Orissa leading e-governance and citizen-centric services leveraging IT and the way forward. We have a special address coming up, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
In the world of business, when you think business, you think BW Business World, spanning across platforms from print to the fast-growing digital space. From custom events to insightful industry books, BW Business World continues to capture a critical market space. Enjoying over 1.2 million engaged reader base, we have replicated this success in digital, with a six-fold growth in the past 1 year. So who is the BW audience? Our magazine readers are the cream of the crop business professionals spread across industries and niche communities. BW Digital engages with a much larger audience, hailing majorly from India and US. We also reach diverse markets including UK and Saudi Arabia. The BW print universe comprises of BW Business World, BW Smart Cities, BW Hotelier, BW Applause, BW Education, and BW People, each profiling industry leaders and niche sectoral stories. BW Digital communities target niche segments like startups, CIOs, smart cities, defense, amongst a range of other fields, with a following of millions of unique digital users. BW Business World is an industry leader in curating a plethora of IPRs. With multiple industry stakeholders under one roof, BW IPR events generate superlative content. BW Engage offers bespoke brand solutions across functions with inputs from the award-winning BW editorial team. We design and execute a 360-degree marketing model, resulting in top-of-mind recall and a large BW Engage client patronage. Why engage with us? We have an award-winning editorial team. We forecast new scoops and future trends before any of our competitors. We provide 360-degree brand solutions, and our clients are always happy with the ROI. This is just a glimpse of our client endorsements. To subscribe to our print patronage, visit subscribe.businessworld.in. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. You can also connect with us on WhatsApp on businessworld.in/WhatsApp.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As we've been talking about education, I hope that you have noted down all your key takeaways and learnings and are sharing with a wider audience. Don't forget to use our hashtag, which is BW Digital India Conclave. I'm going to start with asking our next special address speaker to come out here, who's going to speak about Orissa leading the e-governance and citizen-centric services, leveraging information and technology, and the way forward here. Welcoming Shri Tushar Kanti Behera, Honorable Minister of State, Independent Charge, Electronics and Information Technology, Sports and Youth Services, Government of Orissa. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Namaskar. A warm welcome and greetings for the day. Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Government of Delhi, Manish Sisodia ji, and dignitaries on digital dais, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to be here in the virtual meetup Digital India Conclave 2021. The capital city of Odisha, Bhubaneswar, has emerged as an ideal and leading ITES destination in the eastern region. Recognizing the IT potential of the city, Government of India had established first 3 STPIs at Bhubaneswar along with Bangalore and Pune during 1991. This reflects vision of Government of India for building Bhubaneswar as an IT city from the early days of 90s. Odisha was among few states to announce IT policy during 1998. Since then, the state has made significant progress in IT, both in exports as well as the domestic market, churning out IT professionals and creating quality IT infrastructure in the state. The IT exports from the state has grown leaps and bounds with 4,700 crores in 2020-21 financial year, thereby putting the state in the IT map of the country. It is heartening to note that Odisha occupies a position within the first 10 leading Indian states in IT exports and achieved second among Tier 2, Tier 3 cities. We are ahead of leading states like Gujarat, Punjab, Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, etc. Odisha is the only destination in the eastern India where all the 4 IT major, namely Infosys, TCS, Wipro, Tech Mahindra, Mindtree and Capgemini have set up their development centers. Infosys set up its first offshore development center in Bhubaneswar outside Karnataka during 1996. There are several other aspects where Odisha has unique positioning and advantage. According to NASSCOM 80 Kanti study report, Bhubaneswar is one among the top 15 Tier 2 cities in India that has the potential for accelerated growth in the sector and thus challenges the leading states. Locations were analyzed on parameters such as talent pool availability, infrastructure, social environment, business enablers, government support and cost of operations. Undoubtedly, the IT sector is today at the top of government's agenda and the state of Odisha has joined with other states and always been in forefront in the IT revolution, synchronizing the vision for an all-round development and spread of ITES industry throughout the state. STPI with the help of state government has already set up 3 STPI centers and 5 others to come up with this timeline. The state will have 8 STPI centers which will be highest in the country at present. It is felt that the success and failure of IT industry can be gauged by 3 factors like availability of quality manpower and infrastructure, impressions overseas customers carry about the industry and city, and most importantly, the forward-looking policies of the government. If we compare Bhubaneswar, it is a perfect location having all above feel-good factor for IT, ITES, ESDM industries. Odisha produces more than 50,000 engineering and MCA professionals every year, and Bhubaneswar has been emerged as an educational hub of eastern region of India. The city has been emerged as higher education and wisdom hub in eastern India, producing high quality technical and skilled workforce for IT industries. The city promises much better living condition than the metros and mini metros in terms of clean environment, negligible commuting time, reasonable real estate rate and low power tariff, etc. From the experience of our IT units in Bhubaneswar, the attrition rate is relatively low and productivity of IT professionals are highest. It is felt that Bhubaneswar is one of the safest destinations than metros and other cities in terms of security threats. Its proximity to both Kolkata and Hyderabad would help a lot in time of any exigency. Apart from this, huge investment is being pumped in steel and mineral, which will also create ample opportunities for the IT industries in domestic sector too. Of late, Bhubaneswar has seen growth in entrepreneurial activity in ESGN, VLSI area, having base of many reputed IT hardware global companies like Canada-based Semtech Corporation, Sankalp Semiconductor, Robotic Wares, Perfectus Technologies, etc. Under the leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Sri Naveen Patnaik ji, Odisha has announced strategic roadmap for ESGM sector and lots of incentives have been envisaged under ICT policy. Synchronizing the above initiatives of the state government, STPI have established fabrication lab with support from MIT, USA and Entrepreneurial Park for fabrication, design of creation of prototype and fulfill the entire ESGM life cycle for the industries. Among array of fiscal and non-fiscal incentives, recently government has approved full exemptions from SGST for 5 years and 25% of capital investment subsidy over and above the MSIP benefits of Government of India for ESGM industries and an instant and expeditious approval mechanism for all statutory clearances. We are hopeful that with forward-looking policy as well as with availability of all required infrastructure, the state of Odisha is ready to join the IT revolution and could be a destination of choice for IT, ESGM and electronic manufacturing industries in coming days. Moreover, the state of Odisha has a vibrant startup ecosystem, having more than 1100 startups recognized under Odisha Startup Policy, which aspires to be amongst the top 3 startup hubs in India through strategic partnership, conducive ecosystem, investment and policy intervention. In a nutshell, Odisha, a power surplus state with its abundant mineral and IT resources, a long coastline, excellent infrastructure, investor-friendly government policies, skilled manpower, a stable and transparent government and warm and hospitable people is all set to become the destination of choice for the most discerning investors. Today, the state has got the eyeball of the business world and is home to several Indian and global industry leaders who have found their preferred turf to take on the world from here. Endowed with rich mineral resources and surplus power, the state has attracted investment intentions to the tune of over 100 billion US dollar to be spread over next 7 to 10 years in sectors like metals, IT, petrochemicals, power, hospitality and higher education. These investments in turn would create newer opportunities and market for local IT and ESTM industries. I take this opportunity to invite the entrepreneurs, potential investors and other state government for interaction and exploring the vast opportunities in electronic, ESGM and IT sector in the state and discuss on further possible association on mutual interests. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Shri Tushar, Kanti, Behera ji, for that wonderful presentation and also for that invitation for all the businesses, startups and investors as well. I hope all of you are taking note of it. And if you'd like to share this information with your colleagues, peers, and the wider group of people, then do not forget to use the hashtag BW Digital India Conclave and spread the message. Moving forward, we'll be playing the BW AV one more time and get ready for the last panel of the day, which will talk about IT for future cities, connected and integrated ecosystem for cities of future. Stay right tuned with us because this very important discussion is coming up. Thank you.
Businessworld presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Businessworld events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience.
BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism to a technology-first world. Hosting over 250 virtual summits and webinars across its 17 niche business communities, with millions engaging with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars and hosting 20+ virtual summits. 33 million page views on an average, 21 special issues in 2020 hit the stands, and multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months, BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And as we've been talking about some very important topics right here, we've come to the last panel discussion, which is going to discuss about IT for future cities, connected and integrated ecosystem for cities of future. We are delighted to have our panelists here on board. And I'd like to first welcome our moderator, once again, Ms. Sapna Srivastav, editor, Reality Plus. I'd also like to welcome our panelist on screen, Mr. Ajay Chakti, Secretary Science and Technology, also Secretary Administrative Reforms, Government of Arunachal Pradesh. A very warm welcome to you, sir. I'd also like to welcome our panelist, Mr. P.C. Davekar, Deputy Municipal Commissioner and CEO, Gandhinagar, Government of Gujarat. A very warm welcome to you as well. I'd also like to welcome our last but not the least panel speaker here, Mr. Girish Gupta, Regional Head, India, Sterlite Technologies Limited. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Gupta. And Ms. Sapna, I'd leave the discussion over to you.
Thanks, Kathy. I think, a very interesting topic, something we are always, with the current scenario, how, the pandemic, we have dealt with various aspects of our lifestyle. So now we are talking about connected cities, cities of the future. So my first question to our eminent speakers here is, they all have been leading their own states during this time of pandemic. So how, what were the initiatives that, Mr. Chakti, you took, and Mr. Davekar, that you took for your respective states during this, scenario when we had pandemic and we had the COVID-19 situation? Mr. Chakti, what were your initiatives in your state that you had taken?
First of all, am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. Regarding COVID management, I think all states, including Arunachal Pradesh, they have prepared GIS maps of spread of COVID. Like we have our open portal, anyone can access, and you can see the status of cases, fresh cases coming up, cumulative cases, beds, vacancies, vacant beds, and hospitals. Then you can see the nature of spread of disease. You can see its the visualization is very clear. So it helps map the trends of COVID spread. So it was very helpful. Definitely GIS was important thing. But that is a very simple tool because that is a horizontal type of description that we are doing while visualizing. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So that was one initiative. What's most important in these times is the availability of information. And if you can have it on your tips, if you have that connected information, that becomes an important part of the entire management. Mr. Davekar, how did you deal with the present situation in your state?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. And I also thank you for inviting me in this forum. Actually, COVID was a very unfortunate incident. What all we have go through globally. In Gandhinagar, we have used our integrated control and command center, which is being established in our smart city. All the properties are mapped. All the properties are having GIS based monitoring system. So we have ascertained our containment area from the ICCC only. Moreover, COVID consultation through WhatsApp call. We have we started a consultation through WhatsApp call. A doctor was sitting there in our control center. Anyone from general public can have WhatsApp consultation. So COVID was that kind of scenario. People were not allowed to come outside their home. So it was very useful to people that they can consult particular doctor from their home only. So it was a very good initiative, and people have appraised these initiative in Gandhinagar.
Okay. That's it.
Yes.
So we spoke about GIS, we spoke about integrated measures that were taken, control rooms being set up. Mr. Gupta, coming to you, has the pandemic kind of accelerated the use of digital tools in our cities, in our, among our policymakers? What has your, observation?
Thanks for having me here. Right. Nick, call this, though it was a black swan from a turned out to be a golden swan. Yes, I use digital. We have folds last year. The Zoom call itself has grown 500%. This meeting we are having, instead of virtual, having it on a digital platform itself. And most of the meetings today is like conferences we are doing on the virtual platform itself. And it has created a lot of efficiency and efficacy into the system, which we all can utilize. It's up to us now how going forward we take this, how effectively we can utilize this. One thing I'll say, a big reflection we as an industry had, or I personally had, Mr. Davekar talked about using the command control center to certain effect utilization of the COVID. I'll say one critical aspect, if I would have a much more integrated platform, the way China operated out of COVID, where their cameras were sensed across, the temperatures were taken, recorded at a central location, they could manage a lot of things. The way UK operated during this COVID times, Indian ecosystem of the smart cities is lacking much behind the rest of the world on that account. We as an organization or as a country operates in multiple silos, and we reflected if those silos are broken and brought into a city environment, integrated city environment, will deliver a different value to us as a as a country, as a nation, as a city, as a.
So much more could have been done. I think, what Mr. Gupta is saying, that yes, we did initiate lot of technology solutions, but much more could have been done. Mr. Chokki, and Mr. Davekar, I would come to you in terms of, what have been the challenges, because this was, as Mr. Gupta also said, it was a black swan event, and it just happened so suddenly that, everyone was caught unaware. So what were the challenges in preparation? Mr. Chokki, you asked, spoke about GIS, but implementation of that GIS within that short span of time. So what had been your challenges?
You're talking of Arunachal Pradesh?
Yes.
It is a totally different scenario in Arunachal Pradesh. The biggest challenge in Arunachal Pradesh since long has been connectivity, whether it is roads, whether it is telecom. So if you have to send one item from, let us say, Guwahati to, let us say, interiors of Arunachal, border of Arunachal, then the roads, they are not so good in the interiors. In the capital, it's fine. Certain national highways are fine, but you have to go to the interior. It's a real challenge to take medicines, to take goods, to track people, to get the patients from distant locations to the nearest hospital. Then we had problems related to oxygen plants. So of course we had a real shortage. Luckily, we did not have as many patients as there were in the mainland. So the positivity rate was also not very high, and the spread was contained because of the low density of population. However, the challenges arise when you are checking people who are coming by road to the capital. So you install testing facilities on the way, and that is where you get the maximum number of infected patients. So that was one of the biggest challenge. After 1 year, the situation has improved a lot. So apart from this connectivity issue, roads, the second aspect is connectivity with respect to telecom. There are many areas which are not well connected with internet. In the border areas, in fact, your mobile calls may not be going. Only BSNL has certain infrastructure in the border areas. Even now, we are thinking of VSATs in the distant locations. So there are issues with reference to telecom also. As regards phase 2 of COVID management, that is vaccination, there were cases when people had to trek over the mountains, they had to crisscross boundaries, rivers, even the bridges. They're not the type of concrete bridges, steel bridges that you find in mainland. There were many which are made of local material. So people had to, the vaccination team had to go on foot over 9 hours, let us say, to reach the people in the distant locations, distant villages settled in the hills. Now you imagine the population is only about 15 lakhs in Arunachal Pradesh, and overall area is about 83,000 square kilometers. So the spread is huge. This provides a different type of challenge as compared to the mainland. Thank you.
Okay, those were some very challenging, I think, aspects of entire management, and especially in terms of technology. Even if you want to implement that technology, the infrastructure has to be there. Mr. Davekar, what were your challenges when in terms of implementation of technology to enable management? How did you face that?
Yes, actually, in Gujarat, we didn't need to face the same problem as like in Arunachal Pradesh, because we have more planes. Rather, I can say that we have to face like shortages of oxygen, scarcity of manpower. demand was increasing at its peak, and resources were limited at that time. Pandemic has flown very, in very short span of time. So our medical system, our clinical system was not cope up with that. So in Gujarat and in Gandhinagar, we have faced those kind of these kind of problems. Actually, at that time, there were two demands arising day by day. One, bed occupancy. We don't have that much of bed, and patients were lying outside the hospitals without having medical treatment. And on the other way, deaths were increasing, and crematorium was also limited. So the line in crematoriums were also very high. So it was very bad scenario. But on the administration side, we have cope up it, and we have put our maximum effort. Uh, I think all of our administration people were working round the clock without having any rest. Medical staff was also there. So we fight up to our maximum potential in Gujarat and in Gandhinagar as well.
Right. Mr. Gupta, I'll come to you now. We just heard Mr. Chakti about, the infrastructure problem, many states have. Arunachal Pradesh is just one of them. Mr. Davekar spoke about, although there was no connectivity problem, but there were physical problems that, the management of the city corporations had to face. Looking at these kind of challenges, how do you suggest that, we can kind of make technology an enabler in addressing these challenges?
No, I was quite resonate with both the gentlemen here that we couldn't reach to the remote locations during this COVID times. We don't have a rural connectivity today. We're still talking about running a big program as a government of India, as a BharatNet, to connect the rural part of India. I can't resonate more than that. But there is a much more to reflect back. If I say that if we have to see the trees, we have to step back out of the forest and to see those trees. It's like that. India is a country which is growing over a period of time, and we always a cash issue. How to build infrastructure, how to go back and invest more back into the society. And on the contrary, when I look at it in any of the cities scenario today, there is a similar asset or infrastructure is getting built multiple times in a disaggregated manner. If I just give you an example, just to elaborate out here for everyone's interest, a city will have a data center. A city will have an ICT infrastructure for the street ICT project. A city will have a safe city infrastructure separately. City will have a ITMS infrastructure separately, police infrastructure separately, smart city infrastructure separately. And we'll have a similar way in the telecom infrastructure. We say rural doesn't have a connectivity. If I look at it within the same city, I'll have a different communication networks of the infrastructure. Somewhere Geo or TSPs, if I call it, rather than naming somebody, or somewhere ISPs will have a network. Now think of this way: in the same city, do I have a multiple roads to go from one place to another? Answer is no. Do I have a multiple water lines to reach to my home? The answer is no. So it's something to how do we bridge this gap of rather than deploying that investment within the same location, we have that investment distributed across. That's a one larger issue which we should reflect upon. And if we have to do that, if we do that in a holistic way, can we do that in an integrated approach? I'm coming now to the tech part of it, which you said, that if we have an integrated model of delivery, if I put up a one infrastructure for the city where multiple technologies can come and sit together, multiple users can come and sit together, that will deliver a much effective, cohesive, I'll say, outcome to the city. We need to have a framework, if I put it that way. We need to have a framework where integrated ICT fund can be deployed for a city or for a state or for a region specifically, where all the departments comes and invest in a centralized fashion to make that area deliver the services. So what I call it a city-based ICT infrastructure policy, if we bring it together, in that space. Because technology has a use cases, technology has a spend. Today, whatever technology I'm deploying, technology is getting obsolete. What I deployed 5 years back, if I look at all my smart cities, safe cities, which I started 6 years back as a program, those has the use cases of that day. Today, the use cases have evolved. So now it's important that we build that city utility corridors where I can reach to the rural place wherever I'm required, and all utilities can reach together at a single point of time. And then technology framework, the technology platform which is built across to take at different locations will deliver a multiple use cases. And that's where the technology comes in. If we have a basic infrastructure platform, like Mr. Devendra mentioned or Sir mentioned earlier, that we couldn't reach to rural area because we didn't ever thought of reaching there. We never thought of creating those utility corridors to that locations. Now, I've been to places where forget about mobile towers. To connect those towers with the power utility doesn't exist. Power doesn't exist on those areas. I mean, he's talking about Arunachal, which I agree, and there are further more border areas where we don't have powers. So for us to build that basic infrastructure, a utility corridor across is the step one. In those utility corridors, having a digital platform, a connectivity platform, is becomes a must kind of scenario, which can come of a broad-based ICT infrastructure policy where all users can come together, pool in their funds and deliver that. And then we can have a sensors, whether it is cameras, where multiple use cases can evolve on top of that to deliver those services, what my consumer, what technology can deliver to them. That's where I'll say before we jump into deliver actual technology, and that infrastructure needs to be in place, and that comes as a single utility corridor across the country.
Okay, so what Mr. Gupta here is saying, first let's get the basics right. The basics utilities should be in place. Then we go on to the ICT infrastructure, and then we can, go on to the centralized system for the service delivery. Mr. Chatti, you just heard that these are some of the ways that one should first of all the funding in the right way, distribution of funding to the various departments, so that we can bring them together on a central platform. We can have our power systems in place. How are you, looking at building this entire infrastructure, starting from power and then to ICT and then to the centralized systems? What are the initiatives that you have been taking in your state?
First of all, Government of India has a scheme for spreading broadband. So we have logged on to that. Then for the interiors, where the requirement of bandwidth is not much, we have gone for VSAT process, and Government of India is helping us. BBNL is here. For certain areas, we have requested private companies like Airtel and Jio to lay their broadband network, because BSNL has been facing cash crunch. So investment was difficult for them. Apart from that, you need some network connectivity. You need some central infrastructure at the central location. So we already have our network. We have our state centers for data, etc. But we are now expanding the data center part. That will help us to save that problem when when we are hiring in other states from other like Amazon Web Services or NIC Cloud, etc. So if the connectivity is not there, the data center will not be useful. So we are trying to have a full-fledged data center at our place. That is one aspect. Then we have our own council for IT. So it can make autonomous, independent decisions it need not be caught up in that bureaucratic framework. HR policy is also very important. So many people have been trained. Luckily, many people in Arunachal are good at computers. That is not an issue. You can get cheap labor also. And on the top of it, if you want good IT people, we have a good system. We have a good support from NIC. So the best in the country are also in Arunachal Pradesh. In terms of HR, we don't have any problem. So talking of structure, talking of process, talking of behavior. So these are a multitude of things which are to be taken care of. In fact, we have started e-office full-fledged. So when people are going to distant regions, then also they are working on NIC e-office. So productivity is not going down. So now next we are thinking of Sparrow system. So where your annual confidential reports, they are only online. This system has already been implemented in Government of India. So we are playing the catch-up game, and in a year or so, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of processes, in terms of manpower, I think we should be equal to any other state.
Okay, fantastic. So good to know that, a lot of initiatives being taken, for internal processes, for the manpower, for the state itself. Mr. Davekar, coming to you, what have been your focus areas in terms of, building this entire infrastructure of telecommunication, in terms of, bringing in technology in all aspects of city management?
Yes. Actually, in Gujarat, it was started since 2005, way back 15, 17 years ago. We have started E-Gram Vishwagram project, in which all the village panchayats were connected through internet. E-Nagar project, in which all the cities were connected through internet. All the citizen services were online. People can avail services from their home only. They need not to come to the office except once or twice. So these projects were very useful for people. E-Dhara, land measurement of land was also computerized and was available for all the people. Newly established Act, RERA Act, is also an initiative from Gujarat. Moreover, state fiber grid network and implementation of smart cities are the backbone for development and development for and IT relatives. So we are just doing this from last 15 days. More scope is there. We have to. We also have some connectivity issues in our remote places in entire Gujarat. Some tribal pockets are there where connectivity is not that kind of, it is not that kind of remarkable. But we are working on it, and shortly we will be resolving this problem also.
Okay.
One of the most initiative has been taken by our Honorable Chief Minister, sir. CM Dashboard Project. Chief Minister can see entire states, what are going on in entire state from his bungalow only. How many street lights are working in any of the Nagarpalika, means municipality. How many cases are pending in any of the office. How many cases are resolved, and how many grievances have been redressed, etc. can be availed by Honorable Chief Minister at any moment of time. So it is also a good project. Politicians are, also getting aware what the administrators and bureaucrats are doing.
Okay, so some great initiatives by the government, the state governments, the city planners. Mr. Gupta, do you see the intention is there, the initiatives are already put in place. Do you see opportunity for the private sector to bring in their knowledge, their expertise, and hold hands with the government agencies?
Uh, Definitely, I'll say there's a lot of opportunity out there. It's a great initiatives as India, as a country, we have taken. If I say Dubai launched one app, both Mr. Jakti or Mr. Davika must be aware of it, that Dubai launched one app kind of a month back, where at one place, 90 applications, 90 services can be provided to a citizen. A citizen can go in a one location and get all their services done. And we are moving in that direction. Somewhere we have 5, somewhere we have 10, somewhere we have 15. We are moving in that direction. So all those initiatives are coming in place. But where are we lacking? Like you said, that how private sector can play in. To have this whole digital connectivity across the city or a state or a country, I'll say the digital connectivity has got 3 layers basically. First layer is what we call it a high-speed connectivity layer, which both of my colleagues on the panel talked about, that they don't have a rural connectivity. That's one part of it. The second part of it, bringing it that to a central location, which Mr. Chatri said that he's building up a data center, or I may call it a knockout there, and where it comes, gets integrated, gets analyzed, and gets implemented. So what's happening is government is building these at a certain pace with a certain amount of funds available to them. Now, if private sector is brought in, into the game, government can build the basic framework. When I say the basic framework, they can put up this connectivity which Mr. Shakti talked about, that the rural government is taking some initiatives to reach to the rural, government is taking some initiatives to put these data centers up, and let private sector come in and play on providing these multiple services on this platform to the consumers, to the citizens of the country. If a very simple example is Google, we all use Google as a tool to travel from place A to place B, and it helps us to save time to the citizens. It helps the nation by saving the fuel, which is not getting burned on the ground. On the contrary, Google is making that money by capturing that data in its place and utilizing the data for doing more stuff into the country. But that's Google is one example. There are multiple utilities, I'll say more than dozens of companies who are working in this space, who has a niche area, who can come and provide those services. But they don't have a platform today. They don't have a platform. A city doesn't have a platform. If I want to come as an initiative, say I want to do a monitoring of the city and give you AI ML based solution to the city, where I can monetize out of the data. Government gets the benefit of any crime, any information, anything happening on the city. That kind of a public-private partnership. Typically in public-private partnership, we say that government will fund this and private sector will fund this. Let's come together. But we have to go beyond that thought, where we are saying government provides the basic infrastructure, government becomes an infrastructure platform provider, and the private sector comes in and provides multiple services. A company X has got an expertise in a particular area, can come forward, provide that expertise. There's a company called Local who provides the health services to the rural area. He can come and put up his platform on the government data center and provide the health services across the state. There are multiple such companies who exist in the country. STL as a company ourselves, we can put up this whole infrastructure, whole model together. We are working on different aspects in different parts of the country in this particular direction, where the platform is being provided by the government of India and the multiple services can be added on. So the public-private partnership, when it comes at the funding gap, it addresses two parts of the problem. One is the fund availability with the government of India. Second, it avoids the obsolescence of the technology. because the company who is expert in that technology will keep on innovating, bringing the technology, upgrading the technology while maintaining that network and providing that services to the citizens.
That's very right. Mr. Chakti, you just listen to him, that government becomes, as a platform and the private operators come in, provide the services. How do you see this happening? Is government open to that kind of a, role model?
This concept of platform as a service, I first heard from Nandan Nilekani few years back, and the idea was excellent. Now, if you see this launch of health system by Honorable Pradhan Mantri ji, health mission, he has talked of some digital platform. This is an excellent way. This is an excellent way of providing service wherein the government is providing the platform and services can be built on it. There will be other platforms also, but as regards data center, my worry is that government departments are not expert in setting up data centers, nor is it their core function. They can at best let it out. There are many companies in Hyderabad, in Bangalore, like 3S, etc., which can provide these services. Now, why do we talk of IT only? Let us talk of geospatial applications. If you think of the services that are being provided by the cities, by the towns, you have water, you have telecom, you have municipal services, etc. So all these things, all this data needs to be sensed, data is to be captured, it is to be analyzed, and it is to be visualized. So the government can definitely provide a platform where all the data comes, the government collects the data, but the private sector can help, for example, in data analysis, in planning good dashboards, and in quick response. This is where the expertise of private sector can come in. Thank you. That's all.
I think Ms. Sapna.
I believe Ms. Sapna is having a technical problem.
Yeah.
So maybe we can have the same viewpoint from you, Mr. PC Davekar.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, private payers can be can have much more role in in the service of the nation. I have heard somewhere that only 2% employment is being generated by government, but 98% employment has been generated by private sector. So, public-private partnership and role of private companies are much more important in service of the people. Government has some restrictions, some limitations on funding, on channelizing the resources, whereas private players can have that kind of liberty. They can give result in very short time span, and they have quality manpower also. Government being a service organization cannot cannot be result oriented, but the government has to be service oriented. So these are the main differences.
Okay, great. So our panelists do agree, our speakers agree that there can be a great synergies between the public and the private segment, and that is the way to go forward, and bringing in the right service delivery, prompt service delivery to the citizens. Now, another very important stakeholder in this entire ecosystem is the citizens of the, of the city, of the country, of the state. So, we have these platforms, we have this technology, but bringing that awareness to the citizens, bringing the community within that fold, making them part of this entire initiative. So how are the state governments, Mr. Davekar, how are you engaging the communities when, in the management, in the city management, in, making them aware of the technologies, how they can avail that? How is the community being engaged?
Well, we are engaging social media in terms of our all the services. People are giving their response on social media as well as through our elected political persons also. Just I would like to give an example. We are running cleanliness drive during this October month. So on every Sunday, we are doing campaigning. Cleanliness program is there. All the people are participating in this cleanliness drive. For our smart city, we are inviting suggestions from general common people how they want Gandhinagar, means our city, after 5 years, after 10 years. They can give suggestion to us. We will look into and will incorporate if it is feasible. So we are engaging people by many ways. We are displaying our activities on our VMDs, on our social medias. Press notes are being issued timely, and YouTube channel is also there for Gandhinagar Smart City. So we are engaging these kind of people by many ways.
Mr. Chakti, coming to you, how are you assessing what people want? What are their requirements, and then building your initiatives on that? So how are you reaching out?
First of all, basic services, bijli, pani, sadak, these are the basic requirements of a citizen. And if you add now Wi-Fi is in terms of Maslow's hierarchy, it becomes the fundamental need of citizen now. Anyway, coming to the requirements of citizens, understanding their needs, all we have to do is study this Niti Ayog's books, survey studies on SDG, Sustainable Development Goals. So we have for Northeast states. Similarly, for districts also, Niti Ayog has compiled versions. So you can go to their dashboard, you can see in a particular district, what is the extent of gap in a particular service. So that is not the issue, identifying the gaps. That is very easy. How you redress it in long-term manner and in administrative manner. So long-term manner is always legal. Legal aspect is, have you a right to time-bound delivery of services act? It ensures that whatever the citizen is entitled to is given to him. And there is a penalty system if the service is not delivered within certain time limit. So we have only 27 services, but they are crucial services in the act, right to time-bound delivery of services act. Then the normal thing is everywhere is right to information. Somehow we have been following it very seriously and information is being provided. So the citizen requirement, the citizen problems are being addressed through that. But main thing for short term is your feedback mechanism. And these days you will find social media is very active, not only from the government side, but from the people side. There is for example, on Facebook, we go and click Ita Nagar News. I go check daily, what is the citizen problem today? From there, I get feedback. If the results are not being declared in time, what is the feedback from the citizens? I get it by the evening. And I am able to alert my chief secretary. Said, this is the problem that the citizens are marking today. What we must learn from one particular state, Uttar Pradesh, not today in the good books of the citizen, but their grievance redressal system is one of the best. They have level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4. So if the service is not delivered in a certain time, then level 2 is activated. If the level 2 is also not able to deliver, level 3 is activated. Then citizen has the right to give feedback, and the complaint is closed only if his feedback is taken and he is happy. Exceptions will be there. Some citizens will just keep on troubling you. So level 3, level 4, they have discretionary rights to close the complaints in case they find that service has been delivered. The situation now in Uttar Pradesh, I came to know, is that the Patwari himself, he will ring up the applicant. Sir, आपका वो था application for mutation. Please come इसको करवा लीजिए sir. Why? Because the dashboard at the top is monitoring this. It is being monitored through this dashboard. So engagement can be in many ways. One is day-to-day, social media, your public grievance system, then your information system, that is Right to Information Act. Then there is entitlement, right to time-bound delivery of services act. But the most important thing is social media these days. I agree with my colleague.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, great. So, Mr. Chakti, raised some very valid points here. That one is the redressal system. You can have all the systems in place, but public redressal system has to be the strongest. The right of information has to be strongest. And social media, Mr. Gupta, Mr. Chakti spoke about, that how social media has become very strong. So what are your thoughts on that? When we are talking about this entire smart city scenario, we are talking about ICT infrastructure, where does social media finds its place?
I'll have a very simple view on this. Like we are growing in different phase in different parts of India. My urban India is way ahead, where social media has taken the front seat. My rural India is still struggling with the bread and butter of the roads and the way Mr. Chakti said, Sadak, Pani and Bijli. They're struggling on that. So if I talk about urban India, the urban India understands what technology, what digital services can deliver today. Whosoever, whatever category of people I have in urban India, I can go to the lowest level and then go to the highest level of income group. And you can find everyone understands the power of social media in the country today. And people are very effectively utilizing this, maybe a redressal system the way it is. I heard Mr. Prabhu 4 years back, the way he changed the railway system completely, how any incident in the railway system can be tracked and how quickly it gets responded back less than 24 hours. So social media is very, very effectively utilized, and that's where the ICT or digital part is playing a much, much larger role. But now it's a time has come, I'll say, where we say that people now know how to use the digital services. If you would have asked me 5 years back, yes, there was a challenge for people how to use social media, how to use the digital services, how to use the different means of communication today, whether Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn. We have multiple mediums to communicate. And now it's a time that as an industry, we enable more services and more platforms to make this social media rather than an information, an effective use of that. Like right now, somebody is taking control of it. Somebody has to sit down and do that action. How do we bring in AI and ML in this space, to have an automatic corrective action around the inputs which are coming in from the public, from the people? And that's where I see the next step, which all these social media companies are taking forward, that this is what has come in, and there's a corrective action to it, and action is taken automatically by the AI engine. And that engine is continuously improving the whole system. It's not like the mistakes what I did yesterday will going to happen today itself. There's a learning mechanism, there's an implementation mechanism, there's an action mechanism, and there's that learning gets implemented so that the mistakes are not repeated. And that's where this social media is going. That's where the expectation of the citizens are moving. That's my absolutely, like you can say, a personal understanding, the way I see the social media is moving, the way the expectation as a citizen I'm seeing that if my redressal has to go, today I have a complaint, next time it doesn't have to take 2 hours or 24 hours, it should get reduced day by day. And that's the kind of efficiency and the productivity we are expecting or looking at to build with the help of ICT within our smarter cities or digitally connected cities.
That's right. I think, with the mobile, penetration, with, the number of mobile users increasing in India exponentially, I think social media has got hold of, most of the citizens. Mr. Davekar, what are your views on, social media now? How is it impacting you and your redressal system?
Social media is undoubtedly a best key tool to address the redressal. Everybody is using WhatsApp. So our mobile numbers are in public domain. Someone, if anyone have some kind of complaint, they can raise on WhatsApp too. It is being resolved on WhatsApp only. Moreover, we have our Twitter accounts, Facebook accounts, and Instagram accounts. They are going to complain on these accounts also. We are addressing it in due course of time. So social media undoubtedly being a major role in these kind of services.
Yes, Twitter is, I think, one of the, that social media app where we, see a lot of citizens coming and, putting their queries there, putting their complaints there. And it's a two-way engagement, I believe, between the policymakers and the citizens. Now, another aspect that we have not touched about is the sustainability, disaster-resistant cities. Because this pandemic has been an eye-opener that we have to make our cities disaster-resistant. So how technology, how our ICT infrastructure, in terms of water management, in terms of our wastewater management, in terms of, energy efficiency. Mr. Chakti and Mr. Davekar, I'd like your views, how we are making our cities of the future not only smart, but also sustainable. Mr. Chakti.
Perfect. Good question. In fact, in the past or even in the current scenario, most of the cities and towns, the departments therein are existing in silos. So the first thing is to create a shared mechanism. Technology is a force multiplier here. For example, you have a wastewater system, you have water system, you have a telecom system. Some problem is occurring. Disaster has occurred at a particular place and you're not getting real-time feedback from that place. And the impact it is creating at other places, that feedback is also not available. So the concept of smart city, the enablement of digital environment, that is the crux of the issue. So you have to capture data on a real-time basis. You have to examine it. You have to send it to the command and control center, which is taking the decision. So that is one aspect about the services being provided under the city umbrella. But there is a major issue. When this 26/11 happened in Mumbai, the chief minister could not talk to his police commissioner because there were so many calls going through the mobile network, it was totally clogged. So what is the lesson? We have to have an alternate system wherein the response agencies like fire, like police, like municipal services, like deputy commissioner office, they are connected on one network. And that is not the towers of the mobile companies. That is exclusively leased towers, or for example, there is a Tetra network. During the Olympics, this is used. So entire system can respond as a one government instead of working in silos. So these are certain lessons in the past of how to create a sustainable city.
Okay, great. So, what Mr. Chakti has said, that we need a system where everyone, the entire emergency, services can be put in action as a unified force. Mr. Davekar, your views and, how we can make our cities more sustainable in terms of the natural resources that they are using, in terms of, their call to action for any disaster.
See, madam, disaster and development, these are both separate things. As far as disaster is concerned, when any disaster is coming, like earthquake, like a flood, like cyclone, technology plays a major role. I think, first of all, when any disaster comes, we lose connectivity. So if we if we strengthen our infrastructure, if we strengthen our roads, so we can rescue people immediately. And development also plays major role. If we have end-to-end connectivity, so our team, our rescue team, etc., will can move towards the end, and everyone can be saved.
Okay, so what our speakers here, the city planners are talking about is physical infrastructure and digital infrastructure. Mr. Gupta, when we are talking about sustainable cities, it's and disaster resistant cities, we need to be prepared before the disaster strikes us. So but major challenge what they are saying is the physical connectivity and the digital connectivity. What are your views? What are your suggestions on that?
So the challenges which both of them has raised is a very, very, like I'll say, common for India and most of the developing countries in the world. And if I say that physical infrastructure, yes, I agree on the physical infrastructure which we spoke earlier, that utility corridors which provides a sustained infrastructure, whether it's a telecom, because most of the disasters have either power failures or digital failures, infrastructure failures. So if you have a rightly done, where we don't have a concept of utility corridors in the country, if those are made up, definitely our physical infrastructure will get strengthened, which will deliver in those disasters time. That's the point number one. The point number two, with the respect to the digital infrastructure. In today's time, there are multiple solutions which are available in the market as a technology which can drive, like Mr. Chakti mentioned about towers getting down and nobody could communicate. Today we build a private LTE networks, wherein only the part of people who are part of that group can only talk in that network. So that congestion issue, it has evolved outside India. When I talk about US, when I talk about Europe, there are many countries which have built up these private LTE networks for this emergency or a private communication between the certain set of people. Because security is another threat which is coming through, cyber security, digital security is another threat which is coming through. And so these private LTE networks which exist in the today's time, beyond disaster as well, which can deliver a different setup. Then there's another technologies. Today we are talking about low Earth orbit satellites, which has no physical impact but can deliver a different set of value. So there are multiple technology solutions. One we say is a mobile towers or the fiber connectivity across. The other one is we are saying is a satellite connectivity. Then we are talking about private LTE connectivity. There are multiple solutions, mediums which are available to connect it during different times. And we always, like data center will have a redundant data recovery center in a different state or different location. We'll always have a second redundant path to a fiber to get it disconnected. When we talk about telcos, today telcos typically operate in disaster environment as well. There are a number of solutions we are working with the telcos as we speak to manage this disaster recovery at a given point of time. Like what happens at a certain given point of typhoon comes in Calcutta, there was a 7-path medium to connect to rest of the country was created. So that we stay connected at that given point of time when such incidents happen. But there are multiple technologies, I'll say, for in a simple way, multiple technologies, multiple solutions are available in today's time. Now, how do we implement that back into the government system to make it effective? That's a larger question to address, which I feel the moment we get into individual silos operations of the cities, of the governments, if we move them into an integrated environment, I'm again emphasizing on the part, the moment we move into an integrated environment of the ICT infrastructure in a city, we'll leverage these values, these advantages of the technologies into our society. Today, my advantage is the benefits of these technologies are missing because one department may be using certain benefits, other department may be using different technologies, and it's not getting integrated in. That's the only take. Technologies are available, can be utilized if it's operated in integrated fashion. And yes, actions will happen because AI ML is capable of today to deliver those actions on an immediate basis. It's in milliseconds we talk about. We don't talk about, when we're talking about 5G today, we are talking about less than a millisecond latency. So that's where the world is moving, and that's where we need to move as a cities as well in a digitally connected society.
Okay, that's right. Technologies are there, solutions are there. It is the implementation that has to be done in the right way. But before we, let go of our speakers, one question to all of you. What are the major changes that you expect in the next few years? We are talking about integrated and connected cities. That is the topic of our day. What are the major changes that you are expecting in next few years, Mr. Chakri?
I was listening to one eminent person, and he said that by 2030, he said that turning point will come when the cost of working through AI ML will be significantly less for corporates. And that is where the employment opportunities will suddenly go down in the manufacturing sector. It will lead to, of course, efficiencies, productivity in the economy. But that is one eventuality we have to be prepared for. So the lesson is that we have to train, we have to reskill our youth, our employees in AI, ML, etc. Second thing will be blockchain. We have not discussed it, but blockchain has different types of advantages. One is the storage part, one is the chain part. So in both these aspects, revolutionary things are happening. The current systems of storage on paper, etc., these will all end. The blockchain networks of different states will talk to each other. So it won't be that you are writing a letter as of today. No, the blockchain networks will talk to each other. This is the second aspect which I foresee. And third is back to the basics. You asked in your last question about disaster resilience. Yes, definitely, the basics will remain. If you are in Odisha, you have to plan for cyclones. You will build shelters for cyclone. If you are in Arunachal Pradesh, Andaman Nicobar, you will build earthquake safe buildings. These are high intensity, earthquake intensity prone areas. So the response will vary depending upon the geographical location and the situation there. These are basics. Basics won't change. How we bring the results for these basics, that will change mainly through technology. Thank you.
Right. So what Mr. Jagti is saying, in our pursuit of technology, let's not forget the basics. Let's design our cities as per their context, as per their climate, as per their the needs and the surroundings. And secondly, reskill our population so that when the time comes and we have AI and ML taking over our jobs, we have people who can be employed in different sector. So it's basically reskilling. And blockchain, as you rightly mentioned, yes, that's the future. We already are seeing in other parts of the world happening. Mr. Davekar, what major changes do you foresee? What is your outlook?
Yes, ma'am. If you adopt technology at its utmost, like 100% digital payment adoption in government transactions. It will enable more fast, secure, and trustworthy ecosystem in the country. Technology-powered learning ecosystem in government schools, using centralizing learning that will provide equal access to knowledge and resources to the students, regardless of their affluency. The integrated and paperless or less paper offices with flexible working arrangements. Uh, they will allow offices to operate with ease in even in challenging situations also. So these are some some perspective uh, which we can see by adoption of the technology. And the most importantly, a comprehensive cybersecurity policy, guideline, and regulations are which is a need of the hour today. We have to regulate, we have to safeguard our IT infrastructures. We have to, provide safety to our citizens, digital footprints of the country. Everything are being uh, made safe by these kind of policies.
Right.
So these are also to be these are also needs to be strengthened.
That's right. Very rightly said. EduTech, we just spoke about that, technology in education and contactless, faceless, and paperless operations. That is going to be the future where even the payments are digital. We are going to move forward. We are already seeing that happening. And that is the future that looks like. And cybersecurity, another very important aspect. It's a topic in itself for a discussion. So, Mr. Gupta, how do you see the future of our cities, integrated, connected cities, cyber security? That's one of the major challenges for any city.
We'll solve all this by 10 years, like you're talking about 2030.
Okay.
I see today, just if a number for everyone's reference, 2.2 million users, new users gets added on a digital network every day. That's the how the digital network is changing. Our IP traffic worldwide is growing 3 times every month. Like it's growing multi-folds. The growth is happening. What it is doing to us, it's making us, the best thing is making us much more educated. And the more educated we are, the more knowledge we have, will be much more productive society, much more efficient society. Today, my literacy level is too low as a country. And the way I see it is 10 years down the line, my literacy level will go multi-folds, at least 5 times where I am today. And if I'm 5 times more literate, my GDP of the country will go at least, like we are talking, our honorable prime minister is talking about 5 trillion economy. It will move faster than that what we are talking. And 2030 is that time when we'll have that kind of a GDP, we'll have a skilled workforce where, yes, there's definitely a shift happening from a physical workforce to a skilled workforce. That's where we are. So we'll be more educated, more skilled society, more sensible society, delivering a much better productivity. And that's what we all are looking at as a smart city. When I talk about a definition of a smart city, when I say that city has to be smart, my basic definition is that city has to be livable, city has to be economically viable and sustainable. And that's where we are entering in with this digital technology enablement of this digital era where we are going in. So I'll only say a simple word here that building smart cities is just a journey for us. It's not a destination. And building this converse smart cities, integrated smart cities, with our Digital India program. There's another program which we are running as a country where there are 8 or 9 pillars where we are running on multiple. If we convert these two together in an integrated platform, will definitely unleash a value which Indians will be proud of. It's a new era. Industry 4.0, we are not talking here. That itself is like cybersecurity, a separate topic to talk about. There are multiple things happening across with this digital technology, what we are going through. But yes, that's where I'm saying it's just a journey, not a destination.
That's right. You very rightly, you summed it up. Yes, smart cities is a journey. We still have to go a long way. And again, smart cities means livable, economically viable, and sustainable. And while talking to our, policy makers, Mr. Ajay Chakti and Mr. PC Davekar, I think the feeling that we get is we are in the right direction. We are moving in the right direction, and I think we are very soon, as Mr. Gupta said, by 2030, we will see a different India, probably different cities we will see. So on that very optimistic note and positive note, let me thank all our very eminent speakers here for sharing your views. And I think our audience had some very valuable takeaways from this conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Gupta, Mr. Chakti, and Mr. Davekar. Thank you so much for your time and sharing these valuable information with the wider audience. And thank you, Sapna, for moderating this conversation so very well. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have heard them clearly, loud and clear. There is so much positivity and a bright future ahead in India. But of course, the need of the hour is collaboration and clarity of information. So I hope with that, all of you have taken some key takeaways from the conversation so far. I thank all our eminent speakers, panelists, dignitaries on this particular event, which is BW Digital India Conclave. Thank you for your time. Thank you for bringing this wealth of information to a wider audience. And we hope to see you all again next year. For all our audiences, if you're going to share this information to a wider audience, do not forget on social media, use the hashtag BW Digital India Conclave so that we can be part of the conversation and spread the message forward. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a very good evening. Stay safe.
Thank you so much, Business World team.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Davekar. Thanks, Mr. Chakti. Thank you so much. Thanks, Kathy.
Thank you, Sapna. Thank you, everybody. And do not forget, if you'd like to rewatch this, the video is available on our social media handles. Spread the message, spread the video so that more people can be aware and get this wealth of information that this event has made it possible. With that, me, Khyati Kawa, your host, is signing off. Hope to see you again in the next edition of BW Digital India Conclave. Thank you very much.